Chapter 745. Could it be that Lu Ming will get first place this time? It's possible, but I wonder if there are any other dark horses. For example, the Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse sect and that fatty. They're both terrifying and unfathomable. The other 10 Heavenly Kings are also terrifying. No one knows how strong they are in the past few years. Maybe they're even stronger than Jiang Taishu. Moreover, it's not a one-on-one battle in the Heavenly Monument world. It's hard to say who will get first place. Lu Ming's actions caused a commotion. Half an hour later, Jiang Taishu appeared a few 100,000 miles away. He coughed out another mouthful of blood as soon as he appeared. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Jiang Taishu let out a low growl from his throat. He was extremely angry. He had actually lost to Lu Ming. He couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. This time, he was ambitious and was determined to get first place. However, he had lost to Lu Ming on the first day. This was a huge blow to him. He hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted Lu Ming dead. Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. I'll gather the other experts of the Jiang family and kill you. The first place will be mine this time. Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed with malice and killing intent. Haha, Jiang Taishu, why are you in such a sorry state? Were you besieged by the Heavenly Corpse sect? A burst of laughter could be heard as two figures stepped through the void and arrived. Wang Ju. Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed. Wang Ju, a member of the ancient Wang family. He was ranked 8th in the previous Heavenly King ranking. Wang Mie was beside Wang Ju, but he was ignored by Jiang Taishu. What? Wang Ju, are you trying to steal my monument aura while I'm injured? Jiang Taishu looked at Wang Ju cautiously. Haha, brother Jiang, what kind of person do you think I am? Even if I want to fight with you, I won't take advantage of the situation. Why? Are you really besieged by the Heavenly Corpse sect? Wang Ju asked. It's not the Heavenly Corpse sect. Jiang Taishu shook his head and said, if I told you that I was defeated by a single person, would you believe me? What? Was it Luan Zhan, Dongfang Yu, or Gui Yi? Wang Ju's expression drastically changed. He quickly said a few names. These people were all as famous as them. They were all extremely powerful. Jiang Taishu shook his head and said, no, he's a new genius called Lu Ming. Wang Ju, I suggest we team up. Otherwise, we won't be a match for him alone. Lu Ming? Wang Ju's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, it's him? At the side, Wang Ye's expression changed drastically. Oh, I forgot that you guys seem to have a grudge with that Lu Ming. Jiang Taishu's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, that little bastard, is actually this powerful? Wang Mie couldn't believe it. Hee, there's nothing to lie about. You're just lucky. If Lu Ming used his full strength, he would only need a few moves to kill you. Jiang Taishu looked at Wang Mie and chuckled. I really didn't expect you to be defeated by Lu Ming in a head-on battle. Wang Ju's expression was extremely serious. He and Jiang Taishu were competitors, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Taishu was. If even Jiang Taishu was defeated, then he might not be a match for him either. This person's existence is a huge obstacle to our goal of fighting for first place. Apart from first place, what's the difference between the other ranks? Jiang Taishu said, oh, you want to team up and eliminate Lu Ming together? Wang Ju said, yes, you can team up and gather the other experts of the Jiang and Wang families. Also, don't some of Lu Ming's friends also come? His girlfriend is very beautiful. And those trash from the Golden Sword sect. As long as we take them down, Lu Ming will definitely be cautious and it'll be much easier to kill him. Jiang Taishu said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Haha, Jiang Taishu, looks like you're really afraid of Lu Ming. All right, I agree. We'll gather the people of the two families first and then take down Lu Ming's friends. Then, we'll wait for Lu Ming at the exit. Wang Ju laughed. All right, then let's move. We'll meet at the exit, Jiang Taishu said with a cold face. Wang Ju smiled and then stepped into the air with Wang Mie. I'll take care of that bastard Lu Ming first, then deal with you guys. Jiang Taishu's eyes were cold. He took out a few pills and swallowed them. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, Jiang Taishu stood up and disappeared in a ray of light. In the heavenly monument world, even voice transmission jade talismans couldn't be used. If one wanted to find someone, they could only rely on luck and fly. However, many people from the Jiang and Wang families had entered. Slowly, some people had gathered. Jiang Taishu had even formed an alliance with Luan Zhan to kill Lu Ming together. The people of the three ancient families moved out and started a search for Xianxia, Qinfei Ryu, and the people of the Golden Sword sect. This time, apart from Qinfei Ryu, there were a total of 29 people from the Golden Sword sect. However, only 9 of them had successfully entered. Jin Zhaokai was one of the 9. He had cultivated for more than 800 years and was an extremely powerful peak king of the Golden Sword sect. However, at his age, the chances of breaking through to the spiritual sea realm were very slim. However, the Heavenly King ranking was a chance. He wanted to give it a try. Now that he had gathered 72 strands of steel chi, perhaps there really was hope. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. In front of him, 3 figures walked over. Jiang Taishu. Jin Zhaokai's expression changed drastically. The one in front of the 3 was Jiang Taishu. Looking at your cultivation technique, you're from the Golden Sword sect, right? Jiang Taishu asked with a gloomy face. That's right. I'm from the Golden Sword sect. If young Master Jiang needs the steel chi, I'm willing to give it all to you. Jin Zhaokai had already lost all hope after encountering Jiang Taishu. He knew that this time, he couldn't keep the steel chi. He could only exchange it for his life. Give you the steel chi? Hee, I'll still get the steel chi after killing you. Jiang Taishu smiled coldly. At the same time, his body moved and pounced towards Jin Zhaokai, showing off his ability. Jin Zhaokai was shocked. He frantically retreated and used all his strength to block. A bright golden sword light slashed towards Jiang Taishu. However, in the next moment, the sword light broke. His body shook violently, and one of his arms was broken. Puchi! Jiang Taishu's palm directly pierced through Jin Zhaokai's heart. Why? Jin Zhaokai's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Generally speaking, as long as one took the initiative to give up the steel chi, ordinary people wouldn't kill them. This was because they were all from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too close to that bastard Lu Ming. After saying that, Jiang Taishu released his energy and killed Jin Zhaokai. Chapter 746. This scene happened in every corner of the Sky King's monument world. The 9 powerhouses of the Golden Sword sect who entered were all killed. Countless people saw this scene in the outside world. Despicable, despicable. The remaining people of the Golden Sword sect who did not enter the Sky King's monument world were furious. The actions of Jiang Taishu and the others were too despicable. What did you say? In the outside world, the Jiang and Wang families also targeted the people of the Golden Sword sect. The expressions of the people of the Golden Sword sect changed drastically, and they did not continue to speak. The Sky King's monument world is not a battle stage. All kinds of methods can be used in a one-on-one battle. Don't you understand? Once you enter, you should be prepared to be killed. The people of the Jiang family said coldly. Although the others were indignant, the ancient families were too powerful. They could only shut up. Look, that's Lu Ming's girlfriend and Qinfei Ryu. They're about to meet Jiang Taishu. And Wang Zhu. He's also nearby. It's over. This is dangerous. 2 figures appeared on the Sky King's monument. They were Xianxia and Qinfei Ryu. Xianxia and Qinfei Ryu happened to meet half a day after entering the Sky King's monument world. The 2 of them decided to work together. I wonder where Brother Lu is? Qinfei Ryu asked. Don't worry about that guy. No one here is a match for him. Xianxia said. He was very confident in Lu Ming. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped. Qinfei Ryu was stunned. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. A dozen figures appeared in front of him. The leader was Jiang Taishu. Beside him were 2 young men. They were obviously extremely powerful existences in the Jiang family. The other dozen people were all burly men and old men. They exuded a sharp aura. Jiang Taishu. Qinfei Ryu's expression changed. He transmitted his voice to Xianxia and said, Miss Xia, there are too many of them. Let's retreat first. They have killing intent. They might not let us go. Xianxia said. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Taishu and the others moved very quickly. Like spirit weapons, they tore through the void and appeared in front of Xianxia and Qinfei Ryu in an instant. Ha ha ha! Qinfei Ryu and you, Lu Ming's woman, you won't be able to escape today. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll cripple your cultivation and then take you to kill you in front of Lu Ming. Jiang Taishu's voice was extremely cold. Looks like you've been defeated by Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would you use such a method to deal with Lu Ming? Xianxia said indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. Shut up, bitch. Jiang Taishu shouted angrily. He stared at Xianxia ferociously and said, Bitch, Lu Ming will definitely die. I won't let you go to waste. I'll serve you well in front of Lu Ming. Haha, a genius of an ancient family. An expert on the Heavenly King leaderboard? Trash. You want to use despicable means to win after being defeated. You'll never amount to anything. Xianxia mocked with a look of disdain. Bitch, you're courting death. Jiang Taishu shouted angrily. Ha, what a sharp tongue this girl has. I like it. With a loud laugh, Wang Zhu and Wang Miao walked over with more than 10 people. Qinfei Ryu's face was extremely solemn. Xianxia also frowned slightly. Wang Zhu, you've come at the right time. Is everything settled? Jiang Taishu asked. Of course. Wang Zhu waved his hand, and 4 golden swords flew out and stabbed into the ground below. Jiang Taishu also waved his hand, and 5 golden swords flew out and stabbed into the ground. 9 golden swords were lined up in a row. You bastards! Qinfei Ryu roared, his face extremely ugly. Jiang Taishu and Wang Zhu were actually hunting the people of the Golden Sword sect. Qinfei Ryu's eyes turned red when he saw 9 people of the Golden Sword sect killed. They didn't deserve to die. They can only blame themselves for being too close to Lu Ming. Soon, you will follow in their footsteps. Jiang Taishu smiled sinisterly. At this moment, the scene in the outside world was also frozen. Many people were angry and felt that Jiang Taishu's actions were shameless. However, the other party was a genius of the 6 ancient families. They didn't dare to say anything and could only swallow their anger. At this moment, Jiang Taishu waved his hand and led more than 10 experts of the Jiang family towards Xianxia and Qinfei Ryu. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia waved her hands, and the Sky Demon Force Field enveloped herself and Qinfei Ryu. Kill! Jiang Taishu roared and rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field like a divine weapon. More than 10 experts of the Jiang family also rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field. As soon as they rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field, their expressions changed drastically as they felt an unimaginable pressure. Ever since Xianxia had successfully merged the Destruction Intent and the Wind Intent, the power of the Sky Demon Force Field had greatly increased. Later on, her bloodline had undergone nirvana and reached the 9th level of the king level, so it was even stronger. Destruction Cut. A terrifying cutting power crazily slashed at the Jiang family members. Someone immediately coughed up blood and was severely injured. Break! Jiang Taishu roared. His palm was like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. With one strike, the force field in front of him was broken. Jiang Taishu strode forward and rushed in front of Xianxia. Qinfei Ryu's eyes turned golden, and a dazzling golden light spread out from his hand. It turned into a sharp sword light and slashed at Jiang Taishu. Clown, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiang Taishu struck out with his palm again. It turned into a divine sword and crashed into the dazzling golden sword light. The sword light shattered, and Qinfei Ryu retreated quickly. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too weak compared to Jiang Taishu. Even with the help of Xianxing's Sky Demon Force Field, he was still far from being Jiang Taishu's opponent. Jiang Taishu was like a divine weapon that could not be stopped. He continued to break the Sky Demon force field and attacked Xianxia. Sky Demon right hand, Xianxia whispered. Black light bloomed on her body. Her jade-like hand gently pressed forward. A beautiful arm condensed in the air, like the world's most beautiful work of art, and blasted toward Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu struck out with his palm and collided with the beautiful arm. In an instant, Jiang Taishu's expression changed slightly. His body trembled, and he took a step back. In the process of him and Xianxia's attacks, he had been bombarded by a powerful destructive force. In the heavenly demon force field, he was actually at a disadvantage. This made his murderous intent even sharper. First, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Now, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Xianxia. He cannot accept it. Kill. Jiang Taishu's aura became stronger as he unleashed his bloodline. He charged towards Xianxia. Kenfei Ryu, you go and deal with those people. Leave this guy to me. Xianxia said to Kenfei Ryu. Okay. Kenfei Ryu's body flashed. Golden sword light bloomed and attacked the rest of the Jiang family. Those people were also very strong. They kept breaking the Sky Demon force field, putting Xianxia under great pressure. Xianxia not only had to control the Sky Demon force field, but he also had to deal with Jiang Taishu. This caused the spectators to be extremely shocked. Chapter 747. Kenfei Ryu was not affected by the Sky Demon force field. He used a guerrilla tactic. A golden sword light kept moving around, attacking the Jiang family members from time to distract them and reduce the pressure on Xianxia. Jiang Taishu went crazy and attacked Xianxia crazily. However, Xianxia's bloodline martial technique was extremely powerful. Together with the Sky Demon force field's cutting power, Jiang Taishu actually had the upper hand. Haha, Jiang Taishu, it seems like you can't do it. You can't even take down a girl. Wang Ju laughed at the side. Wang Ju, are you going to watch the show from the side? Jiang Taishu's face was extremely ugly. He and Wang Ju were competitors. He knew that Wang Ju was doing it on purpose. Huh, Wang Ju laughed, but he was also very shocked in his heart. He didn't make a move because he thought that Jiang Taishu would be able to take down Xianxia and the others. Taking a step back, if Jiang Taishu couldn't take down Xianxia, it would be a blow to his reputation. Then, he would make a move to determine the outcome. However, he never thought that Jiang Taishu would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia's strength was beyond his expectations. A murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly agreed with Jiang Taishu's way of doing things. With these people here, how could they get first place? Jiang Taishu, let me help you take down this girl. Wang Ju's body emitted a terrifying flame. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The purple flame seemed to have turned Wang Ju purple. Boom! Wang Ju was like a burning meteor. He rushed into the Sky Demon force field and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed with seriousness. Sky Demon hand. She formed a seal with both hands. Two beautiful arms formed in the air, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Jiang Taishu and Wang Ju respectively. Bitch break! Jiang Taishu turned into a divine weapon. Every strand of his hair was a weapon. He joined his palms together and struck out with force. Rip! The void seemed to be torn apart. The palm struck a Sky Demon hand. On the other side, Wang Ju turned into flames and attacked with a shocking punch. Boom! Boom! The sky shook, and Xianxia's face turned pale. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but take 9 steps back. The heavenly demon force field trembled and almost dissipated. Not good. In the outside world, the members of the Golden Sword sect wore heavy expressions. When Wang Ju and Jiang Taishu joined forces, they were too strong. Among those at the same level, who could fight against them? In addition, there were still more than a dozen experts from the Jiang family and some experts from the Wang family who had yet to make a move. Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu were most likely dead. Bitch, let's see if you can still resist. Kill! Jiang Taishu shouted. Nest, you guys are so shameless. A group of people bullying two people. I can't stand it anymore. A voice rang out. A fatty carrying a battle axe rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's him. Everyone's heart trembled. Fatty Kong Jin was also the person who had reached the 20th step and shattered 28 shields. Moreover, he seemed to be very close to Lu Ming and Xianxia. Fatty Kong Jin's arrival made Jiang Taishu and the others frown. Damn Fatty, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you'll end up badly. Jiang Taishu stared at Kong Jin unkindly. Fat your ass. You're the fatty. Your whole family is fat. The fatty glared at him and cursed. Then, he looked at Xianxia and put on a smile. Sister, are you all right? Who's your sister? Xianxia glared at him. My wife is your sister, so of course you're my sister. Where's my brother-in-law, Lu Ming? Kong Jin's eyes darted left and right. You, Xianxia was speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. So many people joining forces to deal with two people. How shameless. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Kong Jin grabbed his battle axe and revealed a trace of malevolence in his eyes. You guys kill this fatty. Wang Ju waved his hand and said to the people of the Wang family. Wang Ju had brought more than 10 people with him. Each of them was an expert. Kill this fatty. Wang Ye was also among them. He waved his hand and said, Kill. More than 10 experts of the Wang family rushed toward Kong Jin. Eat my battle axe. Kong Jin held his battle axe with both hands, stepped forward and chopped down with it. Pucci. The next moment, an expert of the Wang family was directly split in half. Pucci. Kong Jin swung his battle axe again. This time, 2 experts of the Wang family were split in half at the waist. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Kong Jin's fat body was like an ancient fierce beast. He was carrying a huge axe that was as big as a door. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. He swung his axe one after another. No one could stop his axe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This fatty was too strong. Those people of the Wang family were definitely experts. They were extremely strong existences among the same level, but no one could block his battle axe. Wang Ye only felt his body trembling and cold sweat flowing down. Inhuman. This fatty was simply inhuman. He was terrifyingly strong. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the more than 10 experts of the Wang family were killed by the fatty. Go! Wang Ye turned and ran. Trash! Kong Jin berated. He looked at Wang Ju and Jiang Taishu and said, I heard that you two were the previous 10 heavenly kings. I want to give it a try. You'll be the one. Kong Jin pointed his battle axe at Jiang Taishu and rushed towards him with the battle axe in hand. Jiang Taishu's expression was ugly. His palm was like a divine weapon as he slashed at the fatty. Clang! Jiang Taishu's body shook violently and was forced back. Go out and fight. I won't take advantage of you. Kong Jin said and flew out of the range of the Sky Demon Force Field. Jiang Taishu's expression changed and became extremely gloomy. Kong Jin's combat strength was too terrifying. Although he suffered a loss in the Sky Demon Force Field just now, who knew if Kong Jin used his full strength just now? Even if he was out of the Sky Demon Force Field, he was not confident that he could win against Kong Jin. He even had a premonition that he would be defeated. How could this be? Jiang Taishu roared in his heart. How could there be such a perverted person? What are you doing? If you don't dare, then get lost quickly. Kong Jin berated. Brother Jiang, I think we should retreat first. This fatty is unfathomable and difficult to deal with. It won't be too late to deal with them after we gather more people. Wang Ju's expression also changed. He then transmitted his voice to Jiang Taishu. With the addition of Kong Jin, it was obviously impossible for them to take down Xianxia and the others. Let's go, Jiang Taishu shouted and turned to leave. The rest of the people followed Jiang Taishu and left in a flash. Not a single one was left. Huff! Xianxia let out a long breath. Previously, she controlled the Sky Demon Force Field and trapped so many experts at the same time. She also had to continuously attack and deal with Jiang Taishu. The consumption was too great. Chapter 748. Huff Huff. Fatty Kong Jin was also panting heavily. Just now, he seemed to be valiant and invincible, easily killing the 8 experts of the Wang clan. But in reality, he used his full strength. Those were all extremely powerful experts. It was almost impossible for them to be killed in one move when they were at the same level. Every one of them was stronger than Qin Xingshan. Fatty had used all of his strength in order to create such an effect to intimidate Jiang Taishu and the others. He had used up a lot of his energy, and he could not maintain that terrifying combat strength for long. Fortunately, Jiang Taishu and the others were really scared away. I'm so tired. Fighting is really exhausting. I need to replenish my energy. As he spoke, a golden roasted lamb leg appeared in his hand, and he took a big bite out of it. Sister, we have to find brother-in-law Lu Ming as soon as possible and join forces. Jiang Taishu and the rest will definitely not take this lying down. Kong Jin shouted as he chewed on the lamb leg. Let me tell you, I'm not your sister. Lu Ming is not your brother-in-law. Xianxia's eyes widened as he gnashed his teeth. Look, you're shy. You and Lu Ming will be together sooner or later. Your sister and I will be together sooner or later too. Don't worry, Kong Jin said as he chewed on the lamb leg. His fat body trembled as he spoke confidently. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was speechless and turned to leave. Brother Kong Jin, thank you for saving us. Kenfei Ryu cupped his fists and said, What are you thanking me for? We're all on the same side. Haha, sister, wait for me. Kong Jin twisted his fat body and chased after Xianxia. Kenfei Ryu smiled bitterly. Kong Jin was really a weirdo. The 3 of them searched for others to obtain monument chi while they searched for Lu Ming. As for Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and the others, they were also gathering the experts of the Jiang clan and Wang clan, as well as the people of the Luan clan. They also wanted a rope in the Dongfang clan and the other 2 clans. However, the people of the 2 clan masters were clearly not interested and did not agree. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day. There were still a few hours before the end of the 3 days. Lu Ming was unaware of all this. For the past few days, he had been seizing monument chi. As long as the people he encountered voluntarily handed over their monument chi, he would not make things difficult for them. If the other party refused to comply, he would not be lenient either. As more and more people were eliminated, the remaining people gathered more and more monument chi. Every time he captured a person, he would obtain a large amount of monument chi. Lu Ming already had over 2,000 strands of monument chi. There were more than 10,000 people who entered this time. In total, there were more than 30,000 strands of monument chi. He had obtained more than 2,000, which was already quite a lot. It was almost certain that he would enter the top 50 or even more. For the past few days, I haven't met the Jiang clan and Wang clan. Also, where's Xiao Qing and the others? I haven't met them either. Lu Ming pondered. He did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. 2,000 strands of monument chi is definitely not enough. There are still a few hours before the time to leave. I'll block the exit and wait for the Jiang clan and Wang clan to arrive. I'll take all their monument chi. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His thoughts were actually similar to Jiang Taishu and the others. Jiang Taishu and the others were gathering people to ambush Lu Ming at the exit. As for Lu Ming, he wanted to take the monument chi of the Jiang clan and Wang clan. Thinking of this, Lu Ming flew towards the exit. The exit of the Sky King's Monument World was at the center of the Sky King's Monument World. Once the 3 days were up, he would have to leave through the exit. After 3 days, even if he killed others, he would not be able to take the monument chi. As he got closer to the exit, he saw a few figures. Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and Kong Jin. Lu Ming was overjoyed and flew towards them. Lu Ming, Brother Lu. Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu's eyes lit up. They had been looking for Lu Ming for a long time, but they could not find him. Hence, they wandered around the exit and waited for Lu Ming. As expected, they met him. Haha, brother-in-law, we have been looking for you for a long time. Kong Jin stepped forward and grinned. Brother-in-law, Lu Ming was puzzled. Since when did he become this fatty's brother-in-law? Yeah, she's my wife's sister. Doesn't that make you my brother-in-law? Kong Jin pointed at Xianxia and said. Xianxia's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming's lips trembled. This fatty was really talented. Xianxia's aloof figure involuntarily appeared in Lu Ming's mind. She was like a holy fairy, aloof and aloof, looking down on others. If Xianxia knew that this fatty had treated her as his wife, what kind of expression would she have? For some reason, Lu Ming was looking forward to it. How had you been these few days? Did you meet anyone from the Jiang family and the Wang family? Lu Ming said. Kenfei Ryu and Xianxia's faces darkened. Why? Did you meet them? Lu Ming's expression changed. That's right. Not only did we meet them, but we also had a big battle. If Brother Kong didn't save us in time, Miss Xie and I would have been in danger. Kenfei Ryu sighed. Lu Ming, did you defeat Jiang Taishu? Xianxia asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Jiang Taishu teamed up with the Wang family and killed all the people from the Golden Sword sect. They even wanted to capture us to threaten you. Xianxia said. What? In an instant, Lu Ming was enraged, and cold killing intent erupted from his body. Immediately, Xianxia briefly recounted what had happened during this period. Jiang Taishu deserves to die. Lu Ming bellowed furiously. He did not expect Jiang Taishu to be so despicable. Jiang Taishu was no match for him, but he had gathered his men to kill the people from the Golden Sword sect. He even wanted to capture Xianxia and the rest to threaten him, so that he would not harm them. Was this the prodigy of an ancient family? Then they should have gathered people and waited for us at the exit. Good, very good. This time, I will definitely kill Jiang Taishu. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent was cold. Brother Lu, they have more people. Are you confident? Kenfei Ryu said. Since they have more people, I'll take them down one by one. Little Qing, wait a moment. I'll need your cooperation. We'll go all out and clean up the trash first. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. Ah, good. Interesting, interesting. Watch me show my might this time. Kong Jin took out a beast leg and gnawed on it, saying that it was to replenish his strength. The four of them rested for a while and adjusted themselves to their peak state before heading toward the exit. At this time, many people had gathered at the exit. Jiang Taishu had brought more than 30 experts from the Jiang family. Wang Zhu had brought more than 20 experts from the Wang family. In addition, Wan Zhan was a prodigy of the ancient family, and he was as famous as Jiang Taishu. He had also brought more than 20 experts from the Wan family. The three groups had gathered, and there were nearly 80 people. This was a terrifying force. Every one of them was an expert among the peak-level kings. Some of them could even compete for the top 108. Chapter 749. In the outside world, the images on the heavenly king stele were being exchanged between Lu Ming's group and Jiang Taishu's group. Lu Ming's group is about to reach the exit. They'll meet Jiang Taishu's group soon. Jiang Taishu, Wang Zhu, and Wan Zhan have close to 80 experts. Lu Ming's group is no match for them. Aren't they courting death if they rush in? Maybe they have a way out? This battle will definitely be exciting. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at the images on the heavenly king stele. There were also many people discussing it. Boom, boom. At this moment, the crowd suddenly felt two deep auras above their heads. The immense pressure was like an ancient sacred mountain pressing down on them. Everyone looked up in horror. In the sky, two figures had appeared out of nowhere. Two young figures. One of them was wearing a purple robe and looked like a nobleman. However, he exuded an extremely hot aura, like a sun floating in the sky. The other person was wearing a black robe and had his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless divine weapon that could destroy the sky. That's Wang Yan. Wang Yan from the Wang family. And Jiang Taichong. Jiang Taichong and Wang Yan are ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Why are they here? Shouldn't they be in seclusion in the secret place, preparing for the Battle of Providence? Yeah, they shouldn't be interested in the heavenly king stele. The crowd discussed in shock. Jiang Taishu is getting more and more useless. I thought he would be able to get first place after 3 years of silence. Jiang Taichong smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. The new rising stars this year are quite interesting. Wang Yan also smiled faintly. They are interesting, but their cultivation is too weak. It's not worth mentioning. Jiang Taishu looked at the images on the Heavenly King stele as if he was watching a good show. If they hadn't been passing by, they wouldn't have bothered to watch the Heavenly King stele. Their goal was the Battle of Providence. The others suppressed their shock and continued watching the images. At this moment, Lu Ming's group was getting closer and closer to the exit. Finally, the two sides met. Boom, boom, boom. When Jiang Taishu and the others saw Lu Ming and the others, powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Lu Ming, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Jiang Taishu said coldly. Waiting for me? What? Are you not convinced of your defeat last time? You want to fight me again? Sure, I'll accompany you anytime. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jiang Taishu clenched his teeth and his face darkened. Lu Ming had touched a sore spot. Moreover, he knew very well that he was no match for Lu Ming. So why would he fight him? Lu Ming, don't think that I'm afraid of you. However, this is not a battle stage. I have a better way to defeat you. Why should we fight? Jiang Taishu said. If you're scared, just say so. If you don't dare, just say so. Stop pretending to be so dignified. What other methods do you have? You're just relying on numbers to win, Lu Ming said disdainfully. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Don't you understand this principle? Let's fight together. At this point, Jiang Taishu no longer cared about his face. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was the one who had caused him to lose face. If Lu Ming wasn't so strong, if Lu Ming had allowed him to kill him from the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Everything was Lu Ming's fault. The Jiang family, Wang family, and Luan family rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. The combined aura of almost 80 experts was terrifying. Retreat, Lu Ming said in a low voice. The four of them quickly retreated. Then, the four of them split up and retreated in 4 different directions. Don't run if you have the guts. Jiang Taishu shouted. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Lu Ming sneered. Wang Ju, Wan Zhan, let's kill one person each. Jiang Taishu shouted. He led more than 30 experts of the Jiang family to chase after Lu Ming. Wang Ju charged towards Xianxia. Wan Zhan led his men to kill Kong Jin. As for Qinfei Ryu, they didn't care about him at all. As long as they killed Lu Ming and the other two, killing Qinfei Ryu would be a piece of cake. Xianxing's body was like an illusion. He turned into a series of phantoms, and his speed was extremely fast. He kept changing his position in the air. Kong Jin was like a ferocious beast, running wildly in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. His body turned into a stream of light, and he instantly appeared beside the Wang family. Xianxing's body flickered, leaving behind a series of phantoms. He pressed his hands together, and the sky demon force field exploded, enveloping a part of the Wang family. Exploding Star Fist. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and threw out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of fist auras drowned 7 or 8 Wang family experts. Destruction cut. Xianxing whispered, and the destruction cut burst out. There was a series of miserable screams. Ah, damn it! Wang Ju charged towards Xianxing crazily. However, after Lu Ming threw out hundreds of punches, his body flashed, and he appeared beside Xianxing. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a stream of light, leaving this place. The 7 or 8 Wang family experts who were enveloped by Xianxing just now were already dead. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Xianxing appeared behind the Jiang family again. Xianxing pressed his hands together, and the sky demon force field enveloped 7 or 8 Jiang family experts. Lu Ming, on the other hand, threw out hundreds of fist gleams. They didn't pick on Jiang Taishu. There are a few other extremely powerful people. They picked on the weaker ones. These 7 or 8 people were also successfully killed. Damn it, kill! Jiang Taishu changed his direction and charged towards Lu Ming crazily. However, Lu Ming hugged Xianxia. His figure changed, and he appeared in another location. The two of them attacked together and killed another 5 or 6 experts of the Jiang family. Lu Ming's 9 Dragons Heaven-Stomping Steps was too fast. It was a divine-level martial technique, and no one at the same level could compete with it. Damn it, Lu Ming, don't run if you have the guts. Stop and fight me face to face. Jiang Taishu roared. Okay, one-on-one. Lu Ming's voice came out. Jiang Taishu didn't say anything. Lu Ming's body flashed continuously, and more than 10 Jiang family and Wang family experts were killed. Steel Qi kept flying towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Both of them had more than 3,000 Steel Qi. Miserable, too miserable. Jiang Taishu had brought more than 30 experts with him. Now, there were only a dozen left, and all of them looked pale. Wang Ju was even more miserable. He only had 5 or 6 people with him. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you dead. Wang Ju roared. Gather, let's gather together. Don't split up. Jiang Taishu roared. The 3 groups quickly gathered together. Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and Wan Zhan led their strongest experts to guard 3 directions, in case Lu Ming sneak attacked. Lu Ming and the others also surrounded Jiang Taishu and the others. This scene was extremely comical. Chapter 750. In the outside world, the others were also stunned. Previously, Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and Wan Zhan had led close to 80 experts from the 3 ancient aristocratic families to kill Lu Ming. However, out of 80 people, dozens of them had died. The remaining people were even surrounded by Lu Ming and the other 3. This scene was destined to spread and become the laughingstock of the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and Wan Zhan's expressions were extremely ugly. They wished they could crush Lu Ming and the other 3 into ashes. They knew that after today, they would definitely become a laughingstock. In the future, they would also be looked down upon by the other geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. They might even lose in the competition between their families. In the 6 ancient families, there are more geniuses than them. Everyone had to bravely move forward and step on the other geniuses before they could finally take over an ancient family. But if today's situation spread, they would probably never have the chance again. How could they not hate and be angry? Jiang Taishu, what's wrong? You're not going to attack? In that case, you won't have a share of the first place. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, I swear that from now on, there will be no place for you in the Eastern Wilderness. Jiang Taishu roared. Haha, Jiang Taishu, don't flatter yourself. Do you think the Jiang family will send an elder to stand up for you after what you've done today? Lu Ming sneered. Jiang Taishu gritted his teeth. He knew that Lu Ming was right. If he wanted to make trouble for Lu Ming, he could only use his own power. But I don't want to let this go. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. I must avenge the 9 lives of the Golden Sword sect. Today I will kill you. Haha, Lu Ming, you just relied on your speed to escape. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Jiang Taishu sneered. As you wish. Lu Ming stepped forward, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his battle intent soaring. Just now, he had successfully weakened the strength of Jiang Taishu and the others. Now, it was time for a head-on battle. Lu Ming, leave the Wang family to me. I'll hold them back. Xianxia moved and appeared in front of Wang Ju and the others. Miss Xia, I'll go with you. Kenfei Ryu appeared beside Xianxia, intending to help her. Brother Kong, how about we hold the Luan family? Lu Ming looked at Kong Jin and said, Ha, leave them to me. I'll let them know my power. Kong Jin said with a grin. There were very few people of the same level who could give Lu a sense of danger, Jiang Taishu and Luan. Among those at the same level, Jiang were where Jiang S's were. Although Wan Zhan was strong, he was not one of the previous 10 heavenly kings. He was ranked 602 on the list of top 1,000 talents, slightly weaker than Jiang Taishu and Wang Ju. Kong Jin should be able to hold him off for a while. Jiang, worst Jiang. Jiang, S. Jiang, and the others Jiang family. The others were also shocked. Lu Ming and the others were going to take the initiative and attack. It was unbelievable. The Pekings of the three big families were all experts, some of whom could compete for the top 108. Yet, they were going to attack with only 4 people. This had never happened before in history. Interesting. Even Dongfang Hao and Reverend Three Corpses, who were spirit embryo realm experts, were looking forward to it. Sky Demon Force Field, Xianxia took the lead, and the Sky Demon Force Field enveloped Wang Ju and the others. There were only 6 people left in the Wang family. However, they were all experts. Attack! Wang Ju shouted. The 6 people of the Wang family were like 6 blazing suns, trying to break through the Sky Demon Force Field and rush towards Xianxia. However, within the Sky Demon Force Field, a terrifying cutting power exploded. Other than Wang Ju, the others found it difficult to break through. A dazzling golden light shone as Kenfei Ryu rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field. He didn't attack Wang Ju, but instead, he moved around the Sky Demon Force Field. His sharp sword light stabbed at the other 5 people, hindering their movements. Xianxia executed the Sky Demon Hand and attacked Wang Ju. Wang Ju was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Xianxia. Haha, watch me. Sky suppressing Devil Axe. Kong Jin laughed out loud. His fat body actually swelled up again. The door-like battle axe in his hand slashed wildly at the Luan family members. Boom! Boom! Kong Jin stepped on the void, and the space trembled. Every slash of his axe seemed to be able to split open the sky and destroy everything. 8 slashes defying battle. Luan Zhan executed the Luan family's unique skill. Slash after slash, the 8 slashes converged into one and collided with Kong Jin's battle axe. However, the battle axe in Luan Zhan's hand shook violently and almost shattered. His body retreated like a cannonball, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Luan Zhan, who was ranked 602 on the list of top 1,000 talents, vomited blood after being hit by Kong Jin's battle axe. Earth Essence and Shattering Essence. Luan Zhan shouted in disbelief. Kong Jin had cultivated 2 extremely terrifying essences, the Earth Essence and Shattering Essence. Moreover, both of them were at level 2 and had been successfully merged. How terrifying was it to have successfully merged 2 special essences? Haha die. Kong Jin charged toward the Luan family with his door-like battle axe. Puff! Puff! Kong Jin killed several people in succession, and no one could stop him. Let's kill him together, Luan Zhan shouted. The Sky King Tablet world was a world of pure martial arts. It couldn't even form a battle array, so it could only gather everyone's strength to fight against Kong Jin. Nearly 30 experts from the Luan family attacked at the same time, and dozens of attacks poured toward Kong Jin. Hey, there are too many people. It's not easy to fight. Kong Jin waved his battle axe and formed an iron wall to block the attacks. His fat jiggled nonstop. Then, he looked for an opportunity to counterattack. The Luan family members didn't dare to be distracted. They could only gather together and attack Kong Jin continuously. Otherwise, Kong Jin would seize the opportunity to counterattack and kill one of them. The Wang family and the Luan family were both held back. Jiang Taishu's face darkened. Kill! Lu Ming didn't waste any more time. He strode forward, and his aura burst out one after another. In the end, 4 different essences surrounded him, and his aura was raised to the limit. Let's work together, Jiang Taishu shouted. With him as the leader, the remaining experts of the Jiang family joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Suppress heaven and earth, I'm invincible. Lu Ming roared and used the hell-suppressing heaven skill, striking out with his palm. Boom! A dazzling light flashed. The joint attack of the Jiang family members was broken by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming moved forward and struck out with his palm again. Pung! An old man met Lu Ming's palm, and his body was torn into pieces. How can he be so strong? Jiang Taishu shouted in disbelief. I didn't use my full strength last time. and you manage to escape. This time you will die." Lu Ming roared and struck out with both of his palms. Last time, Lu Ming had only unleashed 2 types of concepts, wind and thunder. This time, he unleashed all 4 types of concepts. Lu Ming's combat ability had reached its current peak. Pung, pung. Chapter 751. Kill him. Jiang Taishu seized the opportunity and slashed at Lu Ming's waist with his palm. However, Lu Ming did not dodge or evade. His spine twisted like a huge dragon, trembling slightly and colliding with Jiang Taishu's palm. Pung! With a muffled explosion, Jiang Taishu's body trembled and he was pushed back. Impossible! Jiang Taishu yelled in disbelief. His palm that could break anything slashed at Lu Ming's waist. Not only did it not cut Lu Ming in half, but he was also pushed back by Lu Ming. How could this be? How could he know the wonders of the suppressing hell art? The suppressing hell art could not only be cultivated to the hands and feet, but also to the other parts of the body. When cultivated to the highest level, every muscle in the body could explode with the enormous power of the suppressing hell art and suppress everything. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's suppressing hell art had improved again. Not only could he attack with his hands and feet, but he could also attack with his waist. Just now, it was his waist that had pushed Jiang Taishu back. What a terrifying bloodline martial skill. It should be a demigod bloodline martial skill. Dong Fenghao's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Demigod bloodline martial skill? How terrifying! Many people exclaimed. Normally speaking, one would need to be at least at the Sea of Souls realm to comprehend demigod-level martial arts from a bloodline. Moreover, it would be hard for normal bloodlines to comprehend demigod-level martial arts. Only those with god-level bloodlines would be able to comprehend demigod-level martial arts easily. If one wanted to bring out the power of a demigod bloodline martial skill, one would need to be at the Sea of Soul realm or above. King realm cultivators didn't have enough Zhen Yuan and couldn't bring out much power. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming had comprehended a demigod bloodline martial skill at the King realm. Kill. Lu Ming's left hand exploded with a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the Jiang family members. His right hand was like the suppressing hell steel that pressed down. Enveloped by the devouring power, the Jiang family members felt their bloodline power become unstable. Their essence blood was faintly pulsing, and their battle strength weakened by a bit. Pung! Pung! Lu Ming struck out with a palm and a kick. 2 Jiang family experts were killed. In just a few breaths of time, 6 Jiang clan experts were killed by Lu Ming. He was incomparably ferocious. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Jiang Taishu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't accept this. Jiang Taishu has lost his will to fight. He is doomed. Someone sighed. Run, run. This man is a monster. Run. Jiang Taishu suddenly shouted. His confidence collapsed. He turned around and ran towards the exit. The exit was like a door. Once someone ran in, they would be teleported out. You can't run away. Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a flowing light. He caught up with Jiang Taishu in a few moves and struck a palm at him. Bang! Jiang Taishu was sent flying, coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with terror. Save me! Save me! Wang Jue and I Zhan, save me! Jiang Taishu shouted. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance and ambition he had before the start of the Heavenly King list battle. He was like a pitiful rat crossing the street, a pitiful worm. Now, he didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to live. But at this moment, how could Wang Jue and Ai Zhan save him? Their own hearts were in a perilous situation, and they were extremely shocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several figures flew over and stopped in the distance. Gue, save me. Let's work together and kill this man. Did you see how much monument chi he has? With him around, you won't be able to get first place. Jiang Taishu shouted crazily. The people who came later were the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The leader was a young man covered in a black robe. His eyes were ghastly. Gue glanced around and was a little shocked. But when he saw the monument Qi of the Heavenly King monument above Lu Ming's head, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming's monument Qi was much more than his. Not only Lu Ming, but also Xianxia and Kong Jin had more monument Qi. Gui was also one of the 10 Heavenly Kings in the previous Heavenly King list. He was ranked 9th. He also wanted to get first place. Gui, hurry up and do something. If this man rises, it will be bad for your Heavenly Corpse sect. Jiang Taishu shouted. Shameless. Many people in the outside world despised him. Jiang Taishu was too shameless. He actually wanted to work together with Gui to kill Lu Ming. The reason was that Lu Ming's rise was bad for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Jiang Taishu was from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and Lu Ming was also from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This made many people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace furious. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were archenemies. Dongfang Hao and the others shook their heads. Jiang Taishu's words would definitely be reported back to the Jiang family. Jiang Taishu also knew that if these words were to spread, he would be despised and despised. But there was no other way. What was more important than his life now? Bam! He was hit by Lu Ming's palm again. His arm, which was harder than a spiritual weapon, was directly shattered. Gui, do something! Jiang Taishu shouted. Gui's eyes flashed, and he was about to step out. Gui, I advise you not to do anything. Even I am not confident of defeating this man. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Gui, and a hoarse voice was heard. It was the Corpse King. Even you are not confident of defeating him? Gui's eyes were filled with horror. Yes, don't you see how miserable Jiang Taishu is? If you do anything, you might die here. It's better for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, the Corpse King said hoarsely. Gui let out a long breath and took a few steps back. He did not make a move. Jiang Taishu shouted in despair. Jiang Taishu, no one can save you today. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming, spare me. I am the Jiang family's genius. Killing me will not do you any good. Spare me. Jiang Taishu finally started to beg for mercy. Sparing you will not do me any good. Kill. A terrifying, devouring power enveloped Jiang Taishu as Gui's palm slashed down. Pung! Half of Jiang Taishu's body exploded, and only half of his life was left. His eyes were filled with despair and begging. Lu Ming did not move. He stepped out, and Jiang Taishu was torn apart. Jiang Taishu, who was ranked 6th in the previous Heavenly King ranking, had been killed by Lu Ming. Devouring power erupted, and Jiang Taishu's essence blood was devoured. Devouring the essence blood of a peak-tier king wasn't much help to Lu Ming, but it was better than nothing. Retreat, retreat, let's retreat. At this moment, Wang Ju, Luan Zhan, and the others no longer had the will to fight. They frantically retreated, flying toward the exit. Jiang Taishu was dead, and the remaining members of the Jiang family had escaped. Even if they stayed, their fates would be miserable. Wang Ju took the lead, breaking through Xianxia's heavenly demon force field and flying toward the exit. The other members of the Wang family followed. Lu Ming swept his gaze around, and his body turned into a streak of light as he charged toward the Wang family. Boom! Before he arrived, a fist shot out, stopping one of the members of the Wang family. Chapter 752. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Wang Mia shouted, his face pale. What am I doing? Didn't you and Wang Ming work together to knock me down the abyss when I challenged the Heavenly King Steel? I'm a vengeful person. Lu Ming sneered, revealing his killing intent. The other members of the Wang family couldn't care less about Wang Mia. They all rushed toward the exit. No, I was confused. Please let me go. Wang Mia's face was pale, and he almost wet himself. Lu Ming was simply a demon. He didn't even let Jiang Taishu off. He wasn't afraid of the Jiang family, so why would he be afraid of the Wang family? Therefore, he didn't dare to mention the Wang family and could only beg for mercy. It's too late. Lu Ming stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Arg, I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that begging was useless, Wang Ye could only fight with his life on the line. However, facing Lu Ming, who was at his strongest, his fate was sealed. With one strike, Wang Ye was torn into pieces. The interspatial ring and essence blood all belonged to Lu Ming. Of course, there was also the steel qi. At this moment, the Luan family, Wang Ju, and the others had already rushed through the door and disappeared. This Lu Ming is quite bold. He doesn't give my Wang family any face. In the outside world, Wang Yin licked his lips with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jiang Taichung's face was also ugly. In his opinion, no matter how weak Jiang Taishu was, he was still a genius of the Jiang family. Now that Lu Ming had killed Jiang Taishu in front of everyone, he didn't give the Jiang family any face. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, how many people dare to not give face to the ancient families? This made them feel ashamed as well. In their position, they didn't care about Jiang Taishu or Wang Ye's life or death. However, to disregard the ancient families was a great crime. This Lu Ming said in front of everyone that the Wang family is nothing. If he is an ancient aristocratic family by himself, then an old man from the Wang family arrived beside Wang Yan. He alone is an ancient family? He's just a king. No matter how strong he is, what's the use? In the face of an even stronger opponent, isn't he still able to suppress them with a single hand? Anger flashed across Wang Yan's eyes. Indeed, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Jiang Taichung also spoke. Lu Ming naturally did not know that 2 top 100 geniuses from the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared outside, nor did he know that he had offended them. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked in the direction of the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. He didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing a few geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Dong! The Corpse King stepped out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Corpse qi emanated from his body, flowing like liquid. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes, and a strong fighting spirit emanated from him. Lu Ming, you're very strong. If we really fight, then I'm not confident in my ability to defeat you. However, it's only the Heavenly King rankings now, and both of us are at the King realm. So, it can only be considered as a small matter before the Battle of Karmic Luck. How about we meet in the Battle of Karmic Luck? The Corpse King's hoarse voice rang out. Battle of Providence? Good. I hope you won't disappoint me when the time comes. Lu Ming said, and the fighting spirit in his eyes bloomed. Just like Kong Jin, the Corpse King also gave him a sense of danger. He was definitely a terrifying opponent, and not someone like Jiang Taishu could compare to. That's what I wanted to say. Don't die before the Battle of Karmic Luck. There aren't many good opponents. After the Corpse King finished speaking, he glanced at Xianxia and Kong Jin. His eyes were also filled with fighting spirit, and then he strode towards the exit. As the Corpse King stepped in, the others also stepped in and disappeared into the portal. After a while, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the other 2 also stepped into the portal. In the next moment, they appeared outside the Heavenly King Steel at the edge of the abyss. Lu Ming, look, names have appeared on the Heavenly King Steel. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked back, and sure enough, on the Heavenly King Steel, golden names appeared one after another. They were the rankings of the Heavenly King Steel. The first place was written with 2 big words, Lu Ming. Lu Ming, first place. Without a doubt, Lu Ming had obtained the most steel qi. He had killed many experts from the Jiang and Wang families, and even killed Jiang Taishu. He had obtained all of their steel qi. His steel qi had far surpassed the others. Second place, Xianxia. This was not surprising. Previously, Lu Ming and Xianxia had joined hands to kill many experts from the Jiang and Wang families. Xianxia had also obtained a lot of steel qi. Third place, Corpse King. Fourth place, Kong Jin. Fifth place, Dong Fangyu. Sixth place, Gui Yi. Seventh place, Wang Ju. A series of rankings appeared on the Corpse King Steel. Qinfei Ryu had also appeared on the rankings, entering the top 108. On the other side of the abyss, More than 100,000 people were looking over with various emotions in their eyes. There was envy, jealousy, anger, and so on. Let's go over. Lu Ming appeared, and the four of them flew over the abyss. The Heavenly King Steel was still floating above their heads. This kind of Heavenly King Steel phantom could help them reach the top of the first Heavenly King Steel without being pressured or attacked. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, the crowd opened up a path for them. Lu Ming and the other three had become stronger. With just the four of them, they were able to defeat the Jiang, Wang, and Luan families' joint attack of almost 80 experts. It was truly unbelievable. Many people looked at them with awe in their eyes. Although they were all peak kings, Lu Ming and the others were much stronger than the others. Boom! Boom! Right at this moment, two boundless pressures suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kong Jin, and Qinfei Riu's expressions changed as they unleashed their power to resist. Even so, the four of them were still forced back. Qinfei Riu even coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Pum! Lu Ming circulated the true dragon combat art in his body. He took a heavy step and steadied himself, looking up. In the sky, two youths were flying over. One of them was covered in purple flames like a purple sun, emitting a terrifying temperature. The other one was like a peerless divine weapon, showing off its sharpness. The Jiang and Wang families. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The auras from the two were easy to distinguish. Are Jiang Taichong and Wang Yin going to attack Lu Ming and the others? They are geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Their cultivation has long reached an extremely high level. Lu Ming and the others are only in the King Realm. It doesn't make sense for them to attack King Realm experts, right? It's hard to say. After all, Lu Ming killed Jiang Taishu and many experts from the two families. Whispers could be heard from all around. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the geniuses of the Jiang family? Do you know your crime? Jiang Taichong's eyes shot out two rays of sharp light like two divine swords. In the Heavenly King tablet, life and death are predestined. It's all about killing each other and seizing the tablet aura. If we can't kill the ancient families, is there still a need to hold the Heavenly King ranking battles in the future? Chapter 753. Jiang Taichong frowned his eyebrows after hearing Lu Ming's rebuttal. Lu Ming, you're right. The Heavenly King monument does not forbid killing. Their deaths are due to their incompetence. However, let me ask you, have you ever said that one person is equivalent to an ancient family? Wang Yin stood in midair as purple flames flickered around his body. A terrifying temperature was emitted from his body. The people nearby backed away as they could not stand the terrifying temperature. Yes, Lu Ming's reply was simple and clear. Ha ha! Ridiculous! This is ridiculous! Wang Yin burst out laughing as his eyes glistened like two tiny suns. How foolish and ignorant! Do you know what an ancient family represents? You dare to say that one person is comparable to an ancient family? How shameless! That's right. You think you have some strength, so you're arrogant. However, you're just an ignorant fool. No matter how strong your strength is, you're only a martial emperor. A martial emperor can only do menial tasks in an ancient family. There are many ancient families that can kill you. Any one of them could suppress you with a single palm strike. Jiang Taichong let out a hollow laugh. Just because I can't do it now doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and full of confidence. The future? You're just a martial emperor realm cultivator. Let me tell you, the Heavenly King ranking is just a child's game in the eyes of the true geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory. The real competition between the geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory lies above the martial emperor realm. The battle of luck in a year's time will be the real battlefield for the geniuses. You guys are not even qualified to take part in it. Wang Yan's voice was filled with disdain. Wang Yan, why waste your time talking nonsense with them? I'll let them know how tiny they are before an ancient family. They're not even comparable to ants. Jiang Taichong took a step forward as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. It was as if countless swords were gathered on his body, emitting sharp glows. Each of the glows was like a sword that pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others' bodies violently shook. Their protective true essence was completely useless, and they were directly pierced through by that sharp light. It was as if their bodies were about to be pierced through. Strong, too strong. Jiang Taichung was definitely not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm warrior. He had already walked very far in the Sea of Soul Realm. No matter how strong Lu Ming and his crew were, they were only martial emperors. The difference between them was too great, to the point that they had no chance of resisting. No matter how strong a martial king is, in front of absolute strength, he is still an ant. Jiang Taichung looked down at the crowd with a cold and indifferent voice. "I'll kill you in the battle of Providence." Lu Ming let out a long roar. The four-colored concept revolved around him as he did his best to resist. "You want to kill me in the battle of Providence?" Jiang Taichung sneered, and the aura on his body became even stronger. Wong. At this moment, the heavenly monarch tablet above Lu Ming's head suddenly trembled and emitted a resplendent light. At the same time, the heavenly monarch tablet above Xianxia, Kong Jin, and Qinfei Ryu vibrated and emitted a resplendent light. The light from the four of them gathered together. At this moment, the heavenly monarch tablet behind the four of them emitted a brilliant light as well. A giant heavenly monarch tablet suddenly appeared above Lu Ming and his crew. Bang! The heavenly monarch tablet's illusionary figure shuddered and dispersed Jiang Taichung's aura. Jiang Taishu took a few steps backward and stared at the giant heavenly monarch tablet with an unpleasant expression. Their suppression had caused the heavenly monarch tablet to react. A terrifying aura burst out from Wang Yan's body and pressed forward. However, he immediately followed Jiang Taichung's footsteps and was knocked backward. Protection of the heavenly monarch tablet. Humph. Jiang Taichung harumphed coldly. Consider yourself lucky this time. Lu Ming, if you're really confident, head to the Nine Dragons City in the Tianwu domain. At that time, you will understand the true strength of the ancient families. You will also understand what it means to be a true genius, and how insignificant you are. Wang Yin glanced at Lu Ming and his crew and said flatly. Then, he turned around and disappeared with a step. Jiang Taichung also turned around and left. This time, they did not really intend to attack Lu Ming and his crew. Just as the crowd had guessed, with their cultivation, they could suppress Lu Ming and his crew with one hand. The difference between them was too great. If they attacked, they would end up with a reputation of bullying the weak. They only wanted to intimidate Lu Ming and the rest. They wanted to let them and everyone else understand the dignity and power of the ancient aristocratic families. At the same time, they wanted to prove their strength. No matter how strong a martial king was, he was still a martial king. They were also below the age of 30, but they had already gone far beyond the martial king level. Now that they had achieved their goal, they naturally left. Humph! What's so great about being in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents? Sooner or later, I will surpass them one by one. Kong Jin snorted unhappily and took out a lamb leg to chew on. I wonder how many roasted lamb legs and barbecued meat this guy has stored. Lu Ming did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. Before he had the strength, it was useless to say anything. However, as Kong Jin had said, he would surpass them one day. Furthermore, Lu Ming believed that this day would not be too far away. He was comparable to an ancient family. This was Lu Ming's initial goal. Furthermore, he had to achieve it. If he could not even achieve this, how could he compete with the top martial emperor? Let's go. We will cultivate on the steps of the heavenly King Steel. Lu Ming said and took a big step forward. The four of them headed toward the first heavenly King Steel. When they arrived at the bottom of the heavenly King Steel, they realized that there were already some people there. The corpse emperor was sitting cross-legged on the 26th step. Wang Ju, Gui Yi, and the others were sitting cross-legged on the 25th step. There were a total of 27 steps on the Heavenly King stele. The 21st to 27th steps were dark red in color. It was the reward for the top 108 in the Heavenly King ranking. Only they could go up. The 27th step was the highest, and only the first place could go up. The 26th step could go up. The 2nd to 4th place could go up. The 25th step could go up. The 5th to 10th place could go up. The 24th step could go up. The 11th to 20th place could go up. The 21st step could go up. The 38th place could go up. The 108 spots were distributed among the 7 steps. Lu Ming soared into the air and flew toward the highest step. Above his head, the illusory image of the Heavenly King's stele shone down rays of light, enveloping Lu Ming. Without the protection of the illusory image of the Heavenly King's stele, climbing the dark red steps would only lead to death. Bang! Lu Ming landed on the highest step. In that instant, Lu Ming felt all sorts of extremely intense states. He even felt that there were experts fighting and cultivating. There were imprints left behind by supreme experts on the Heavenly King's stele. No one knew when the Heavenly King's stele was left behind. It had stood here for countless years. In history, many martial emperors wanted to move it away and take it for themselves. However, no one could do it. Therefore, they stayed here for a long time. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, capturing the various states and starting to comprehend them. The traces of the various states here were much stronger than the steps below. Chapter 754. Xianxia, Kong Jin, and the others also flew up the stairs and started cultivating. Soon after, the top 108 people all gathered and sat cross-legged on the top 7 steps. They had half a month to cultivate. After half a month, the Sky King stele would return to normal and lose its mysterious effect. It would only open again after 3 years. Time flew by quickly. After 3 days, Lu Ming's fire concept broke through and reached the 2nd level of entry. Then, he switched to the Earth concept. The Earth concept was much more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming spent 10 days to break through and reach the 2nd level. Since then, Lu Ming's 4 concepts of heaven and earth had all broken through to the 2nd level. The conditions to enter the Sea of Soul Realm had been met. Lu Ming could enter the Sea of Soul Realm at any time. At this time, 13 days had passed. There were still 2 days left. In these 2 days, Lu Ming planned to continue comprehending the Earth concept. Cultivating the Earth concept was the most difficult. Lu Ming must grasp this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The Earth concept had also made some progress, reaching the middle stage of the 2nd level entry. Soon, half a month's time would be up. Buzz. At this time, a message rushed into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming was stunned and carefully comprehended it. Then he was overjoyed. The message that rushed into Lu Ming's mind was actually a secret technique. The name of the secret technique was Super Spiritual Sea. Yes, the name was Super Spiritual Sea. According to the message, when a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist cultivated this secret technique, the area of their spiritual sea would be twice as large as others. The area of a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist spiritual sea would be twice as large as others. This meant that the amount of Zhen Yuan they could store would be twice as large as others. Naturally, their battle strength would be stronger. Previously, it was said that the first place of the Sky King stele would receive a special reward from the Sky King stele. Some are martial skills, some are cultivation methods, and some are secret techniques. What Lu Ming received was a secret technique. This was also the reason why Jiang Taishu and the others were determined to fight for the first place. With a secret art like Super Spirit Ocean, he would have an innate advantage among the Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Great! My Zhen Yuan is already much stronger than ordinary people. With the Super Spirit Sea secret technique, my innate advantage will be even stronger. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Although the 6 great ancient aristocratic families also practiced God-grade cultivation techniques, each type of God-grade cultivation technique specialized in a different direction. For example, the Wang family's heaven-burning raging flames art, after cultivating it, One's true essence would be like a heavenly fire that could burn everything. However, the thickness of the true essence was definitely not as thick as the true battle dragon art. The true dragon battle art leaned towards having abundant true essence. The combination of the super spirit sea and the true battle dragon art complemented each other perfectly. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the heavenly king's steel above his head had dissipated. As for him, he could no longer feel any pressure or intent. The time was up, and the heavenly king's steel returned to normal. At this moment, everyone on the stairs opened their eyes. Go! Wang Ju and the others glanced at Lu Ming and hurriedly flew away, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would attack them. The Corpse King and the others from the Heavenly Corpse sect also got up and left. Lu Ming, how's the harvest? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded and then asked, You've broken through your intent realm. I've broken through. Next, I'll break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Xianxia said, Ha! I'm also going to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Kong Jin grinned. I also plan to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Kenfei Ryu also said. This time, many people had made great progress. After the Heavenly King ranking battle, many people would probably choose to break through to the Spirit Sea realm, such as Wang Ju and the Corpse King. After all, the War of Providence was getting closer and closer. There was only 1 year and 3 months left. The War of Providence was the key. All right, then let's find a place to break through. Lu Ming smiled. Now that he had accumulated enough supreme spiritual crystals, he had to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Only by breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm could he compete with the top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. The 4 of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. They did not fly to the city, but to the wilderness. Brother-in-law, what good stuff did you get from the top step? Kong Jin looked at Lu Ming sneakily. Fatty, you're not allowed to call him brother-in-law, and you're not allowed to call me sister. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked at Kong Jin gloomily. Kong Jin shuddered and said, You don't have to be like this. I'm just calling you that to sound friendly. If I don't call you that, how can I call you that? It's up to you. Call me by my name. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. All right. Kong Jin pulled a long face, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you haven't told me what good stuff you got. It's indeed good stuff. Lu Ming smiled and did not hide it. It's a secret skill. After the Spirit Sea realm, the area of the Spirit Sea can be doubled. What? Kong Jin, Xianxia, and Kenfei Ryu were all shocked. Haha, Lu Ming, you see, you and I are family. Can you share it? Kong Jin looked at Lu Ming sneakily. Sure, buy it with spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said, Buy it with spiritual crystals? I don't have that many spiritual crystals. How about this? I'll give you primordial stones. Kong Jin thought for a moment. Then a bag appeared in his hand. He threw it to Lu Ming and said, There are 100 primordial stones in it. See if it's enough. Primordial stones? You have so many primordial stones? Except for Xianxia, Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu all widened their eyes in shock. Primordial stones were similar to spiritual crystals. They contained a huge amount of energy. However, the energy in primordial stones was not the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in spiritual crystals, but primordial chi of heaven and earth. Primordial chi was purer than spiritual chi by many times. The energy consumed by warriors above the Spirit Sea realm was too terrifying. If they used spiritual crystals, it would be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The higher the realm, the more terrifying it would be. However, it was different with primordial stones. Primordial chi was extremely high level and could be quickly converted into genuine chi. A low-grade primordial stone was worth millions of spiritual crystals. The fatty gave Lu Ming 100 pieces of inferior-grade raw stones. They were worth hundreds of millions of supreme-grade spirit crystals. It should be known that ordinary Spirit Sea Realm warriors did not have primordial stones. Normally, only warriors above the Spirit Sea Realm would have primordial stones and use them to cultivate. Okay, that's enough. Lu Ming put away the primordial stones and took out 3 jade plates. He engraved the information of the Super Spirit Sea into the jade plates, and then threw one of them to Kong Jin. This time, they had experienced a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming had already regarded Kong Jin as a friend. Although the Super Spirit Sea secret technique was precious, he would not be stingy. Chapter 755. Lu Ming, I don't have any primordial stones. Kenfei Ryu caught the jade pendant in a daze. Brother Jian, you don't need any primordial stones. Take it and cultivate. Lu Ming smiled. No, it's too precious. Kenfei Ryu still refused despite his desire. Brother Jian, you're so polite. Do you not see me as a friend? Lu Ming asked. How could that be? It's my honor to be friends with Brother Lu. Kenfei Ryu said. Then it's settled. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, thank you. Kenfei Ryu held the jade pendant tightly and looked touched. Even if they were friends, not many people would share such a precious secret technique with him. As for Xianxia, he kept the jade pendant without saying a word. Hey, why am I the only one who wants to buy the primordial stones? They don't want it. It's not fair. Kong Jin complained. Because you're filthy rich. Lu Ming smiled. How am I filthy rich? It's not fair, it's not fair. Kong Jin continued to complain. Soon, they flew hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived at a remote and barren mountain. The 4 of them landed. Lu Ming waved his hands and started to carve an inscription formation on the ground. Breaking through to the spiritual sea was no small matter and could not be disturbed. Lu Ming started to carve an inscription formation in this area. If there were any abnormalities, he would be able to sense it. After setting up the formation, everyone chose a place to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming, with your cultivation method, you need a lot of energy to break through to the spiritual sea. Take these primordial stones. Xianxia walked to Lu Ming and threw a bag to Lu Ming. He then turned and disappeared into a mountain. 200 primordial stones. Lu Ming opened it and found that there were 200 low-grade ores inside. Lu Ming smiled and kept the origin stone. His figure flashed, and he rushed into a mountain. In the next moment, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. Dandan was lying in a corner, nibbling on a spirit herb in a very leisurely manner. Kid, are you ready to break through to the Sea of Souls realm? Dandan glanced at Lu Ming and said, That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Your true yuan is extremely abundant, so the danger of breaking through the spiritual sea realm will increase greatly. Luckily, you've cultivated 4 wills, so it should be fine. Let me protect you. Dandan walked over. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, piles of supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared around him. During this period of time, Lu Ming had killed many enemies and gathered all their spirit crystals together. There were more than 500 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming estimated that 500 million should be enough. Bang! Bang! His true yuan vibrated, and the piles of spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured the spiritual crystals and started to refine them. Lu Ming used the true dragon fighting art to convert the energy into true yuan. Rumble! The cyclone spun wildly, and a large amount of true yuan gathered in it. Lu Ming started to compress the cyclone. As time passed, Lu Ming's cyclone became smaller and smaller. However, his true yuan also became more condensed and reached a terrifying level. To open the spiritual sea, one had to compress the cyclone to the maximum and then explode it. Yes, an explosion. At the moment of the explosion, a terrifying amount of energy would be generated and a spiritual sea would be opened in the Dantian. The spiritual sea was an ocean of true yuan. The amount of true yuan it could contain was much more than the cyclone. There was a limit to the amount of true yuan a cyclone could contain. Without opening the spiritual sea, one would never be able to break through. However, this process was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one's dantian would explode, and even one's entire body would explode. Therefore, one had to use intent to protect the body. One had to use intent to block the energy of the explosion and gather it in a certain area to open the spiritual sea. Lu Ming's true yuan was too condensed, so the power of the explosion would naturally be stronger. If one only used one intent to protect the body, it would not be able to block it and would be very dangerous. Fortunately, Lu Ming had 4 intents. Compress, continue compressing. Half a day later, the cyclone had been compressed to the maximum and formed a point. A shocking amount of energy spread out from it. Success or failure depends on this. Explode. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. With a thought, the cyclone that had been compressed to the maximum exploded. Boom, boom. It was like the beginning of the world. A shocking amount of energy burst out and destroyed everything. Block it. The 4 intents of heaven and earth gathered together and formed layers of defense in the Dantian. Rumble. The berserk energy wreaked havoc. Lu Ming's Dantian was torn apart and formed a crack. This crack was rapidly expanding. Slowly, the crack formed a pool of water. The pool of water grew larger and larger, and its surface area grew larger and larger. The spiritual sea was opening. This process only happened in an instant. In the next moment, the berserk energy calmed down and a pool of about 10 meters in diameter was formed. This pool was the spiritual sea. When one first broke through, the area would not be very big. As one's cultivation increased, it would become bigger and bigger. When an ordinary person broke through to the spiritual sea, their spiritual sea would not be as big as Lu Ming's. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art and was able to open such a large spiritual sea at the beginning. Lu Ming had successfully opened the spiritual sea without any danger. This was normal. After all, Lu Ming had comprehended 4 intents and successfully merged them. No matter how strong his true yuan was, the defense of 4 intents was enough. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had finally broken through to the spiritual sea realm. However, there was only a thin layer of true yuan in the spiritual sea. Only when the spiritual sea was filled with true yuan could one be considered to have truly stepped into the spiritual sea realm. Explode, explode. Lu Ming continued to explode spiritual crystals, devouring and refining the spiritual qi and turning it into true yuan. As the spiritual crystals continued to be refined, the true yuan in the spiritual sea increased and slowly filled up. 3 days later, everyone's spiritual crystals were used up, but the spiritual sea was not full yet. The amount of energy I need to cultivate is still so terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. More than 500 million spiritual crystals were still not enough. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a bag and took out 2 primordial stones. He crushed them and primordial qi spread out. The 9 Dragons bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed the origin qi. Origin qi was of a much higher grade than spiritual qi. The spiritual sea was quickly filled with true yuan. In the end, Lu Ming refined another 50 origin stones before his spiritual sea was completely filled. What rich true yuan! What rich true yuan! Lu Ming circulated the true yuan of the battle dragon art. Feeling the rich true yuan, he was in a good mood. The true yuan of the spiritual sea realm was much richer than that of the king realm. Now his battle strength had increased by a lot. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and sensed his surroundings. Xianxia and the others should still be breaking through. Lu Ming had the 9 Dragons bloodline, so his speed was faster. I'll cultivate while waiting for them. I'll cultivate the super spiritual sea first. Chapter 756. A day later, Lu Ming successfully mastered the secret skill, Super Spirit Sea. Lu Ming's Spirit Sea had doubled in size from its original foundation and could accommodate more quintessential essence. Of course, when Lu Ming filled up his spiritual ocean, he used another 200 origin stones. If Kong Jin hadn't given him 100 origin stones and Xianxia hadn't given him 200 origin stones, he wouldn't have had enough spiritual crystals. Boom, boom. On the highest level of the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming cultivated the suppressing hell-heaven art. His arms, legs, shoulders, and waist all seemed to contain a suppressing hell monument. Every move he made had unimaginable power. After more than 100 moves, Lu Ming finally stopped. After reaching the spiritual ocean realm, I can finally use the suppressing hell-heaven art as I wish. Lu Ming broke into a smile. The suppressing hell-heaven art was a demigod bloodline martial skill. It consumed a lot of true yuan. When Lu Ming was a peak-tier king, he didn't dare to use it casually. After breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, there was no need to worry about this. The vital essence in his spirit sea was extremely rich, and it was completely sufficient. In addition, his four intents had all reached the second level. Lu Ming did not know what level his combat ability had reached now. After that, Lu Ming comprehended the four intents and cultivated martial skills every day. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Ming guessed that Xianxia and the others were almost done cultivating, so he left the Temple of Paragon. As soon as he left the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. He only sensed 2 auras. Originally, there were 3 auras. Shua, shua. As if sensing Lu Ming's aura, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Xianxia and Kong Jin appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Qinfei Ryu seems to have left. Xianxia said. Brother Jian left? Lu Ming was stunned. He could sense the inscription formation that he had inscribed. However, he wouldn't be able to sense anyone coming in from the outside. This is the message he sent me. Xianxia handed a sound transmitting Jade Talisman to Lu Ming. There was only one sentence inside. Miss Xia, Brother Lu, I have something to do and need to leave first. Don't miss me. Lu Ming guessed that it was because he was in the Temple of Paragon and Qinfei Ryu's news couldn't reach him. So he didn't receive any news from Qinfei Ryu. Why did Brother Jian leave in such a hurry? What happened? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Lu Ming frowned. Based on his understanding of Qinfei Ryu, he would not leave without saying goodbye. Something must have happened. I'm guessing that it might be because of his junior sister. Xianxia said. That's possible. Could it be that Brother Jian went to Nine Dragons City? Lu Ming frowned. This was the only possibility. Let's go. Let's go back to the city and see if we can get some news. Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them soared into the sky and flew towards the city near the king's monument. Soon, they arrived at a city. Now, most of the peak kings had left. The area near the king's monument had returned to its previous desolation. There weren't many people on the streets. The three of them found a restaurant to see if they could get some news. Kong Jin ordered 50 roasted lamb legs in the restaurant. He was using his words to store them. I heard that all the geniuses and sky prides have gone to Nine Dragons City in the Tianwu domain. That's normal. There's still more than a year before the Battle of Providence. Every time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace places great importance on it. I heard that all the Cultivation's sacred grounds in Nine Dragons City have been opened. All the Cultivation's sacred grounds that used to be closed are now open to the Sky Prides. Those Sky Prides will naturally flock there. Not only the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, but also the Sky Demon Valley and Sky Corpse Sect. Every time the Battle of Providence draws near, all kinds of sacred grounds will be open to increase the strength of those Sky Prides as soon as possible. After all, the Battle of Providence will affect a force's fortune for the next 20 years. It's no small matter. Even a martial emperor places great importance on it. That's right. Those Sky Prides will naturally become stronger if they cultivate in such sacred grounds. All the Sky Prides who are interested in the Battle of Providence will not miss it and will go there. Otherwise, they will be surpassed by others. Now, Nine Dragons City is a gathering place. Some people in a restaurant were discussing the recent news. Lu Ming, they're right. Before every Battle of Providence, all the forces will do everything they can to nurture the geniuses of their respective forces and open up all kinds of sacred grounds. This is also an opportunity for us to improve our strength quickly and compete with the geniuses at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. Xianxia said, let's go to Nine Dragons City. I happen to know some friends there. Kong Jin said as he gnawed on a lamb leg. Lu Ming pondered quickly in his heart. Nine Dragons City in the Tianwu domain was the headquarters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Martial Emperor Di was there. If they went to Nine Dragons City, they would be very close to Martial Emperor Di. He was afraid that Martial Emperor Di would sense the Nine Dragons bloodline. Senior Jiuyang has already sealed it. He said that it won't be sensed for 10 years, so it should be fine. At that time, I will try not to use the Nine Dragons bloodline. It should be fine. If I'm always timid and don't seize the opportunity, how can I improve my cultivation quickly? With this thought, Lu Ming decided to go. All right, let's set off in a while, Lu Ming said. After a while, the three finished eating and flew west. They wanted to head to a nearby large region and take the Trans-Region Transportation Formation. Nine Dragons City in the Tianwu domain was known as the largest city in the Eastern Wasteland. The reason why Nine Dragons City was called Nine Dragons City was because it was mainly formed by 9 huge dragon veins. Each dragon vein was actually a mountain range. They were vast and boundless, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, winding around a vast land. Among them, there were 6 dragon veins in different directions. In the middle of these 6 dragon veins were the other 3 dragon veins. The 3 dragon veins gathered together, forming the core of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Around the 9 dragon veins were city walls. However, these city walls were not ordinary city walls. They were all mountain peaks. Countless mountain peaks rose from the ground, reaching more than 10,000 meters tall. They gathered together and formed a circle surrounding the 9 dragon veins in the middle, forming Nine Dragon City. Nine Dragon City's area was unbelievably large. The city's area was about the same as the Xianxia domain. That's right, a city was equivalent to a large region. This was simply unbelievable. From this, one could see how majestic the city walls surrounding Nine Dragon City were. They were made of many mountain peaks. It was simply unbelievable. Clearly, this was not the creation of the world. It was said that it was built by a supreme expert from the ancient era, forcefully uprooting countless mountain peaks from the ground and surrounding the vast 9 dragon veins. How vast of a project was this? Lu Ming stood outside the city walls of Nine Dragon City, looking at all this in shock. He found it hard to believe that there was such a shocking building in the world. Was this something that could be done by humans? Even martial emperors could not do this, right? Chapter 757. He looked over and saw mountains that were tens of thousands of meters high. All the mountains were side by side, and he couldn't see the end of them. There was a huge city gate at the foot of a few of the mountains. That was one of the city gates to enter Nine Dragons City. Xianxia and Kong Jin were quite calm. Haha, I'm back. Let's go in. Kong Jin carried his axe and held a lamb leg in one hand. He gnawed on it as he walked forward. Fatty, why are you carrying your axe all day long? Aren't you tired? Don't you have a storage ring? Lu Ming asked as they walked. Since he saw Kong Jin, he had seen him carrying his huge axe every day. I'm carrying this axe to lose weight, Kong Jin answered. Kong Jin's answer made Lu Ming and Xianxia stumble and almost fall. To lose weight? Then why don't you stop eating? Eat. Xianxia looked at him with disdain. How can I carry the axe if I don't eat? How can I lose weight if I can't carry the axe? You don't know how exhausting it is to carry the axe every day, Kong Jin said with a serious face. Lu Ming and Xianxia were speechless. They were completely defeated. The city gate of Nine Dragon City was huge. It was at least a few hundred meters high and a few hundred meters wide. People came and went at the city gate. It was very lively. They could see all kinds of martial artists riding on demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. They rushed into Nine Dragon City. No one was guarding the city gate, and no one was checking. They could enter and leave at will. That was their confidence. As the main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Nine Dragon City gathered the most powerful forces of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. More than 80% of the experts above the spiritual embryo realm were in Nine Dragon City. There were spiritual embryo realm, spiritual god realm, and even Supreme Being. In addition, Emperor Di was also there. No matter if it was the Heavenly Corpse Sect or Sky Demon Valley, if they dared to break in a Nine-Dragon City and cause trouble, they would be courting death unless they were Imperial Realm experts. However, if an Emperor Dao expert really came, then it would be useless no matter how many experts there were at the city gates. The three of them walked through the city gates. What entered their eyes was a huge and wide road that led to various places. There were also endless mountain ranges. The Nine-Dragon City was a world of its own. After all, its size was comparable to the Xianxia region. What a dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Also, the concept of heaven and earth is much clearer than other places. Lu Ming exclaimed. Lu Ming, this is only the edge. Nine-Dragon City is where the 9 dragon veins converge. The closer one is to the dragon veins, the denser the heaven and earth spirit qi will be, and the clearer the heaven and earth will be. Therefore, Nine-Dragon City is filled with martial king warriors and even sea of soul realm experts. Only spirit embryo warriors and above can be considered experts. Kong Jin said. Lu Ming sighed. The main reason was that the conditions were too good. The Nine-Dragon City is dominated by the dragon veins. Right now, the cores of the 6 dragon veins in the 6 directions are occupied by the 6 ancient aristocratic families. With the dragon veins as the core, there are countless clans and sects of various sizes. The bigger ones belong to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. The smaller ones are competing with each other. Every day, there are powers that are destroyed and new powers that rise. Even the 6 ancient aristocratic families are competing with each other. The upper echelons of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wouldn't care about this. Only in this way can more experts be born. Kong Jin explained. He had stayed in Nine-Dragon City before, so he had a better understanding of the city. We are now in the easternmost area of the Dragon Vein. The strongest power here is one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families, Wang Clan. They occupy the core position of the Dragon Vein, and countless clans of various sizes are scattered around the Dragon Vein. Kong Jin continued. Lu Ming nodded. The 3 of them chose a direction and flew while chatting. After a few hours, a city appeared before them. The 3 of them flew in. This city was called Gathering Luxury City. Kong Jin introduced that there were more than 10 clans of various sizes scattered around Gathering Luxury City. This place had not officially entered the Eastern Dragon Vein and was only in the outer area. The closer one was to the Dragon Vein, the denser the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Only powerful clans could occupy it. Small clans could only be in the outer area. The 3 of them strolled around Gathering Luxury City. This city was not particularly big, but there were many experts on the streets. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that there were martial kings everywhere. Fortunately, there were not many Sea of Soul Realm cultivators. He saw a few, but they were not very strong. After all, this was only the outer area of the Dragon Vein. Ting Ting, it's me, this young master. Suddenly, Kong Jin revealed a bright smile and greeted a girl. That girl was about 23 or 24 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and had a slim figure. She was very beautiful. That girl was walking over. When she heard the voice, she looked over. Then, she glared at Kong Jin and walked over. Damn fatty, are you a friend or not? You left without saying goodbye last time. Where did you go? Don't tell me you went to deceive a little girl again? The beautiful girl sized up Kong Jin and said unhappily, Haha, Ting Ting, how can that be? With a beauty like you in front of me, how can other beauties catch my eye? I left last time because I had something to do. See, I came back right after I was done. Sigh. Truly, one day apart feels like 3 years. Look, I've lost weight. As Kong Jin spoke, he patted his chest. Immediately, the layers of fat on his chest rippled like waves. It was a spectacular sight. Humph, don't try to flatter me. Your tricks are useless against me. The girl pouted and then looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Haha, Ting Ting, come, let me introduce you. Kong Jin laughed and said, This is Ruan Ting Ting, my confidant. Damn fatty, don't talk nonsense. I haven't known you for long. Ruan Tingting interrupted Kong Jin. She looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "The two of you look dignified. Are you friends of this fatty? I advise the two of you that this fatty is ignorant and incompetent. He's lazy and lustful. Don't make bad friends and be led astray by this fatty." "Hey, Tingting, how can you say that about me? We're friends, aren't we?" Kong Jin said unhappily. "Humph, who asked you to be so unreliable and leave without saying goodbye? Next time, don't say that I don't recognize you as a friend." Ruan Tingting snorted coldly. Looking at Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting bickering, Lu Ming felt rather amused and did not interrupt. "Of course, with such a beautiful friend like you, how can I leave without saying goodbye? Haha, these two are friends I met outside. They're Lu Ming and Xianxia. Have you heard of them?" Kong Jin introduced Lu Ming and Xianxia. "Never heard of them." Ruan Tingting shook her head. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce had not updated the list of top 1,000 talents. Moreover, the Battle of Providence was approaching. Most people were focused on the top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people were paying attention to the Battle of Heavenly Talents. Chapter 758. Miss Ruan. Lu Ming nodded at Ruan Tingting and greeted her. "Tingting, it's my first time here with two friends. We don't have a place to stay. Do you think we can stay at your Windsword sect for a while?" Kong Jin looked at Ruan Tingting eagerly. "Isn't there an inn?" Ruan Tingting asked. "There is an inn, but it's inconvenient to cultivate. How can it be as comfortable as your place? My two friends are geniuses. Isn't it better if we could discuss martial arts?" Kong Jin looked at Ruan Tingting expectantly. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. This fatty definitely wanted to use this opportunity to get close to Ruan Tingting. "I say, fatty, Xiaoqing's sister." Lu Ming purposely spoke, dragging out his words. "Ah, cough, cough. What's Xiaoqing's sister? I don't know her." "Tingting, what do you think of my suggestion?" Kong Jin instantly changed the topic. Ruan Tingting pondered for a moment and said, "All right, then. My courtyard is quite big. It's fine with the three of you. But, fatty, you're not allowed to cause trouble." Kong Jin was overjoyed and immediately swore to the heavens that he wouldn't. Lu Ming shook his head. This fatty was truly a weirdo. However, having a place to stay was better than staying at an inn. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. Immediately, Lu Ming and the other two followed Ruan Tingting out of Gathering Luxury City and flew towards the west side of the city. Over 10,000 miles away, there was a mountain range with spirit chi even denser than Gathering Luxury City. On top of it, there were numerous palaces and courtyards. This was Ruan Tingting's sect, the Windsword sect. The Windsword sect was merely a small faction in Nine Dragon City. Within the sect, there were no more than 10 spiritual sea realm martial artists. The highest cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. Such strength was absolutely unrivaled in Tianxian region, but in Nine Dragon City, it was truly a small faction. However, according to Ruan Tingting's introduction, the Windsword sect was considered pretty good among the dozen or so factions around Gathering Luxury City. With Ruan Tingting leading the way, the Windsword sect disciples guarding the mountain didn't stop them. They entered the Windsword sect and arrived at Ruan Tingting's residence. There were 5 rooms in Ruan Tingting's courtyard. It was quite convenient for a few people to stay there. "Fatty, Brother Lu, Lady Xia, you guys can stay here from now on. However, don't wander around the Windsword sect. There are some forbidden grounds that even I don't dare to enter. If you're caught, you'll be punished." Ruan Tingting said. "Don't worry, Miss Ruan. We know this." Lu Ming smiled. After that, Lu Ming and the other two settled down. Nine Dragon City was too big, and there were too many forces. He wanted to familiarize himself with the city first. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of the forces in this area. 3 dragon veins converged in the middle of Nine Dragon City. This was where Martial Monarch D.E. and the upper echelons of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace resided. The 6 dragon veins in the surroundings were dominated by the 6 great ancient aristocratic families. As for those cultivation's sacred grounds, they were basically above the 9 dragon veins. It wasn't that easy to enter those sacred grounds to cultivate. One had to be recommended by the various branches or the forces in 9 Dragon City before they could enter. It seemed like it wasn't that easy to enter those sacred grounds to cultivate. On the 3rd day, there was a commotion outside. Lu Ming walked out of his room. At the entrance of the courtyard, a young man swaggered in. "Su Luo, this is my courtyard. What are you trying to do by barging in? Get out immediately." Ruan Tingting stood in front of the young man and shouted, "Your courtyard? Don't forget that this is the Wind Sword sect. Do you know your crime for bringing outsiders in without permission?" Su Luo's face was cold as he swept his gaze across Lu Ming and the others. "They're my friends. It's reasonable for me to let them stay in my courtyard for a few days. What crime is there? All right, Su Luo, you barged into my courtyard without my permission. That's a crime. Get out now." Ruan Tingting said, "Humph, a slut will always be a slut. You actually brought a few men to stay with you." Su Luo said coldly, "Hey, where did this stray dog come from? Why are you barking here? Be careful, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Kong Jin walked over with his battle axe on his shoulder and stared at Su Luo with hostility. "Fat pig, what did you say? You're courting death." Su Luo's eyes were cold as a powerful aura rose and enveloped Kong Jin. It was the aura of a peak-tier king. Boom! A powerful aura rose from Ruan Tingting's body. She was also a peak-tier king. She stepped forward and blocked Kong Jin, blocking Su Luo's aura. In a place like 9 Dragon City, it wasn't difficult to become a peak-tier king. As long as one was talented and had the support of a large amount of resources, it wasn't a problem to become a peak-tier king. Of course, most of them were ordinary peak-tier kings who couldn't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. "Ruan Tingting, you want to fight me for a few outsiders?" Su Luo's face was extremely gloomy. "Get out," Ruan Tingting said coldly. Okay, fat pig, and you guys better be careful." Su Luo glanced at Kong Jin, then at Lu Ming and Xianxia. He snorted coldly and turned to leave, as if he was afraid of Ruan Tingting. "Tingting, why are you blocking me? Let me tear that guy's mouth apart." Kong Jin looked at the door with hostility. "Fatty, don't brag. You think you can beat Su Luo when you're so ignorant and incompetent? He's a peak-tier king. Be careful not to be beaten up by him. Also, Lu Ming, Miss Xie, if I'm not around in the future, don't wander around the Wind Sword sect." Su Luo is a narrow-minded person. If he sees you guys, I'm afraid he'll attack you, Ruan Tingting warned. Looking at Ruan Tingting's serious expression, Lu Ming was speechless. Were they so weak in her eyes that they couldn't even deal with Su Luo? It must be because Ruan Tingting had a bad impression of Kong Jin. "Tingting, why is that guy targeting you?" Kong Jin asked. "He wanted to pursue me in the past, but I rejected him. Therefore, he has been targeting me ever since," said Ruan Tingting. "Humph. With his looks, he's like a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Tingting, your ideal husband is at least a handsome and extraordinary hero like me." Kong Jin patted his chest with a smug look on his face. "Shameless." Ruan Tingting glared at Kong Jin, then said to Lu Ming and the others, "I have something to do and need to go out. You guys better not wander around the Wind Sword sect." After warning them again, Ruan Tingting jogged out. "I say, Fatty, you've never revealed your cultivation in front of Miss Tingting before?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "No, I originally wanted to use my handsome and unruly appearance to conquer her. How about it? Do you guys think I have a chance?" Kong Jin opened his small eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with hope. "Shameless." Xianxia left behind a sentence and returned to his room to cultivate. "You better use your cultivation to conquer her." Lu Ming patted Kong Jin's shoulder and returned to his room. Chapter 759. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. Between his eyebrows, a green flame was pulsating. "Break for me," Lu Ming muttered as he activated the underworld God observation. The green flame pulsated, then quickly shrunk and disappeared. After a while, a different kind of flame appeared between his eyebrows. It was a blue flame. The blue spirit flame represented that Lu Ming's path of inscription had reached level 6. Level 6 Inscription Master. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Through his inner vision, there was a spirit lamp in his mind. The blue spirit flame was dazzling and beautiful. Lu Ming's path of inscription had reached the limit of level 5 a long time ago. After this period of cultivation, he finally broke through and reached level 6. Level 6 Inscription Master was equivalent to the Sea of Soul Realm. Now, I can look at the seal left by Master. Lu Ming controlled the spirit flame and spread it towards the seal left by Liao Tsang. Very easily, the seal left by Liao Tsang was opened. When the path of inscription was at level 5, it couldn't be opened no matter how hard he tried. But when he reached level 6, it was easily opened. Inside, there were all the experiences and insights left by Liao Tsang as a level 6 inscription master. Lu Ming felt as if he had found a treasure. He began to comprehend and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Fatty, Lu Ming, Miss Xia, how many days will you stay here? I have something to do. How many days will I be gone? Ruan Tingting said to Lu Ming and the other two. Tingting, how many days will you be gone? What are you going to do? Kong Jin asked. Nothing much. I have to complete a mission from the sect. It will take a few days. Ruan Tingting said. Mission? Take me with you. Lu Ming, do you want to go? Kong Jin looked at Lu Ming and asked. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. They had been here for a few days. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and learn more about the situation. You want to go together? Let me tell you, this mission has a certain degree of danger. Ruan Tingting said. If there's danger, then we have to go. Tingting, don't worry, I'll protect you. Kong Jin seized the opportunity to curry favor. Ruan Tingting pondered for a moment and said, You can go if you want, but don't run around when the time comes. Stay by my side. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely be by your side. Kong Jin immediately agreed. Lu Ming and Xianxia didn't say much as they followed Ruan Tingting out of the Windsword sect and arrived outside Juhao City. The mission this time was mainly to hunt down a peak class 5 demonic beast, the Black Ghost Scorpion. The location was in a dark swamp more than 300,000 miles away from Juhao City. According to Ruan Tingting, the dark swamp was filled with poisonous creatures. It was very dangerous, so she called a few good friends to go with her. Her friends were not from the Windsword sect, but from other forces. Outside Juhao City, Lu Ming and the rest saw 2 other youths, a male and a female. The female was very beautiful and was about the same age as Ruan Tingting. The male was also quite handsome. Through Ruan Tingting's introduction, Lu Ming and the rest knew that the female was called Xianxia. She was a disciple of another sect around Juhao City, the Ocean Cloud sect. The male was called Shirkai. He was also a disciple of the Shur family, one of the forces in Juhao City. Tingting, who are they? Xianxia looked curiously at Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin. Haha, how are you, beautiful? I'm Kong Jin. Kong Jin took the initiative to greet. His pair of small eyes swept over Xiaoxian's body, shining brightly. This damn fatty is the same as you. Xianxia whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. He was wronged. He was greatly wronged. Since when was he as lecherous as Kong Jin, staring at a beauty when he saw her? Ruan Tingting glared at Kong Jin and ignored him. She introduced to Xiaoxian. This is Lu Ming and Miss Xianxia. Lu Ming? Xiaoxian's eyes suddenly flickered. Xianxia, do you know Lu Ming? Ruan Tingting asked. No, but this name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it some time ago. Xiaoxian frowned slightly. It's probably someone with the same name. There are many people with the same name in the world. Ruan Tingting said, not minding it. Xiaoxian glanced at Lu Ming and nodded. Then, the group flew in the direction of the dark swamp. More than 300,000 miles. It didn't take long for them to arrive. The dark swamp was in front of them. Be careful later. Don't get lost. Ruan Tingting was still worried and reminded them again. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This girl had a good heart, but no matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was too naive. Lu Ming and the other two naturally nodded. Then, the group carefully flew in. Not long after they flew in, many poisonous insects pounced at them. However, their levels weren't high, and they were easily killed by Ruan Tingting's group. Xiaoxian and Shikai were both peak tier kings and were quite powerful. The dark swamp was very big, and the group traveled for tens of thousands of miles. We're almost at the location of the dark ghost scorpion. Be careful, Ruan Tingting said. The group withdrew their auras and continued forward. A few hundred miles later, that's the dark ghost scorpion. Kill. In a swamp, they found a huge dark ghost scorpion. Its entire body was black, as if it was made of steel. This was their target this time, the dark ghost scorpion. Ruan Tingting yelled and immediately charged at the dark ghost scorpion. The blue sword light was crystal clear as it enveloped the dark ghost scorpion. The dark ghost scorpion let out a hissing sound as its black tail pierced toward Ruan Tingting like a bolt of black lightning. Dang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the blue sword light dissipated, and Ruan Tingting's figure couldn't help but retreat. Attack together! Xiaoxian yelled and charged up with Shikai. Xiaoxian used a soft whip, while Shikai used a large hammer. The two worked together with Ruan Tingting and continuously attacked the dark ghost scorpion. Although the dark ghost scorpion was strong, it was still no match for three martial artists at the same level. Soon, its black shell was cut open by Ruan Tingting's sword, and black blood seeped out. During this process, Lu Ming and the other two didn't interfere. Seeing that it wasn't a match, the dark ghost scorpion turned and ran through the swamp. Chase! Ruan Tingting and the other two chased after the dark ghost scorpion. Let's go take a look as well, Lu Ming said as the other three followed. One chased while the other fled, and they covered several thousand miles in the blink of an eye. Pung! Just as the black ghost scorpion reached a mound, rays of light shot out of the mound, forming a battle sword that sent the black ghost scorpion flying, splitting in half in the air. What's going on? Ruan Tingting and the others jumped in fright and couldn't help but stop. Array? Interesting. Chapter 760. Tingting, there seems to be a formation here. Xiaoxian observed the mound with a frown. Why would there be a formation here? Could it be a senior's cultivation cave? Shikai's eyes lit up. Ruan Tingting put away the dark ghost scorpion's corpse into her storage ring. She looked around and said, "This mound seems to have been here for quite some time. It's overgrown with weeds. No one has been here for a long time. Could this be a cultivation cave left behind by a senior? Ruins left behind by a senior? It's possible." Xiaoxian and Shikai's eyes lit up. In the history of the Nine Dragon City, countless experts have been born. Some of these experts did not have any descendants, and after their death, they would leave behind cultivation caves, ruins, and so on. If someone came across these ruins, it would be a great opportunity. Could it be that they had come across such a great opportunity? The three of them were ecstatic. But how do we break this formation? If we inform the sect's elders, we won't have a share. Ruan Tingting frowned. This formation is quite powerful. That dark ghost scorpion was killed in an instant. I've only learned a little bit of inscription Dao, but I can't break it. Xiaoxian sighed. The three of them looked at each other anxiously. It wasn't easy to come across such a rare opportunity. Were they really going to hand it over to the sect's elders? They were unwilling to do so. I know a little bit of inscription Dao. Let me give it a try. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Lu Ming, you know inscription Dao? Ruan Tingting looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. And I know. Lu Ming nodded, looking at the mound. The owner of this mound should be a grade 6 inscription master. The formation he laid out should be a grade 6 array. Grade 6 array? Then how do we break? Ruan Tingting opened her mouth, but before she could finish her words, her beautiful eyes widened. Lu Ming's fingertips danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, dense inscription symbols appeared in the air, flying towards the mound. So fast, Ruan Tingting Xianxia, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's inscription speed was too fast. With a wave of his hand, hundreds and thousands of inscriptions appeared. Wong, on the mound, the light was dazzling, and mysterious inscriptions appeared. Rumble. In the next moment, the mound actually split into two halves, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Open, open. Ruan Tingting and the others were dumbfounded. It took them a while to react. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that your inscription Dao would be so profound. You even hid it from us before. Ruan Tingting blinked her big eyes in amazement. Ah, damn it. That brat Lu Ming stole the limelight. Damn it. Fatty Kong Jean wailed in his heart, feeling indignant. Let's go in. Lu Ming smiled. All right, let's hurry in. A group of 6 people walked towards a crack in the mound. The tunnel was very long. After several thousand meters, it suddenly opened up, revealing a rather spacious underground space. This was an underground secret room, which should have been artificially excavated. In the middle of the secret chamber, a skeleton sat cross-legged. There was a spatial ring on the skeleton's finger. It's really a senior's cave. This senior should have died many years ago. Ruan Tingting's big eyes shone. Xiaoxian and Shirkai's eyes also shone. A Sea of Soul realm expert who could lay down a 6th grade array. How many treasures would there be in the ring? To peak kings like them, the temptation was enormous. How about we split it equally? How about it? Xiaoxian suggested. Equally? If not for Lu Ming opening the array, we wouldn't have gotten it all. I think Lu Ming should get a bit more. Ruan Tingting said. And that's true. Xiaoxian nodded. I have no objection to Lu Ming getting a bit more. But that fattying girl didn't do anything. I'm afraid it's not good to share it equally with us. Shirkai's eyes flickered. Hey kid, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Kong Jean was immediately displeased. You guys don't need to fight over it. Everything inside is ours. Right at this moment, a sneer was heard, and 2 old men in green robes walked in from the tunnel. Ruan Tingting, Xiaoxian, and Shirkai's faces changed drastically, especially when they saw the 2 old men's robes. Their faces became even more unsightly. Miao family. You're from Miao family. Xiaoxian exclaimed. That's right, we're from Miao family. In fact, we've already discovered this cave long ago. But the array outside was rather troublesome, so we've been trying to think of a way. Who would have thought that the array would be broken by you guys? Ha! The heavens are really helping us. One of the old men laughed heartily. You too. Empty words have no proof. You said that you discovered first, but no one knew. But this cave was opened by us, and this is the truth. According to the rules, the treasures inside should belong to us. Shirkai argued. Belong to you? Brat, you really have the guts to say that. One of the old men sneered, his eyes revealing a chilling smile. The aura from his body also spread out, terrifying, powerful, and majestic. Sea of Soul Realm. It's the Sea of Soul Realm. Shirkai exclaimed, his face turning pale. Ruan Tingting and Xiaoxian's faces also turned pale. Senior, since you found this place first, it should belong to you. We'll leave immediately. Let's go. Ruan Tingting was decisive. Seeing that the situation was not right, she immediately gave up. Go? Go where? One of the old men moved, blocking the tunnel entrance. The other old man's gaze swept over Xianxia, Xiaoxian, and Ruan Tingting. The evil fire in his eyes blazed as he sneered. Our luck today is really too good. There are actually 3 such beautiful little beauties, peerless, truly peerless. The 2 of you can stay and serve the 2 of us. How about this? That chick belongs to me, and the other 2 belong to you. How about it? The old man blocking the tunnel pointed at Xianxia, his eyes burning with desire. You really know how to choose. The other old man curled his lips. As for Ruan Tingting and Xiaoxian, their faces were already pale without the slightest trace of blood. 2 seniors, my father is the Sea Cloud Sect's patriarch. Please let us go. Xiaoxian's small face was snow white, her voice trembling. So, it's the daughter of the Sea Cloud sex patriarch, huh? Then it'll be even more fun to play with. One of the old men laughed, not afraid at all. Ruan Tingting and the others revealed a look of despair. The Miao family wasn't a force near Juhao City. The Miao family was located on top of the Dragon Vein. They had the qualifications to establish a force on top of the Dragon Vein. The forces near Juhao City couldn't be compared to them. Chapter 761. Lu Ming, don't fight with me this time. And Miss Xia, calm down, I'll take care of it. Kong Jin suddenly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Xianxia. Ah, Lu Ming was stunned. Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold light, and he was also stunned. At this time, Kong Jin stepped out and shouted, I say, you two old guys, do you think I'm invisible? Now, kneel down and admit your mistakes to these ladies, and I'll consider lenient punishment. The sudden words made Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and Shi Kai a little stunned. Fat pig, what did you say? An old man's face darkened. Old guy, are you deaf? I told you to kneel down and admit your mistakes. Kong Jin said with a cold face. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't step forward. If this fatty wanted to show off in front of the beauties, let him go. Anyway, these two old guys from the Miao family were dead meat in Lu Ming's eyes. Xianxia snorted and didn't make a move. Fatty, you want to die? Ruan Tingting's face was pale as she walked to Kong Jin and whispered, Tingting, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. I can suppress these two old guys with one hand. Kong Jin straightened his back and said loudly. He was telling the truth. The two old men were both at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. He was confident that he could suppress them with one hand. It's over, it's over. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and the others thought that the fatty was bragging and lamented in their hearts. They were definitely done for today. They even decided that they would rather die than fall into the hands of the two old men. Fat pig, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Look at yourself first. I'll chop you up now. An old man revealed a cold smile. His figure moved as fast as lightning, and a claw grabbed at the fatty. Fast, too fast. Moreover, an enormous pressure spread out and pressed down on Ruan Tingting and the others. They felt as if an incomparably heavy mountain was pressing down on them, and they couldn't even resist. The difference between a normal peak king warrior and a peak first-layer spiritual ocean realm expert was too great. A single slap could kill a large number of them. Ruan Tingting and the other two felt despair in their hearts. They realized that they might not even be able to commit suicide in the hands of the two elders. But in the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened. The fatty stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed the old man's wrist. Kacha! In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the old man's wrist, followed by the old man's shrill scream. Damn fat pig, let go of me! The old man roared as green, true yuan emanated from his body. His cultivation erupted as his other palm struck towards Kong Jin. Bang! Kong Jin was very direct. He raised his arm and swung it. The old man's body was like a broken sack. He was heavily thrown to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground shook. The old man's body crashed into the ground, creating a big pit. His mental state and Zhen Yuan dissipated without a trace. Bang! Kong Jin swung his arm again. The old man created another big pit in the ground. Even his secret room rumbled and shook. The old man was lying in the big pit, vomiting blood continuously. His body was like a pile of mud. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. With his peak first-layer spiritual ocean realm cultivation, he couldn't resist Kong Jin's hands. Kong Jin said he would suppress him with one hand, so he did it with one hand. Monster, this is a monster. The old man roared in his heart. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and Shi Kai were already petrified. They widened their eyes and looked at the tall and straight Kong Jin, dumbfounded. This was especially true for Ruan Tingting. She had known Kong Jin for some time, but she had never seen him fight before. She had never dreamed that this gluttonous and lazy fatty would be so terrifying. A peak first-layer spiritual ocean realm expert was as weak as a baby in Kong Jin's hands. This was unbelievable. It was like a dream. Clown, how dare you speak rudely to Ting Ting? You're courting death. Kong Jin tried his best to straighten his chest and make himself look as majestic as possible. TSK, you really know how to pretend. Xianxia despised him. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Go quickly. Bring the Miao family's experts and kill this fatty. I want them to die, all of them. The mud-like old man roared. The old man at the entrance of the passage suddenly reacted and turned to run. But the moment he turned, he suddenly saw a figure standing at the entrance of the passage, looking at him with a faint smile. It was Lu Ming, but he didn't know when Lu Ming appeared there. Boy, get out of my way. He had no time to think. With a roar, he charged toward Lu Ming. The terrifying true essence and concept condensed into a sharp blade and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible and then escape. He couldn't let that fatty catch up. That fatty was too terrifying. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as he escaped, he would bring the Miao family's experts to kill that fatty and flatten the Sea Cloud sect. Then, he saw Lu Ming stretched out a palm and slapped him. Bang! The saber gleam that he unleashed with all his might fell like tofu on Lu Ming's palm. Wherever Lu Ming's palm passed by, all his attacks and defenses vanished. Thereafter, Lu Ming's palm slapped him hard on the face. Pah! With a crisp sound, the old man felt the world was spinning. His body flew far away and fell in front of Kong Jin. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he looked confused. The old man, who looked like a pile of mud, was also dumbfounded. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, Shi Kai, and the rest widened their eyes so much that their eyeballs almost popped out. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, and then at the old man who had been slapped until he was dizzy. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Lu Ming, Ruan Tingting, and others couldn't speak fluently. They didn't know what to say at all. First, it was Kong Jin, then Lu Ming. In their hands, two powerful figures at the peak of the first tier of the spiritual sea realm were simply trash and toys. They couldn't resist at all. Birds of a feather flocked together. They thought of this sentence. That fatty was so strong. How could Lu Ming be weak? And Xianxia. They looked at Xianxia, who still had a look of disdain on his face, and were speechless. Who on earth were these people? Were they at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, you're fighting with me again? Kong Jin glanced at Lu Ming unhappily. I'm afraid that he'll run away. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He can't run away with me. It'll be a matter of minutes to deal with these two trash. Okay, Tingting, how should we deal with them now? Kong Jin looked at Ruan Tingting. Kill them, we must kill them. Otherwise, the Miao family won't let us go when they go back. Chapter 762. No, please, spare us. When we go back, we promise we won't say a word. Let's just forget about what happened today. Yes, let's forget about it. The two Miao family elders cried out in a hurry. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Ruan Tingting's face was cold, and bright sword light poured out. The two pitiful Miao family elders had strength, but were scattered by Lu Ming and Kong Jin's attacks. They had no power to resist, and were pierced through by the sword light. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tingting's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Kong Jin. She said, Fatty, you've had a hard time keeping it from me. You're obviously so powerful, but you didn't tell me. Tingting, you didn't ask me, did you? Kong Jin laughed. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we'd be in danger. How about this? All the storage rings here belong to you. We don't want anything. Xiaoxian said. That's how it should be. Ruan Tingting nodded, although Shi Kai was a little unwilling. This time it was all thanks to Lu Ming and Kong Jin, so he didn't have the face to ask for a share. Everyone found this place together, so let's divide it equally. Lu Ming stepped forward and devoured the essence and blood of the two elders without anyone noticing. Two martial artists in the first layer of the spiritual sea realm, and Lu Ming estimated that the skeleton was at most in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm, when it was alive. With Lu Ming's current realm, he wasn't too tempted, so he proposed to divide it equally. Xianxia, Shi Kai, and the others were local bullies. Although their cultivation wasn't strong, it might be useful to have a good relationship with them. Lu Ming is right. Let's divide it equally. You guys count it. Kong Jin inhaled with his Zhen Yuan, sucking the storage rings into his hand and handing them to Ruan Tingting. Thank you, Brother Kong and Brother Lu. Shi Kai expressed his gratitude immediately, his face showing joy. Thus, Ruan Tingting and Xianxia didn't refuse and began to count. In the end, the 6 of them divided it equally. Since the mission is complete, let's go back first. Thank you for your help this time. In 2 days, I'll treat you to a good meal. Ruan Tingting smiled. Xianxia and Shi Kai were also grinning from ear to ear. This time around, they had struck gold. They exited the underground secret chamber, and nothing happened along the way. Not long after, they returned to Juhao City. Xianxia and Shi Kai were the first to leave, returning to their respective factions. Lu Ming, Ruan Tingting, and the others returned to the courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Ruan Tingting left first. She had a turn in the Black Ghost Scorpion's mission. Ruan Tingting went to the mission hall to submit her mission. Just as she was about to go back, she was blocked by a figure. Yi Qing, is something the matter? Ruan Tingting's eyes darkened as she looked at the figure in front of her. The person standing in front of her was a woman. Her appearance was not bad, but her somewhat unkind eyes destroyed her beauty. Ruan Tingting, my father is looking for you. Let's go to the meeting hall. Yi Qing said coldly. Sect Master is looking for me. Ruan Tingting frowned. Yi Qing's father was the Wind Sword Sect's Sect Master. Regardless of talent or beauty, Ruan Tingting was above Yi Qing. In the past, Yi Qing had always been jealous of Ruan Tingting and would find trouble with her at the slightest provocation. Their relationship was very bad. Let's go. Yi Qing turned and walked out. The sneer at the corner of her mouth was even thicker. There was even a faint smug smile. Ruan Tingting frowned. She had a bad premonition, but since the Sect Master was looking for her, she had no choice but to go. Not long after, Ruan Tingting and Yi Qing arrived at the Wind Sword Sect's meeting hall. In the meeting hall, not only was the Wind Sword Sect's Sect Master Yi Fa there, but there were also a few elders with real power. They were all experts above the Spirit Sea realm. Su Luo. Ruan Tingting saw Su Luo behind an elder. Su Luo's father was an elder. At this moment, Su Luo looked at her with a somewhat cold gaze. For some reason, Ruan Tingting had a bad premonition in her heart. Disciple greets, Sect Master, and elders. Ruan Tingting bowed and greeted. Rise. Windsword Sect's Sect Master Yi Fa smiled faintly. Thank you, Palace Master, said Ruan Tingting. Yes, Tingting, your Ruan clan has been blessed by the Windsword Sect for generations, and the Windsword Sect has fostered you wholeheartedly as well. Now, there's a matter that concerns the rise and fall of the Windsword Sect that requires your help. You won't refuse, right? Said Yi Fa. Ruan Tingting's heart jerked. She knew they were about to get to the point, and she said, Please speak, Sect Master. So long as it's within Tingting's ability, I'll surely do my best. Tingting, you ought to know of the 100th Supremacy Mountain, right? Said Yi Fa. 100th Supremacy Mountain? Could it be that it's already opened? Ruan Tingting was shocked. The 100th Supremacy Mountain is an extremely profound paradise of cultivation. According to legend, there are imprints and even inheritances left behind by over 100 domain enlightened spirit gods within the 100th Supremacy Mountain. Normally, it isn't opened at all, and it's only opened before the Battle of Karmic Luck. The geniuses of those great clans are naturally able to enter at will, but small powers like us have a fixed quota. This time, there are a total of 36 powers in the surroundings of Luxury Gathering City, Star Gathering City, and Wind Gathering City, and they only have a total of 30 quotas. Moreover, only the 6 strongest powers have the qualifications to be allocated a quota. So, 10 days from now, the 36 powers will dispatch their strongest experts to compete for the top 6 positions. EFA explained. Sect Master, this sort of competition will definitely be fought by Sea Spirit Realm experts, right? My cultivation is weak, so how could I be of any help? Ruan Tingting spoke with bewilderment. Yes, it'll naturally be Sea Spirit Realm experts. The ancestor of my Windsword sect will emerge from his closed-door cultivation as well. However, with the strength of my Windsword sect, it's utterly impossible to enter the top 6. We have to seek help from outside. Only in this way will we be able to enter the top 6. We absolutely can't miss this opportunity. At that time, a few geniuses of my Windsword sect will be able to enter, and only then will we be able to rise abruptly in the future, said EFA. Ruan Tingting still didn't speak. She still didn't know what she needed to do. Tingting, to tell you the truth, the 2 seniors of Clear River Mountain have taken a liking to you. So long as you agree to marry them, they'll lend a hand to my Windsword sect. In that way, it'll be very likely for my Windsword sect to seize the top 6 positions. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Fa looked at Ruan Tingting with a bright gaze. Rumble. It was as if thunderclaps had resounded in Ruan Tingting's mind. After speaking for so long, Yi-Fa's true objective was finally exposed. He actually wanted her to marry the 2 weirdos of Clear River Mountain. The 2 weirdos of Clear River were 2 old monsters that had lived for over 1,000 years. They had a vicious and eccentric temperament and were well known in the vicinity of Gathering Luxury City. EFA actually wanted to use her as a condition to marry the 2 old monsters in exchange for their help. Yes, to marry the 2 old monsters at the same time. Ruan Tingting never imagined that there would be such a thing. I don't agree. Ruan Tingting clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. She looked at Yi-Fa with a determined gaze and said. Yi-Fa frowned, and the other elders frowned as well. Tingting, you have to know how important this opportunity is to the Windsword sect. The 2 seniors of Clear River Mountain, one of them is at the 4th layer of the spiritual Sea Spirit Realm, while the other is at the peak of the 3rd layer. With their help, we'll definitely be able to seize a spot in the top 6. Even if we're in 6th place, we'll still have 3 spots. This concerns the rise and fall of the Windsword sect. Chapter 763. No, I don't agree. Sect Master, if you want to ask for help, you can ask others. Why must you ask the 2 monsters of Clear River? Ruan Tingting said. Ask others? Then what kind of experts can you invite? Tell me. Yi-Fa sneered. I have a few friends with extremely high cultivation and powerful battle prowess. You can ask them to come help us. Ruan Tingting thought of Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xianxia. Ruan Tingting, you're not talking about those brats living in your side courtyard, are you? On the side, Su Luo laughed loudly. That's right, it's them. Ruan Tingting gritted her teeth and said, Kong Jin and Lu Ming could easily crush the 2 Miao family elders who were at the peak of the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Their battle prowess was definitely above the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Ruan Tingting thought that if she begged them, perhaps Kong Jin and the others would agree. Hee, laughable. What can those brats help us with? Drag us down? But that chick looks pretty good, as beautiful as a fairy. Don't tell me you want her to use a honey trap? Su Luo laughed loudly. She just wants to find a random reason to refuse. She completely disregards the sect and only cares about herself. Yi Qing said coldly. All right, the 2 seniors of Clear River Mountain are at the peak of the 4th and 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Where can we find such battle prowess? Finding them is the safest choice. This matter is settled. Yi-Fa said. No, I don't agree. Sect Master, it's not like you don't know what kind of people the 2 monsters of Clear River are. They are 2 old monsters. Who knows how many innocent girls have died in their hands? Ruan Tingting shook her head. Nonsense. How could the 2 seniors of Clear River Mountain be that kind of people? You have to agree to this matter. Yi-Fa's face darkened as he scolded. That's right, Ruan Tingting. Those are 2 powerful figures in the spiritual ocean realm. Being able to marry them is your fortune. This is also the benefit that the sect fought for you. It's fine if you don't thank them, but you dare to refuse? Yi Qing's eyes revealed a delighted light as she said coldly, "Since it's so good, then why don't you marry them? Since it's for the sect, then marry them." Ruan Tingting stared at Yi Qing and shouted, "Nonsense! The two seniors from Qinghe Mountain have their eyes on you. All right, this matter is settled. Go back and pack up. In 2 days, follow me to Qinghe Mountain." Yi Fa slammed the table and scolded, directly making a decision. "No, I won't marry. I'd rather die than marry, unless you kill me and carry my corpse there." Ruan Tingting gritted her teeth. Her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Fa with determination. "How dare you? Evil creature! What an ingrate!" The other elders shouted angrily and glared at Ruan Tingting. "Ha ha ha!" Ruan Tingting suddenly laughed. At this moment, her heart was as cold as ice. She was completely disappointed in this sect. 4 generations, my Ruan family has given our all to the Windsword sect. We've fought bloody battles and made countless contributions. My elder brother died in battle for the sect. My Ruan family doesn't owe the sect anything. You don't have to use any favors to suppress me." Ruan Tingting completely exploded. She stood up straight and glanced at Yi Fa and the other elders. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. "You don't have to give any high-sounding reasons. No matter what you say, it's all for the sake of the sect. You're just doing it for your own selfish reasons. You want to send your descendants, these pieces of trash, into the 100 Supremes Mountain. Are their talents the strongest in the Windsword sect?" Ruan Tingting pointed at Yi Qing and Su Luo. "Bitch, what did you say? Who are you calling trash?" Yi Qing screamed. "Isn't it? How many resources did the sect spend on you? If these resources were used on me, I would have broken through to the Sea of Soul Realm long ago. As for you, you just broke through to the Peak King Realm. If you're not trash, what are you?" Ruan Tingting berated loudly. Bitch, you're talking nonsense. I want you dead." Yi Qing's voice was sharp and her face was distorted. Ruan Tingting had hit her sore spot. If the quota this time is really given to those talented disciples, I can agree. But if it's given to these trash, I won't agree. Ruan Tingting said, "The matter of the quota is arranged by the sect. It's not up to you to interfere." Yi Fa's face was extremely cold as he said in a deep voice. Ruan Tingting shook her head and smiled bitterly. Her talent was definitely one of the best in the Windsword sect. But normally, she was suppressed everywhere. Any good resources would be given to Yi Qing, Su Luo, and the others first because they had backing. As for her, most of her resources were obtained through her own missions. She wouldn't say anything about this. Birth was different, and fate was like this. She could only rely on herself. But now, Yi Fa and the others were actually so shameless. They wanted to sacrifice her in exchange for Yi Qing and the others' opportunity. She would never agree. I'll say it again. Kill me, or I won't agree to this. Ruan Tingting's reply was resolute and decisive. Ruan Tingting, you better think carefully. You have to know that your parents are still in the sect. You better think about their safety. Yi Fa said in a deep voice. Ruan Tingting's delicate body trembled violently. Her face was pale, without a trace of blood. Yi Fa actually used her parents to threaten her. Was this something a sect master would do? Despicable. Shameless. Yi Fa, you guys are despicable and shameless. Ruan Tingting yelled. Bastard. How dare you? Ruan Tingting, follow me to Qinghe Mountain in 2 days. Otherwise, you will have to collect your parents' corpses. Moreover, you still have to go. Yi Fa stood up and emitted a powerful aura that pressed down on Ruan Tingting. Ruan Tingting's body trembled as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair. She had no choice. Her parents' lives were in the hands of the Windsword sect. She could only compromise. Hee, Ruan Tingting, aren't you pretty? Congratulations to you for marrying 2 almighties. Yi Qing let out a gloating laugh. Ha ha, Ruan Tingting. When I enter the 100 Supremes Mountain in the future and obtain a great opportunity to become a peerless expert, I will definitely not forget your kindness. Su Luo laughed heartily and was extremely carefree. With trash like you guys, you will never achieve anything great. Ruan Tingting looked at them coldly before turning around and leaving the conference hall. Bitch, just you wait. Yi Qing snorted coldly. Ruan Tingting walked out of the conference hall in a daze. She only felt despair in her heart. The road ahead was long, but she couldn't see any hope. She flew out of the Wind Sword sect in a daze and disappeared into the distance. She only returned to her courtyard in the evening. Tingting, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Did someone bully you? Kong Jin asked hurriedly after seeing Ruan Tingting. I'm fine. Hurry up and move out of my courtyard now and leave the Wind Sword sect. Ruan Tingting said coldly. You want to chase us away? Why? Kong Jin was a little stunned. Chapter 764. Why do you have so many questions? I hate you, and I don't welcome you now. Leave, I don't want to see you. Ruan Tingting's face was cold as she ordered them to leave. Tingting, what's the matter? You were fine before. What happened to you? Kong Jin asked. I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? You're not welcome here. Leave. Are you trying to bully me with your high cultivation? I'm not afraid. Ruan Tingting shouted stubbornly. Tingting, what's the matter? Tell us. I'll help you solve it. Kong Jin shouted. Ruan Tingting gritted her teeth and almost wanted to say it, but she remembered that there was a third-level Spirit Sea Realm Old Ancestor and a few second-level Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Windsword sect. If she told Kong Jin and the rest, they would be implicated. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, only wanted to chase Kong Jin and the rest away. Fatty, let's go first. Lu Ming walked over, pulled Kong Jin, and walked out. But, Tingting. Kong Jin wanted to say more. Go, let's leave first. Lu Ming pulled Fatty and walked out. Xianxia followed beside Lu Ming. Watching Lu Ming and the rest leave, Ruan Tingting couldn't hold back her tears any longer and streamed down. Lu Ming pulled Kong Jin out of the Windsword Sect's mountain gate. Lu Ming, why did you pull me out? Tingting definitely has something to do with her. Kong Jin said. Do you think I can't tell? Lu Ming said. If you can tell, why did you still bring me out? There must be an inside story. She doesn't want to say it. Perhaps she's afraid of implicating us. We can only come out first and think of a solution. Lu Ming frowned. What solution do you have? Kong Jin asked. Now, we have to know what happened first and then solve it. Let's go to Juhao City first. Didn't we leave Miss Xiao Xian's voice transmission Jade Talisman? She's so close to Tingting, maybe she knows something. Let's ask her first. Lu Ming said. Maybe it's because of the Windsword sect, or maybe it's because of her family. I saw her crying. Xianxia said. Go to Juhao City first. I'll send a voice transmission to Miss Xiao Xian. Lu Ming took out a voice transmission Jade Talisman. At this moment, his gaze flickered. Miss Xiao Xian sent me a message first, asking us to gather at Gathering Luxury City. Lu Ming said, Have tea to it. Xiao Xian told them everything she knew. Despicable, and shameless Windsword sect. What sect master? What elders? They're shameless to the extreme. Kong Jin was enraged after hearing that. He was like a mad beast. This sect shouldn't exist in this world. Xianxing's voice was also incomparably cold. Miss Xiao Xian, you're guessing that Tingting will take the risk to save her parents? Lu Ming asked. Given Tingting's character, it's very likely. Xiao Xian said. Oh no, if you can guess it, how can the Windsword sect not guess it? If Tingting goes, she'll be in danger. Let's hurry back to the Windsword sect. Lu Ming's face changed. When Xiao Xian found Lu Ming and the rest, Ruan Tingting had already started to move in the Windsword sect. She changed into a black robe and turned into a black phantom in the night, flying towards the depths of the Windsword sect. After passing through many pavilions and palaces, Ruan Tingting appeared in a courtyard. Who's there? When Ruan Tingting appeared, a voice came from one of the rooms. Immediately after, two silhouettes appeared in the courtyard of the courtyard. It was a middle-aged couple. Tingting, it's you. Why are you here in the middle of the night? The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw Tingting. Father, mother, follow me. Let's leave this place and leave the Windsword sect. Ruan Tingting's eyes were red. Tingting, what happened? The middle-aged couple was even more confused. Father, mother, they want me to marry the Qinghe Mountain monsters and even use you to threaten me. Ruan Tingting then briefly explained what had happened. What? How did this happen? Our Ruan family has done everything we can for the Windsword sect. How could they do this to you? No, I must ask the sect master. The middle-aged man said angrily. Father, it's useless. Their attitude is very firm. To them, it's only right to use my happiness to fulfill their children. Let's go. Ruan Tingting said. This was also the reason why she came personally and didn't send a message to her parents. She was afraid that her father would look for Yi Fa directly after receiving the news. By then, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Yeah, listen to Tingting. There's no need to stay in such a sect anymore. Ruan Tingting's mother said. All right, let's go. Ruan Tingting's father clenched his teeth. The three of them carefully left the courtyard and headed out of the sect. After bypassing the many courtyards and exiting the core area of the Windsword sect, the terrain became more spacious. However, the three of them stopped. In front, Yi Qing and Su Luo stood in front with a cold smile. Behind them was a group of people. Ruan Tingting, how dare you bring your parents to betray the Windsword sect and disregard the prosperity of the Windsword sect? This is a heinous crime. Yi Qing had a smug smile on her face as she sneered. Yi Qing, admit that you're despicable and shameless. Don't use those high-sounding reasons to suppress me. You're just doing it for yourself. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Ruan Tingting's face was very pale. She knew that she wouldn't be able to leave today. Impudent, you bitch. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Men, take those two old men down and cripple their cultivation. I'll see if that bitch still obeys. Yi Qing screamed. Immediately, a few figures walked out from behind her. Charge, charge out. Ruan Tingting's father yelled. His aura burst out as he charged out. Ruan Tingting's father was also a peak tier king. At the same time, Ruan Tingting and her mother also charged out. Today, they would only have a chance if they killed their way out. Ruan Tingting's mother was a 9th-level martial king. Together with Ruan Tingting, the three of them instantly forced the two men back. You still dare to fight back? Attack together. Su Luo waved his hand. Immediately, the people behind them attacked. There were more than 10 of them. Among them, 3 were peak-tier kings while the rest were late-stage kings. Chapter 765. Wang. Right at this moment, a small dagger appeared in Ruan Tingting's hand. The dagger danced in the air, shooting out cold rays of light. Pucci. A man's arm was sliced off as he screamed and retreated. 6th grade spirit weapon. How you have a 6th grade spirit weapon? Damn it. Take them down. This 6th grade spirit weapon is mine. Yi Qing screamed as greed appeared in her eyes. Ruan Tingting's spirit weapon was naturally obtained from the storage rings of the Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Ruan Tingting controlled the 6th grade spirit weapon, and her battle power was already suppressing the other peak kings. She was about to charge out, but right at this moment, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard from behind. At least a few dozen figures were flying over. 2 of them had auras as deep as the ocean. They were Sea of Soul Realm experts. The leader of the Windsword sect, Yi Fa, and Su Luo's father, Su Tengshan. Ruan Tingting's family revealed looks of despair. Not only did your family betray the sect, but you also injured your fellow sect members. Take them all down. Yi Fa ordered. More than a dozen figures flew out from behind Yi Fa. More than half of them were peak kings. Tingting, run. I'll stall them. Ruan Tingting's father roared as he charged toward the dozen figures. Father! Ruan Tingting yelled. Run, run. Tingting, you can't marry the Clear River monsters. Run. Ruan Tingting's father roared as his aura turned berserk. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Someone exclaimed. You're courting death. At this moment, Su Tengshan stepped out and pressed down with his palm. A mountain-like palm print smashed onto Ruan Tingting's father's body. Pucci. Ruan Tingting's father coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as cracking sounds came from his body. "Father, don't!" Ruan Tingting yelled. "Run, run!" Ruan Tingting's father ignored his injuries and charged over. "Ruan Jun, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Su Tingshan stepped out and pointed out with his finger. A terrifying finger energy shot toward Ruan Tingting's father like a sharp sword. Puchi! The finger energy pierced through Ruanjun's chest and pierced through his heart. "Quick, let's go." Ruanjun spat out his last sentence. His life force was extinguished, and he fell to the ground. "No, no, no." Ruan Tingting's eyes were red as she screamed crazily. "Brother Jun!" Ruan Tingting's mother also shouted and rushed towards Ruanjun's body. "Without your parents, you still have to go to Qinghe Mountain. I'll kill your parents now and seal your cultivation. 2 days later, I'll send you to Qinghe Mountain." Su Tingshan strode forward and pointed his finger again. Puff! Ruan Tingting's mother had just caught Ruanjun's body when she was pierced by the finger force and fell to the ground. She turned her head to look at Ruan Tingting one last time before her life force dissipated. "Father, mother! I want all of you dead!" Ruan Tingting shouted crazily. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She rushed towards Su Tingshan crazily. The aura on her body was extremely violent. "You want to self-destruct in front of me? How is that possible?" Su Tingshan snorted and threw out a palm strike. Ruan Tingting's body shook violently as she coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent flying far away. Her cultivation had already been sealed by Su Tingshan's true essence. A burly man flew forward and caught Ruan Tingting. Yi Fa had been watching coldly from the beginning to the end. "Kill me. You'd better kill me. Otherwise, I swear that I'll definitely kill all of you. I'll definitely destroy the Windsword sect and avenge my parents." Ruan Tingting's eyes were filled with hatred. "Just you? Hee hee. If you can last 3 months under the hands of the Qinghe twin monsters, consider it my loss." Yi Qing sneered coldly. "Ruan Tingting, you only have yourself to blame for all of this. If you had agreed obediently, why would all of this happen? All of this was caused by you." Su Luo sneered. "All right, take her away and lock her up." Yi Fa waved his hand. "Whoever dares to touch Tingting, I'll kill him." Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. A terrifying killing intent spread from outside the Windsword sect, as if a peerless beast had awakened. 4 figures instantly appeared in the area. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kong Jin, and Xiao Xian had finally arrived. "Let go of your filthy hands." Kong Jin exuded a terrifying aura. The large axe in his hand was covered in blood. A Windsword sect disciple had tried to stop him and was directly chopped down by his axe. At this moment, the aura of savagery on his body was extremely dense. His figure moved and appeared in front of the burly man who had grabbed Ruan Tingting. That burly man was shocked and was about to retreat, but Kong Jin's large hand reached out and grabbed his neck. With a crack, that burly man whose cultivation had reached the peak-tier king realm had his neck broken. Kong Jin took the opportunity to pull Ruan Tingting into his embrace. "Tingting, are you all right?" Kong Jin looked worriedly at Ruan Tingting. "Father, mother." Ruan Tingting's tears kept falling as she stared blankly at the corpses of her parents. Boom, boom. Lu Ming's aura was like a mountain. He took a large step forward and the world rumbled. He didn't hide his cold, killing intent at all. "A bunch of trash. Today you will all die." Lu Ming's voice was cold and emotionless. "It's you little bastards. You actually dared to barge into the Windsword sect. Speak. Did you collude with that bitch Ruan Tingting and plot against my Windsword sect?" Su Luo pointed at Lu Ming and yelled. "Kill." Lu Ming hollered and stretched out his palm to clench the air. Su Luo instantly felt himself being bound by a force as his body flew toward Lu Ming. "Ah, father, save me." Su Luo was scared and screamed in terror. "Kid, let go of my son." Su Tingshan stepped forward, wanting to save him. Boom. Lu Ming punched out with his other hand, and a fist radiance flew out and sent Su Tingshan flying back. In the next moment, Su Luo landed in Lu Ming's hands and was held by Lu Ming by the throat. Speak. Who killed the two of them? Lu Ming pointed at the corpses of Wan Tingting's parents and asked Su Luo, Kid, how dare you capture me? Let me down. You're courting death. Do you know that? Su Luo yelled. Poof! A force flew out and chopped off one of Su Luo's arms. Su Luo instantly let out a hysterical scream. Speak. The cold killing intent on Lu Ming's body became even more intense. I'll speak. I'll speak. My father killed them. It's my father. It has nothing to do with me. Su Luo screamed and betrayed Su Tingshan. Su Tingshan's face was ugly as he roared. Kid, let go of my son. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the Windsword sect. At this moment, another two powerful auras descended. They were two extremely powerful elders of the Windsword sect. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to prevent me from walking out of the Windsword sect. Lu Ming sneered as a force burst forth from his palm. Bam! Su Luo exploded in Lu Ming's hand and turned into a bloody mist. Luo, damn it. I want you to pay with your life. Chapter 766. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He strode forward and charged towards Su Tingshan. Sect leader, elders, let's attack together and kill this kid. Su Tingshan's expression changed as he shouted. He received Lu Ming's punch just now and was rather fearful of Lu Ming. Attack. The other two elders attacked. At the same time, Su Tingshan attacked as well. The three of them joined forces and charged towards Lu Ming. The two elders were at the peak of the first level of the spiritual sea realm, while Su Tingshan was at the late stage of the first level. Yefa didn't attack and stood by the side. When the three of them joined forces, their aura was grand and boundless. The momentum was extremely terrifying. However, Lu Ming didn't even blink. His expression was still cold as he stared at Su Tingshan. Just as the three's attacks were about to land on Lu Ming instantly threw out 3 punches. 3 screams. Su Tingshan and the other two spat out blood and flew far away. How could this be? The people of the Windsword sect were dumbfounded as they watched this scene in shock. This young man was actually so terrifying. With one move, he heavily injured 3 spiritual sea realm elders. This was too unbelievable. Today, no one can save you. Lu Ming walked towards Su Tingshan step by step. Su Tingshan's heart trembled and his face turned pale. He retreated frantically and shouted, Sect leader, save me. Yefa's expression was ugly. Lu Ming injured 3 elders with one move. Even he couldn't do it. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. Retreat. Quickly asked the Grand Elder to come out. Yefa roared and retreated with his people, not caring about Su Tingshan at all. Sect leader, Su Tingshan shouted in despair. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Su Tingshan, striking a palm towards Su Tingshan. Su Tingshan tried his best to resist, but it was useless. He was struck down by Lu Ming's palm and smashed in the mountain below the Windsword sect, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters wide. Lu Ming's hand glowed as a long spear condensed from Zhen Yuan appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the long spear shot out like lightning towards Su Tingshan and pierced through his dantian. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed out from Su Tingshan's dantian region as his spiritual sea was pierced by Lu Ming and exploded. His spiritual sea was broken, and his cultivation was crippled. Su Tingshan let out a hysterical scream. The other people of the Windsword sect had pale faces. A Sea of Soul Realm Elder was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. Yefa's eyes flashed with humiliation, but he didn't dare to make a move. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable, giving him immense pressure. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would end up like Su Tingshan. Therefore, he retreated. He had to wait for help. Yi Qing's face was also incomparably pale, but there was jealousy in her eyes. She was jealous of Ruan Tingting. Why did such a powerful young expert stand up for her while she didn't? You can't escape. Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared not far from Yi Fa and pressed down with one hand. Boom! The sky demon force field enveloped Yi Fa and the others with an incomparably huge pressure. Some people directly screamed. Under the huge pressure, their bones broke and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even Yi Fa's face changed drastically. He had to use all the Zhen Yuan in his body to resist. Charge! An elder who was injured by Lu Ming just now roared, wanting to break through the sky demon force field and rush out. But in the next moment, the other people of the Wind Sword sect widened their eyes in horror because they saw that the lower half of the elder's body rushed out, but the lower half was still in place. He was cut in half at the waist. When that elder saw this scene, he let out a miserable scream of fear. However, he did not die immediately. You'd better not move, Xianxia said coldly. Yi Fa's face was pale. Who were these people? They were too horrifying. He felt that any one of them could easily kill him. Could it be that the friends that Ruan Tingting asked to help the Wind Sword sect compete are these people? Yi Fa thought to himself. He had a feeling that perhaps he was wrong this time. But now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Now, he could only hope that the Wind Sword sect's ancestor could rush over as soon as possible. The Wind Sword sect's ancestor was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm and could definitely kill these brats. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the half-dead Su Tingshan, throwing him in front of Ruan Tingting. This person needed Ruan Tingting to kill. He stepped out and appeared in front of Yi Fa and the others. Today, all of you have to die. There's no need for the Wind Sword sect to remain in this world. The infinite dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and the spear light soared into the sky. Today, he was going to flatten the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Ruan Tingting's voice. At this moment, Ruan Tingting's sealed cultivation had already been released by Kong Jin. Her gaze was bone-chilling, revealing a bone-piercing, murderous intent. She said, Lu Ming, don't kill them. I want to take revenge with my own hands. One day, I will flatten the Wind Sword sect with my own hands and take revenge for my parents. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, then nodded. All right. Lu Ming understood that Ruan Tingting had to take revenge with her own hands. This way, there wouldn't be an inner demon in her heart that would hinder her future cultivation. As for Su Tingshan, you have to die today. Ruan Tingting looked at Su Tingshan. No, save me, Su Tingshan yelled. He was all too clear about Ruan Tingting, Ruan Zhen, and the others' backgrounds. They didn't have any powerful friends, so he killed without restraint. Never in his dreams would he have thought that he would provoke such terrifying fiends. Now, he was extremely regretful. Puchi, Ruan Tingting's sword light pierced through Su Tingshan's heart, and the sword aura crushed his heart into pieces. Su Tingshan widened his eyes and let out a cry of indignation before he stopped breathing. Yi Fa, just you wait. I will destroy the Wind Sword sect with my own hands and make you pay the price for what you have done. Ruan Tingting's gaze was incomparably cold, revealing a bone-piercing hatred and murderous intent. Seeing such a gaze, Yi Fa's heart couldn't help but tremble even though he had lived for many years. Wait a minute, I don't feel comfortable looking at this woman. Lu Ming looked at Yi Qing. He reached out and grabbed Yi Qing in his hand. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Father, save me. Yi Qing screamed crazily, and her face was pale without a trace of blood. Let Qing go, or the Wind Sword sect won't rest until you are dead. Yi Fa roared, and his true Yuan erupted wildly. Don't worry, I won't kill her. I will leave her life for Tingting. Lu Ming sneered and pointed a finger, directly crippling Yi Qing's cultivation. Didn't you want to get a slot to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain? Can you still enter after your cultivation is crippled? Get lost. Lu Ming flung Yi Qing out. Yi Qing screamed with a face full of despair. Her original goal was to sacrifice Ruan Tingting to fulfill her wish and let her enter the 100 Supremes Mountain. Perhaps she could obtain a great opportunity in the 100 Supremes Mountain and soar to the sky. She was full of hope. But now, there was no hope. She was in despair. Even if there was a slot, it was useless to her. Let's go. Chapter 767. South of Juhao City, on a mountain peak 10,000 li away, there were two more tombs. Ruan Tingting quietly knelt in front of the Ruan Zhun couple's tombs for a day and a night. She didn't cry nor shed tears. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kong Jin, and Xiaoxian also stood beside her. After a day and a night, Ruan Tingting stood up and cupped her fist towards Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others, saying, "This time, thank you very much. Tingting, we're friends. There's no need to be so polite. Unfortunately, we were a step too late." Lu Ming sighed. If they were a step earlier, Ruan Tingting's parents might not have died. "Tingting, where do you plan to go next?" Xiaoxian held Ruan Tingting's hand and asked with concern. "I don't know. I want to find a place to cultivate. I must flatten the Wind Sword sect." Ruan Tingting gritted her teeth and said, "How about this? The 100 Supremes Mountain is an opportunity. We can help a force obtain a quota and enter the 100 Supremes Mountain to cultivate. This way, your cultivation speed will definitely increase." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said to Ruan Tingting, "That's a good idea." Kong Jin said, "How about this? You all follow me to the Haiyan sect. I will report this to my father. Anyway, my father is looking for outside help. My Haiyan sect has no chance to obtain a quota. If you join us and obtain a quota, all of them will belong to you. What do you think?" Xiaoxian said, "That's a good idea, but we don't need all of the quotas, 4 is enough." Kong Jin quickly nodded and said. Then, everyone left the place and flew towards the Haiyan sect, discussing the details on the way. After arriving at the Haiyan sect, Xiaoxian arranged for Lu Ming and the others to stay. Then she went to report to her father. An hour later, Xiaoxian returned and said that her father wanted to meet Lu Ming and the others. Many people in the Sea Cloud sect knew Ruan Tingting, so naturally, she didn't need to go. Xianxia was not interested in this, so only Lu Ming and Kong Jin followed Xiaoxian to the Sea Cloud sect's conference hall. Xiaoxian's father, Xiao Long, was sitting in the Sea Cloud sect's main hall. There were also 5 or 6 Sea Cloud sect's elders present. "Sect leader, do you really believe that Xian knows some experts? Do you think we don't know Xian friends? They're all young people around his age." A middle-aged man said to Xiao Long, "Yeah, although my Sea Cloud sect strength is low, we can't just randomly invite people to make up the numbers." Another elder also spoke. This time, Xian was very serious. She said she knew these powerful warriors who could easily kill an expert at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. They were unfathomable, so I called you guys to meet them together. Xiao Long said. The Sea Cloud sect could only be considered in the lower tier among the dozens of forces around the gathering luxury city. The strongest in the sect was only at the peak of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was almost impossible for them to get a spot for the 100 Supremes Mountain. However, they were unwilling. After all, this spot was very precious to a small force like them, so they wanted to fight for it. During this time, he had been asking for outside help, almost running around the gathering luxury city. Even some powerful loose cultivators near other cities wanted to ask them for help, but they were all rejected. If those experts had to choose, they would naturally choose those powerful forces. During this time, he spent a lot of money and paid a great price, but only managed to invite an expert at the early stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier to help. When he heard Xiaoxian say she knew a few experts who could easily kill an expert at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he was naturally moved and wanted to meet them. To be able to easily kill an expert at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, their battle prowess would definitely not be weaker than the late stage of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, or even the peak of the second layer. If he could help the Sea Cloud sect fight, it would be a great battle force. "They're here," an elder said. Then, Xiaoxian walked in with Lu Ming and Kong Jin. The people in the main hall were immediately dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the people Xianxia brought were actually two young people, and they looked to be in their early 20s. Xian'er, the experts you mentioned are them? A middle-aged man spoke first. Elder Hua, yes, they're Xian'er's friends. Xiaoxian said, stop fooling around. Xian'er, this battle is no small matter. All the major factions will be mobilizing all of their forces and sending out their strongest fighters. It's extremely dangerous. Your friends are too young. If anything happens to them, how are you going to explain it to their elders? Xiao Long reprimanded. Father, Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and the others are very strong. They can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Xiao Xin said. Lu Ming. Xiao Long's eyes moved. He seemed to feel that the name Lu Ming was familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier? You're getting more and more ridiculous. Do you know how strong a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier is? How can he be killed so easily? That elder Hua shook his head and smiled. The Wind Sword sex matter was already sealed. They naturally wouldn't spread such a shameful thing. Therefore, Xiao Long and the others didn't know what happened in the Wind Sword sect. The other elders also shook their heads and smiled, thinking that Xiao Xian was still young and didn't know many things. It was normal for her to hear rumors. They didn't think that Lu Ming and the others could easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. So young and with such battle strength, he was most likely a genius. How could Xiao Xin know him? Xian'er, take your friends down. It's fine if you want to play in the Ocean Cloud sect. Take them around. Xiao Long smiled. Sect leader Xiao, you haven't tried. So how do you know Xiao Xin is lying? If you miss it, wouldn't you miss a good opportunity? At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and cupped his fists. That's right, sect leader Xiao. I'm not bragging, but don't mention a peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even a peak of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier would be split in half with my axe. Kong Jin grinned. Young man, you sure talk big. Then let me test you. That elder Hua stood up, emitting a powerful aura. Early stage of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This elder Hua was also one of the few experts in the Ocean Cloud sect. Pung, pung. Elder Hua took a few steps forward and threw a punch at Kong Jin. This punch carried the air with it, and it was like a mountain crashing into the air. Kong Jin's mouth curved slightly and threw out a punch casually. Pung. The two fists collided. Elder Hua's expression changed, and his body retreated a dozen steps. Xiao Long and the other elders were shocked and stood up from their seats. Kong Jin actually repelled Elder Hua with a casual punch. Hey, uncle, use your full strength. This is boring. Kong Jin said casually. Okay, take my punch. Elder Hua's expression was solemn. Taking a deep breath, his body emitted a blue light. Concept and true essence combined, and he threw a punch at Kong Jin. This punch was several times stronger than before. Chapter 768. Xiao Long and the rest widened their eyes in shock. Just now, Elder Hua had already exerted his full strength, but he was still easily repelled by Kong Jin's punch, and Kong Jin still looked very casual. How strong was Kong Jin? First level of Spiritual Sea Realm. First level of Spiritual Sea Realm cultivation is actually so strong. Could he be a peerless genius? Xiao Long muttered to himself in his heart. To be able to fight across levels in Spiritual Sea Realm, he was definitely a peerless genius. In Nine Dragon City, there were quite a number of people who broke through Spiritual Sea Realm under the age of 30, but most of them were ordinary martial artists, and most a little outstanding, but not considered geniuses. And Xiao Long concluded that Kong Jin was definitely a genius. His heart was burning with passion. If Kong Jin was a genius, then what about Lu Ming? Lu Ming? Lu Ming? All of a sudden, Su Long's eyes widened. His heart started pounding. He remembered. Some time ago, He heard from his friends that this year's Heaven King list battle had already ended, and the new Heaven King list had already come out. This year's #1 strongest king was called Lu Ming. But now in Nine Dragon City, various cultivation holy lands had opened, and countless large and small forces were staring at those holy lands, staring at those top spiritual sea realm geniuses, and did not pay much attention to the Heaven King list. Now, he finally remembered. It was normal for the strongest person on the Heaven King list to break through to spiritual sea realm now. Could it really be that Lu Ming? Sulong's heart beat faster. If it was really the strongest king, then after breaking through to spiritual sea realm, how strong would his battle power be? It was completely unpredictable. Good, what a powerful young man, I'm convinced. Elder Hua was repelled by Kong Jin's punch, but he was not angry. He adjusted his breath and laughed. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Kong Jin grinned. Senior, should I get a try? Lu Ming looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua's face stiffened, and he was a little uncertain. Lu Ming smiled and suddenly took a step forward, his palm striking down. Phew! Lu Ming's palm was clearly cleaving through the air, but the void was like water ripples, rippling out in circles. As Lu Ming's palm streaked across, the ripples spread into the distance. Xiao Long, Elder Hua, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat as their eyes widened. A casual strike of his palm could actually stir up the void. Such strength was truly terrifying. That's enough. That's enough. The strength of these two little brothers has really broadened our horizons. I admire you. I admire you. Xiao Long laughed out loud. Sect Master Xiao, are we qualified to fight on behalf of the Sea Cloud sect? Kong Jin asked. Of course. To be able to invite the two of you is my Sea Cloud sect's honor. Xiao Long smiled. It's not just the two of us. We have another friend who will be participating as well. Lu Ming said. There's another person? Xiao Long's heart stirred, and he said, I wonder if the few of you are helping my Sea Cloud sect to battle. What are the conditions? The conditions are simple. We want 4 spots to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain. Lu Ming said. 4 spots? Xiao Long exclaimed. You two might not know this, but there are a total of 36 factions participating in the competition this time. Only the top 6 will have a spot. The 6th will have 3 spots, while the 5th and 6th will have 4 spots. Sect Master Xiao doesn't need to worry too much. As long as you get into the top 3, there will be more than 4 spots. We want 4 spots, and the remaining spots will belong to you. Lu Ming said with confidence in his tone. He had a rough idea of the forces in the vicinity of Juhao City. He had 100% confidence in getting into the top 3. Xiao Long and the others exchanged a glance. Lu Ming was too confident. All right, I agree to this condition. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Long agreed. Without Lu Ming's help, they wouldn't be able to get into the top 6. At that time, they wouldn't have a single spot. The competition this time is a group battle. It's a competition of the overall strength of a force. Every force will send out 9 experts to battle at the same time to defeat their opponents. Therefore, the battle formation is very important. This time, with the 3 of you, I'll send out 6 more experts. I wonder when you'll have time to practice the battle formation together? Xiao Long said. Sect Master Xiao, I have a battle formation here. As long as it's executed, it will form a strong defensive force. Perhaps it's suitable for this competition. You can let the others practice it first. Lu Ming took out a jade badge and waved it with his hand. He inserted the battle formation into it and threw it to Xiao Long. Xiao Long received it, and his expression changed after taking a look. He had some attainments in the Tao of inscription. With a glance, he could tell that the formation was extremely mysterious. It was a 6th-level formation, which was much more exquisite than the one he had obtained. Thank you, young hero Lu. If young hero Lu has any other requests, feel free to ask. Xiao Long was in a good mood as he smiled. No need, Sect Master Xiao. We'll take our leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left with Kong Jin, returning to his residence. Sect Master, in my opinion, these two are definitely talents. Although they are unparalleled on the list of top 1,000 talents, There have been many rising talents recently. Elder Hua said, "Yes, there's no mistake. You haven't heard, right? The name of this year's strongest king on the Heavenly King list is Lu Ming." Xiao Long said, "What?" The others were even more shocked. Of course, they were also ecstatic. If this was true, their Sea Cloud sect had picked up a treasure this time. Regardless of whether they could get a ranking this time, it would be beneficial for a small sect like the Sea Cloud sect to make friends with such a peerless talent. After Lu Ming and Kong Jin returned to their residence, they began to cultivate separately. After this incident, Ruan Tingting became even more diligent in her cultivation. She stayed in her room every day to cultivate. Lu Ming and the others didn't participate in the practice of battle formations because it wasn't necessary. Xiao Long and the others thought that Lu Ming and the others were familiar with battle formations and didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There was only one day left until the duel. At this time, Xiao Xian came to invite Lu Ming and the others, telling them to meet the other 6 participants and familiarize themselves with them. Sea Cloud sect on a huge square. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they saw 6 figures standing in different positions in the square. Their figures flickered, and their auras intersected and merged. They were practicing the battle formation that Lu Ming had given to Xiao Long. 1 at the early stage of the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, 2 at the peak of the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm, 2 at the middle stage and early stage of the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm, and 1 at the peak of the 1st layer of the spiritual sea realm. Elder Hua was one of them. Xiao Long stood at the side and watched. 3 young heroes, you're here. Xiao Long looked at Lu Ming and the others and smiled. Lu Ming and the others nodded. Whoosh, after a while, the battle formation practice ended, and a gray-haired old man strode over. "This is the foreign aide that my father invited. His name is Yu Bo, and his cultivation is in the early 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm." Chapter 769. Sect Master Xiao. "These 3 immature brats can't be the foreign aide you mentioned, right?" Yu Bo glanced at Lu Ming and the others in disdain. "Senior Yu, it's the 3 of them." Xiao Long frowned at Yu Bo's attitude, but he still answered. Sect Leader Xiao, I don't know what you're thinking. How could you invite 3 brats? Even if you don't want to fight for a spot, don't joke about the lives of the rest of us. It's very dangerous to go up the fighting ring. What do you mean by inviting 3 good-for-nothings to drag us down? Yu Bo said in an unfriendly tone. "Hey, old man, who are you calling good-for-nothings? You're the good-for-nothing." Kong Jin was furious when he heard Yu Bo call them good-for-nothings. "Junior, how dare you talk back to me? Let me ask you, why haven't you come to practice the battle formation? If you're not good-for-nothings and not dragging us down, what are you?" Yu Bo scolded loudly, taking advantage of his seniority. We don't practice the battle formation because we don't need to. Do you know the main purpose of this battle formation?" Lu Ming chuckled and said indifferently. "The purpose of the battle formation is, of course, to strengthen our combat strength and fight against the opponent," Yu Bo said. "Wrong." Lu Ming shook his head and said, "The purpose of this battle formation is to strengthen your defense. To put it bluntly, it is to strengthen your defense and protect yourself. You can leave the matter of fighting the enemy to us." When he said that, not only were the others stunned, but Yu Bo and Xiao Long were also stunned. Xiao Long finally understood that Lu Ming's purpose was to strengthen their defense. He didn't expect them to help him defeat the enemy. Even though he guessed Lu Ming's identity, he still felt that Lu Ming was too confident. "Ha ha ha." Yu Bo laughed even more crazily and said, "Ignorant, shameless boasting, arrogant. I want to see what kind of ability you have with just a few of you little fellows. Fatty, I'm not interested in such trash. I'll leave it to you. 5 moves, no problem," Lu Ming said to Kong Jin. 5 moves? 1 move is enough." Kong Jin grinned. "Leave it to me." Xianxia spoke as he slowly walked forward. Yu Bo was so angry that his mouth was crooked. What was wrong with these brats? It was as if he was made out of clay. He said that he would finish him in 1 move in 5 moves. Did he think that he was just a decoration? Little girl, scram, Yubo shouted, and the powerful aura of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier exploded. Everyone else's expression changed, and they all retreated. Boom! Yubo stretched out his hand and formed a huge claw that grabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out a snow-white hand and gently pressed forward. Wong. The terrifying pressure of the heavenly demon force field suddenly descended, and then a destructive cutting power erupted. Xianxia's destruction mentality and wind mentality had long since merged successfully. Now that he had broken through to the sea of Soul Realm, his sky demon power field and destruction cutting power were countless times stronger than before. Bang! Bang! Yubo's huge hand, made of true essence and mentality, exploded, and the destruction cutting power blasted onto his body, almost cutting him in two. He screamed as his body flew out, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Xianxia with a face full of horror. Just now, he really felt that he was almost cut in two. He didn't know that it was Xianxia who showed mercy. Otherwise, he would have really been cut in two. Let's go. Lu Ming turned and left. Xianxia and Kong Jin followed Lu Ming and left, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded people. It was too terrifying. They had already tried to overestimate Lu Ming's group, but in the end, they still underestimated them. The battle prowess of Lu Ming's group was simply unfathomable. Even Yubo, who was at the early stage of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, was easily defeated. They couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for this competition. Perhaps they could really make it into the top 3? Yubo's face alternated between green and red. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Qiao, since you have such prodigies, why did you invite me? This time I withdraw. I won't accept any of the treasures you gave me." Finished speaking, he strode away. However, Qiaolong had no intention of keeping him. If it was before, he would definitely try his best to keep him. After all, Yubo was an expert that he invited with great effort, and was also the only 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier elite from the Ocean Cloud sect. But now, he realized that there was no need. Whether Yubo was here or not, it didn't seem to have much effect on the overall situation. If Yubo left, he could just find a random spiritual ocean tier martial artist to add in. As long as Lu Ming and the other 2 were here, it was enough. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The competition for the 100 Supremes mountain spots officially began. This time, there were a total of 36 forces participating in the competition around the 3 cities. Only the top 6 could get a spot. The first place had 8 Ming. The second place had 6 spots. The third place had 5 spots. The fourth and fifth place had 4 spots, respectively. The sixth place only had 3 spots. There were a total of 30 spots. The location of the competition was on a mountain peak at the intersection of the 3 cities. This mountain peak was called Juping Peak. The peak of Juping Peak was very flat. There was a huge battle stage built on it, and there were many spectator seats around it. In the past, any major events in the 3 cities would be held on Juping Peak. On this day, there was a sea of people on Juping Peak. The 36 forces were clearly divided, sitting in 4 corners. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin sat in the crowd of the Ocean Cloud sect, looking around. Not far from them, 2 forces away, were the people from the Windsword sect. Clear River's 2 monsters. I don't know what method the Windsword sect used, but they actually managed to invite the Clear River's 2 monsters. Xiaoxian looked in the direction of the Windsword sect and said softly. Lu Ming looked over and saw Yi Fa sitting at the top of the Windsword sect's group. Below him were many disciples and elders of the Windsword sect. Among them, there were 2 skinny old men in green robes. Their eyes were cold as they glanced at Lu Ming's group from time to time. In the Windsword sect, Yi Qing was among them. She looked at Lu Ming's group with eyes full of hatred. Ting Ting, don't worry. This time, as long as the Windsword sect meets us, we will definitely cripple them. It's impossible for them to get a spot. Also, the Clear River's 2 monsters are dead for sure. Kong Jean revealed a sinister smile. Wantingting nodded. Her eyes revealed a bone-deep hatred. Windsword Sect's area. Seniors, the 3 juniors from the Ocean Cloud sect, cannot be underestimated. They are very strong. If you meet them, try to kill them. Yifa said to the Clear River's 2 monsters. Don't worry. That chick is really beautiful. She's even prettier than Wantingting. Us brothers must get her. The leader of the Clear River's 2 monsters snickered coldly. His eyes were filled with evil fire as he looked at Xianxia. When the time comes, as long as we kill those 2 brats, that chick will be yours to play with. Chapter 770. This time, after losing Wantingting, he had to pay a huge price to invite the 2 freaks of Clear River. When he thought of the price he had to pay, he was heartbroken. It was all because of that bitch Wantingting and Lu Ming's meddling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pay such a huge price. He was determined to win the competition this time. Apart from his daughter, Yi Qing, he had 2 sons. He had to fight for the spots to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain for his 2 sons. Only then could his Yi clan continue to prosper. Moreover, Yi Fa sneered. Others didn't know that his Yi clan's ancestor had broken through from the 3rd layer of the Spiritual Sea Realm to the 4th layer of the Spiritual Sea Realm a few days ago. His battle strength had increased greatly. This way, the Windsword Sect's strength had increased greatly. This time, his Windsword Sect not only wanted to get into the top 6, but also the top 3, or even the first place. Just as his imagination was running wild, a figure appeared in the sky and emitted a terrifying pressure. The judge had arrived. Their competition would be hosted by someone from the depths of Nine Dragon City. There were 3 dragon veins in the depths of Nine Dragon City. They didn't belong to any faction, but belonged to the Dtion Forbidden Guard, which was the direct force of Martial Emperor De. Even the 6 ancient clans didn't have the right to use them. That force was extremely terrifying. This judge belonged to the Dtion Forbidden Guard. The Dtion Forbidden Guard could be said to be the core force of the Dtion Divine Guards. The leaders of the 36 factions stood up and greeted the judge. All right, let's not talk too much. The competition for the spots to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain starts now. There are a total of 36 factions. Those who are going to fight stand out. If anyone dies in the middle of the competition, you can't replace them. The judge announced. Immediately, the members of the 36 factions stood up and flew to the center of the fighting ring. Lu Ming's group and the other 6 members of the Sea Cloud sect flew to the fighting ring and stood in a row. Everyone looked at the people on the fighting ring, observing their opponents and which experts they had. This time around, there are so many strong rogue cultivators that have been invited out. All the major forces have really paid a huge price for this. Yeah, look, the Windsword sect invited the 2 freaks of Clear River. The boss of the 2 freaks of Clear River is a powerful warrior in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. He's a formidable opponent. There's also the Crimson Moon sect. The Crimson Moon sect invited 6 Fingers Loner, who is also a powerful warrior in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The most terrifying one is the Intentionless Mansion. The Intentionless Mansion has always been known as the strongest of the 36 factions. They themselves have 2 powerful warriors in the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier. This time, a few unfamiliar faces have appeared in the team. I wonder what cultivation level they have. Many people looked at the fighting ring and discussed. Around the 3 cities, there were 36 forces, and they were all small forces. Normally, if there was an elite at the peak of the 3rd layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, they would be considered upper-class forces, and if there was an elite at the 4th layer of the Spiritual Ocean tier, they would be a top-notch force. Look, the Sea Cloud sect actually sent out 3 young people in their 20s. It seems that the Sea Cloud sect really has no one else. That's right, but with the strength of the Sea Cloud sect, they're only focused on participating. I don't think they're thinking about fighting for a spot. That's probably the case. They're just here to make up the numbers. Many people saw the lineup of the Sea Cloud sect and laughed. Of the people sent out by the 36 forces, Except for the Sea Cloud sect, there wasn't a single youth under the age of 30. Haha, Xiaolong, if your Sea Cloud sect has no one else, you can go yourself. Why send a few juniors to their deaths? There was a force beside the Sea Cloud sect called the Ironbone sect. At this moment, the sect leader of the Ironbone sect laughed loudly and looked at Xiaolong. The Ironbone sect had always had a grudge with the Sea Cloud sect. Although they were slightly stronger than the Sea Cloud sect, they also invited a few powerful warriors this time. Now that they saw that the Sea Cloud sect even called a few juniors up, they naturally had to seize the opportunity to ridicule them. Maybe Brother Xiao just wants to go through the motions. Once the competition starts, he'll immediately admit defeat, and nothing will happen. On the other side, the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect mocked. Normally, the sect leaders and family heads of the major forces wouldn't fight. After all, they were sect leaders. If they fought and died in battle, the impact would be great. The battle hasn't started yet. Don't speak so early, or else you'll be embarrassed. Xiaolong said calmly. Haha, Xiaolong, according to what you said, those juniors are peerless geniuses? Haha. The sect leader of the Ironbone sect laughed even louder, full of ridicule. Geniuses? There weren't many who could be called geniuses in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Only the top 600 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 geniuses had reached the Sea Spirit Realm. Even if some rising talents were included, there wouldn't be more than 1,000 geniuses. Among these 1,000 geniuses, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Talisman Puppet sect took up a portion, while the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace only had a portion. How could a small Sea Cloud sect invite geniuses? Not only did the sect leader of the Ironbone sect not believe it, but the other forces also didn't believe it. They look down on us. When the time comes, we'll let Lu Ming and the others teach them a lesson and surprise them. Xiao Xian and Ruan Tingting were sitting together. At this moment, they were pouting and snorting coldly. They were very unhappy. Okay, you guys go back to your seats. The referee in the sky looked at them and nodded. Lu Ming and the others returned to their seats. The rules this time are very simple. There are a total of 36 forces, and I'll call out the names later. The two forces that are called out will fight against each other. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated. In the second round, there will be 18 forces left, and they will also fight against each other to determine the top 9. Finally, the top 9 will take turns to fight against each other. The top 6 will obtain a place to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain. Now let's begin. After the referee announced the names, he glanced at the field and called out, Red Moon Sect versus Zhang Clan. Immediately, 2 forces entered the field. One was the Red Moon Sect, and the other was the Zhang Clan. The Zhang Clan is bound to lose. They're not strong to begin with. The Red Moon Sect has 2 patriarchs at the peak of the 3rd tier of the spiritual sea realm, and they've even invited Six-Finger Saren. This time, they have a chance to enter the top 6. That's right, but this makes sense. The weak will be eliminated, and the strong will advance. Everyone was discussing as they looked at the field. The 9 people of the Zhang clan looked very serious. Once they entered the field, their figures changed and formed a battle formation. Light circulated. The difference in strength is so big. How can a battle formation change that? Attack directly and defeat them. In the Red Moon sect, there was a green-haired old man with 6 fingers. He was the Six-Finger Saren. He strode forward in a domineering manner and defeated the Zhang clan's battle formation in a barbaric way. The strongest in the Zhang clan were 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 3rd tier of the spiritual sea realm. They were no match for him at all. Soon, the battle formation was defeated, and one of their martial artists of the 3rd tier of the spiritual sea realm was killed by Six-Finger and the other 2. The others were shocked and hurriedly admitted defeat. Chapter 771. The Crimson Moon sect won easily. Next, the referee selected 2 more forces to fight. The strength of these 2 forces was also quite different, and the winner was easily determined. Following that, The competition continued without stopping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 matches have been carried out. Next, the Sea Cloud sect versus the Iron Bone sect. The referee's voice came. Haha, Xiao Long, I didn't expect a fight with your Sea Cloud sect. Just what I want. The Iron Bone sect leader laughed. Xiao Long was slightly stunned, then sneered. This is what I want to say. Just what I want. Swish, swish. Figures flashed, and 9 people from each side jumped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood behind the formation, looking at each other. The Iron Bone sect invited a few experts. There were 2 at the late stage of the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, and 1 at the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm. The others were all at the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm. On Lu Ming's side, the strongest was only at the peak of the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm, and there were as many as 5 at the 1st layer of the spiritual sea realm. Haha, Sea Cloud sect, I advise you to admit defeat. There is no suspense in this match. In the Iron Bone sect, a burly man laughed. Your last sentence is right. There is no suspense in this match, but you're the ones who lost. Hurry up and admit defeat, and you can reduce some losses. The fatty Kong Jin carried his battle axe and grinned. Aha, fatty, what did you say? You want us to admit defeat? Is there something wrong with your head? The burly man from the Iron Bone sect laughed, full of ridicule. Around the fighting ring, people from other forces also laughed. The lineup of the Sea Cloud sect was really terrible. There were actually 5 at the 1st layer of the spiritual sea realm. It could be said that it was one of the worst forces among the 36 forces. And that fatty actually boasted shamelessly that he wanted the Iron Bone faction to admit defeat. It was really funny. You dare to talk to me like that? Hee hee. I will remember it. Kong Jin looked at the burly man and smiled ferociously. You don't have to make a move. I could defeat them alone. The burly man from the Iron Bone sect showed coldness in his eyes and stepped forward. Boom, boom. As he stepped forward, the battle platform rumbled. His aura of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier completely exploded, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. With his cultivation at the late stage of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, he alone was enough to defeat such a lineup of the Sea Cloud sect. Lu Ming, don't do anything. Let me do it alone. Kong Jin shouted as he carried his battle axe and rushed forward. The spectators were speechless. This fatty really boasted shamelessly. With a mere cultivation in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he actually dared to threaten to defeat 9 people from the Iron Bone sect by himself? How could this be? The people of the Iron Bone faction even revealed mocking smiles. Kill! The Iron Bone sect's big man shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder as he chopped his axe towards Kong Jin. Kong Jin smiled ferociously. He waved his hand, and the battle axe, which was as big as a door, slashed forward. Clang! Bang! The 2 axes slashed together. First, there was a clang sound. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The battle axe in the burly man's hand directly exploded and turned into fragments that scattered in all directions. Kong Jin's battle axe did not stop and continued to slash down. No! The burly man shouted in horror. Poochie! The next moment, he was directly split into 2 halves by Kong Jin's battle axe. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyeballs instantly popped out as they watched all this in shock. Kong Jin, a martial artist in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, actually killed a martial artist in the late stage of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier with 1 move. How could this be? It was too incredible. Kill! Before anyone could react, Kong Jin had already held his battle axe and rushed towards the people of the Iron Bone sect like a mad beast. The battle axe's attack was as violent as a storm. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. The people of the Iron Bone sect only reacted now and shouted in horror. The remaining 8 people hurriedly set up a battle formation, wanting to stop Kong Jin. But they were useless after all. Kong Jin's attack was too violent. He comprehended the shattering concept and the earth concept. The combination of these 2 concepts had an unimaginable destructive power. Boom, boom. With just a few moves, the Iron Bone sect's great formation was broken into pieces by Kong Jin. Puff, puff. With a wave of the battle axe, another expert in the late stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier was killed. Another expert in the early stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier was also killed. Kong Jin was like a violent beast, undefeatable. Admit defeat, we admit defeat. The remaining 6 people screamed crazily and were already scared out of their wits. Really weak. Kong Jin curled his lips and was a little unhappy. He carried his battle axe and walked back. All around, everyone could only widen their eyes and stare blankly at this scene, looking at Kong Jin blankly. Too strong. He defeated the Iron Bone sect alone. The Iron Bone sect was really pitiful. Just now, the burly man said that he would defeat the Sea Cloud sect alone, but in the end, he was defeated by Kong Jin alone. How could it be? How could it be? In the area of the Ironbone sect, the sect leader's face was pale. He looked at this scene in disbelief and muttered to himself, "Ha, didn't I just say it?" Don't be too sure of your words before the battle. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassed. Xiaolong looked at the sect leader of the Ironbone sect and laughed loudly. Prodigy, this is definitely a prodigy. Xiaolong, how could your Sea Cloud sect invite such a person? The sect leader of the Ironbone sect said with red eyes. With the cultivation of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he could actually kill an expert in the late stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier with one move. This battle prowess had already reached the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was not only a prodigy, but also not an ordinary prodigy, but a top prodigy. How could a mere Sea Cloud sect invite such a powerful prodigy? You don't have to worry about this. Xiaolong sneered, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. At this time, the leaders of the other major forces were also discussing animatedly. That fatty is definitely a top prodigy. Crossing more than 2 levels to kill an opponent. Incredible. Ordinary prodigies definitely can't do it. His battle prowess has probably reached the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The first layer of the spiritual ocean tier is actually equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This is too terrifying. Not necessarily. In my opinion, his battle axe is very powerful, shattering the opponent's spirit weapon in one move. The opponent was stunned for a moment before being killed by him in one move. His battle prowess may not have reached the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but it's infinitely close. Makes sense. The people around were discussing. On the battle platform, the other participants of the Sea Cloud sect were also a little stunned. They just stood on the stage for a while, and they didn't even set up a battle formation, and they won. This victory was too easy. Don't waste it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and collected the storage rings of the 3 martial artists killed by Kong Jin. At the same time, he took the opportunity to swallow the blood essence. This was the blood essence of a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming didn't want to waste it. Fatty, 3 storage rings, 1 for each person. After speaking, Lu Ming threw 1 to Kong Jin and 1 to Xianxia, keeping 1 for himself. Now, he was too sure of spirit crystals to let it go. Chapter 772. This battle, the Sea Cloud sect wins. The referee announced. Lu Ming and the others stepped off the stage, welcoming the cheers of the Sea Cloud sect. The other sects looked at the Sea Cloud sect, revealing a trace of seriousness. The Sea Cloud sect, regardless of the others, had Kong Jin, which was very troublesome. The competition continued. Lu Ming sat in the stands, refining the essence blood with all his strength. The essence blood of 3 martial artists in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm was really too rich. It was the first time that Lu Ming swallowed such rich and powerful essence blood. He used all the essence blood power to upgrade the 2nd bloodline. He planned to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the divine grade first. In that way, the power of the prison-suppressing celestial skill would increase greatly. Then, he would upgrade the 9 Dragons bloodline. The powerful essence blood power constantly poured into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Time passed quickly. Not long after, the first round of the competition ended, and the top 18 were all born. Those who won were happy, because they were one step closer to the top 6, and those who lost were dejected. Such a great opportunity was lost. The referee let the major forces rest for an hour, and then began the second round. The second round was still arranged by the referee. The referee seemed to be intentional. Those most powerful forces were not arranged together at the beginning, but were separated. This way it seemed fair. If those powerful forces met at the beginning, then there would be forces that could attack the top 6. It would be a bit unfair if they were eliminated in advance. The second round of the competition continued. There were a total of 9 battles for the 18 forces. The Sea Cloud sect was arranged for the 7th battle. At this time, the essence blood in Lu Ming's body was almost completely refined. Although the essence blood of 3 martial artists in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm was rich, it was impossible to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the divine grade. It only reached the perfection of the 9th level of the king grade. To break through to the divine grade, it was unknown how much essence blood was needed. In this battle, the Sea Cloud sect's opponent was the Surging Wave sect. This force had an elite in the peak of the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, and there were also several other experts in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm. At the beginning of the competition, the opponent formed a battle formation, prioritizing defense. On the Sea Cloud sect side, Kong Jin launched a storm of attacks, and the others only assisted. Lu Ming and Xianxia never made a move, following behind the crowd. This was their plan. First of all, Kong Jin only needed to make a move. Their targets were the stronger powers. It was not their turn to make a move yet. In this battle, in the end, under Kong Jin's storm-like attacks, the opponent's battle formation was destroyed. That martial artist at the peak of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm was heavily injured and was almost chopped off by Kong Jin's axe. Luckily, they admitted defeat in time. In this way, the Sea Cloud sect had already locked in the top 9. The last 2 rounds ended quickly, and the top 9 were all out. Intentionless Mansion, Sea Cloud sect, Crimson Moon sect, Windsword sect, Sure family. In the process of entering the top 9, the most shocking was still the Windsword sect. Not only did the Windsword sect have the 2 freaks of Clear River, but an ancestor of the Windsword sect also erupted in this battle and displayed the cultivation of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, shocking everyone. The Windsword sect actually had 2 powerful martial artists in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and was thought by everyone to be the most likely to enter the top 3, or even the top 2. As for Intentionless Mansion, there was no doubt that it was considered the strongest. After entering the top 9, the next step was to take turns fighting. Each force would have to fight against the other 8 forces, and the ranking would be determined according to the results. The order of the battles will be decided by drawing lots. The first battle was between Intentionless Mansion and Sure family. Sure family was Sure Kai's family. They were also very powerful, having an ancestor in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, this battle was against Intentionless Mansion, and there was no suspense at all. They had not even started the battle, and Sure family had already admitted defeat. It was a ranking battle now, not an elimination battle. Of course, they had to admit defeat. Otherwise, if they lost a few experts, how would they compete later? So, when encountering an opponent like Intentionless Mansion that they could not defeat, admitting defeat was the wisest choice. And no one would look down on Sure family. In the second battle, the Windsword sect took the field. His opponent also admitted defeat directly. Intentionless Mansion and Windsword sect easily obtained a victory. As long as they won 3 consecutive battles, entering the top 6 would not be a problem. Everyone in the Windsword sect smiled. Yifei's face was also full of smiles. Only one person's face was more ferocious, and that was Yiqing. Her cultivation was crippled. No matter how good the Windsword sect's results were, or how many spots they had, there was no place for her. Thus, her hatred for Ruan Tingting and Lu Ming grew even stronger. The matches were carried out one by one. Sea Cloud sect against Crimson Moon sect. The referee's voice spread far and wide. They actually met Crimson Moon sect in the first battle of the ranking battle. Xiao Long, your winning streak ends here. The Crimson Moon sect leader looked coldly at Xiao Long. Is that so? Don't be like that bag of bones just now in a sorry state. Xiao Long responded with a sneer, looking at the Iron Bone sect leader. The Iron Bone sect leader was so angry that his teeth itched. He was reprimanded, and Xiao Long dragged him in again, making him and the others depressed. Isn't your Sea Cloud sect relying on that fatty? As long as you send someone to hold him back, the others can easily defeat the rest of the Sea Cloud sect, and then join forces to deal with that fatty. It's easy to win. The Crimson Moon sect leader smiled faintly. Is that so? Xiao Long responded coldly, not saying much. On the battle stage, Lu Ming's group and the Crimson Moon sect's group stood opposite each other. Fatty, the Crimson Moon sect will definitely send that expert at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm to hold you back, and then the others will defeat us and join forces to deal with you. Wait a moment, don't be too strong. Our target is the Windsword sect. If you're too strong and the Windsword sect directly admits defeat when they meet us, then it won't be easy. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Kong Jin. Lu Ming, don't worry. Wait a moment, I'll struggle to defeat my opponent. Kong Jin grinned and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled faintly. This time, their target was the Windsword sect. If the Windsword sect wanted to enter the top 6, they would have to be extremely lucky to meet them later. If they met them earlier, then the Windsword sect wouldn't be able to enter the top 6. Do it! In the Crimson Moon sect, the 6 Fingers Loose cultivator lightly shouted, and his figure flashed as fast as lightning, pouncing towards Kong Jin. As for the other 8 people from the Crimson Moon sect, they quickly pounced towards Lu Ming's group. The Crimson Moon sect's strength was very strong. Other than the 6 Fingers Loose cultivator, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, there was also an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. There were also some other experts, and their overall strength wasn't weak. Set up the formation, Lu Ming roared. The 8 of them set up a large formation, and with a flash of light, a light screen enveloped them. Kill! Kong Jin and the 6 Fingers Loose cultivator engaged in an intense battle, and the other people from the Crimson Moon sect also attacked. Boom! Boom! The experts of the Crimson Moon sect attacked them with all kinds of attacks, but their battle formation was obtained from the inheritance that Lu Ming sealed in his mind by Liao Tsang, and it was extremely exquisite. In addition, Lu Ming and Xianxia slightly burst out with some of their strength, and combined with the battle formation, they blocked the attacks of the Crimson Moon sect. As for Kong Jin, he intentionally suppressed his strength and fought to a draw with the 6 Fingers Loose cultivator. Chapter 773. But this was enough to shock the other forces. I didn't expect the Ocean Cloud sect to be so strong. That fatty's battle prowess is indeed equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. He can actually tie with the 6 Fingers man. How terrifying. Moreover, the Ocean Cloud sect's battle formation is so powerful and mysterious. It's a pure defensive battle formation. The 8 of them cooperated seamlessly and blocked the Crimson Moon sect's attack. Did you see it? Those 2 youths aren't simple either. 1st layer of the spiritual ocean realm and peak 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm battle prowess. They're almost at the level of geniuses. How did the Sea Cloud sect manage to invite such people? There were many discussions all around, but they didn't know that whether it was Lu Ming, Xianxia, or Kong Jin, they were all suppressing their battle prowess. Lu Ming and Xianxia only exploded with the battle prowess of the peak 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Exploding with the battle prowess of the peak 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean realm was already comparable to some of the weakest geniuses, such as Qin Xingshan and Gao Chan. But Lu Ming and the other 2 weren't ordinary geniuses. Xianxia and the other 2 each comprehended at least one powerful special concept, and fused at least 2. Adding on their powerful bloodline martial skills and cultivation methods, they were all extraordinary. In addition, they all cultivated the super spiritual ocean secret technique, which doubled the area of their spiritual ocean. Each of their battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and it wasn't hard to kill ordinary fourth-layer spiritual ocean realm warriors. The two of them exchanged 100 moves with each other. At this time, Kong Jin roared again and again like a fierce beast. His huge axe chopped crazily, gradually gaining the upper hand. Another dozen moves. The Six Fingers man spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was swept by Kong Jin's battle axe, and a deep bloody mark appeared. He was almost split in half. He turned pale with fright, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he frantically retreated. Die! Kong Jin held his battle axe and chased crazily. Boom! Another move, and the Six Fingers man's body was sent flying by Kong Jin's axe, flying out of the battle stage. Flying out of the battle stage, he was defeated. Consider yourself lucky. Kong Jin let out a sinister smile as he raised his battle axe and charged towards the other members of the Crimson Moon sect. Admit defeat. We admit defeat. The other members of the Crimson Moon sect immediately admitted defeat when they saw that the Six-Fingered Wanderer had been defeated. How could they dare to continue fighting? Following the Crimson Moon sect's admission of defeat, the Sea Cloud sect obtained their first victory in a ranking battle. How boring. Kong Jin returned to his seat, took out a large lamb leg, and started to gnaw on it. Haha, as I said, you spoke too early just now. Xiaolong sneered as he looked at the Scarlet Moon sect's sect leader. Oomph. The sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect snorted coldly with a gloomy face. The battle strategy of the Sea Cloud Martial School is very simple. They will rely on that defensive array to defend, and in terms of attack, they will completely rely on that fatty. That fatty's battle prowess is slightly stronger than the Six Fingers Lone Cultivator. As long as there is an expert stronger than the Six Fingers Lone Cultivator to stall that fatty, or even two experts in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean realm to defeat that fatty, then the Sea Cloud Martial School will definitely lose. That's right. The key is that fatty. He's not easy to deal with. This time, the Sea Cloud Martial School will have no problem entering the top 6. That guy Xiaolong is really lucky to have invited such a genius. The leaders of the other forces were whispering to each other. In the Windsword Sect's area, Yi Fa and the others were also discussing. Forefather, 2 seniors, if we encounter the Sea Cloud Martial School, do we have a chance of winning? Yi Fa sent a message to the forefather of the Windsword Sect and the 2 freaks of Clear River. Don't worry, Sect Leader Yi. This old man's cultivation is stronger than the Six Fingers Lone Cultivator, and it's enough to suppress that fatty. With Brother Yi, it's enough to kill that fatty. At that time, victory will be in our grasp, the leader of the 2 freaks of Clear River said. The Brother Yi he was referring to was the forefather of the Windsword Sect. It's more difficult to completely annihilate the Sea Cloud Martial School. As long as we kill that fatty, the others will definitely admit defeat, and then we won't be able to kill more people. The leader of the 2 freaks of Clear River continued. If we can kill that fatty, that's not bad. Yi Fa nodded. He looked in the direction of the Sea Cloud Martial School. For some reason, he still wasn't confident. He was worried about Lu Ming and Xianxia. Although Lu Ming and Xianxia had already displayed battle prowess at the peak of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, he still wasn't confident. He himself was at the early stage of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, but last time at the Windsword Sect, Lu Ming and Xianxia gave him a very strong pressure. He could vaguely feel that Lu Ming and Xianxia's battle prowess wasn't just at the peak of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. But even if they reached the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, what use would it be? If the 2 freaks of Clear River and the forefather killed that fatty, they would definitely win. Yi Fa warned himself in his heart. The competition continued. Soon, the first round was over and they entered the 2nd round. When they encountered the forces of the Intentionless Mansion, they still admitted defeat directly. Windsword Sect versus Sea Cloud Martial School. Suddenly, the referee's voice was heard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Xianxia and Kong Jin were the same. They didn't expect to encounter the Wind Sword sect in the second round. How lucky. Lu Ming, are you guys confident? Xiaoxian looked at Lu Ming and the others. The Wind Sword sect had 2 experts at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Don't worry. You don't think I'm not even as good as this fatty, right? Lu Ming chuckled. Kong Jin pursed his lips but didn't refute. Ting Ting, watch. We'll eliminate the 2 freaks of Clear River in this battle. Lu Ming said to Ruan Tingting with a smile. You guys be careful. Ruan Tingting said softly. Let's go. It's time to fight. Lu Ming smiled and flew onto the fighting ring with Kong Jin and the others. The people of the Wind Sword sect also went onto the fighting ring. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. He, the leader of the 2 freaks of Clear River, chuckled coldly. His eyes stared at Xianxia with evil fire burning in them. Old man, hurry up and admit defeat. Wait a minute, my big axe doesn't recognize people. Kong Jin waved the battle axe in his hand and sneered. Fatty, Xiaoqing, follow the plan later. Leave the 2 freaks of Clear River to me. Leave the Wind Sword sect's ancestor to Fatty. Xiaoqing, you're in charge of shutting the others up. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Kong Jin and Xianxia. The 2 nodded. Hee, since that's the case, then die. The 2 freaks of Clear River revealed cold, murderous intent. Their figures flashed and pounced on Kong Jin. At the same time, the Wind Sword sect's ancestor also pounced on Kong Jin. As for the others, they pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Swish! At this moment, everyone saw a figure flash and suddenly appear in front of the leader of the 2 freaks of Clear River. Old man, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming sneered. Just you? Die. The 2 freaks of Clear River shouted coldly and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Their cultivation of the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm burst out and was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw out a punch. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The leader of the 2 freaks of Clear River trembled and took 2 steps back. How could this be? Chapter 774. All around, the spectators were even more shocked. First of all, Lu Ming suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River, which already shocked many people. In their opinion, shouldn't Lu Ming stay in the battle formation and focus on defense? Wasn't the main battle force of the Ocean Cloud sect that fatty? But then, Lu Ming defeated the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River with 1 move, which almost made the others jump up in shock. Hiding his strength. Lu Ming definitely hid his strength before. His true battle strength was actually so powerful that he could defeat the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River with 1 move. One should know that the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River was even stronger than the 6 Fingers Loose Cultivator. Many people understood that they had underestimated the strength of the Ocean Cloud sect. To be precise, they had underestimated the strength of those few youngsters. They didn't show it just now because they didn't need to. Wang. At this moment, Xianxing's Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped the other members of the Wind Sword sect. The terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down, making the speed of those from the Wind Sword sect as slow as a turtle. Ha kill! Kong Jin laughed and swung his battle axe. The Wind Sword sect's ancestor's body trembled violently as he staggered back, his face pale. Come in together. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out with both fists. 2 rays of fist light, one headed towards the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River, and the other headed towards the second brother. The second brother of the 2 freaks of Qing River was only at the peak of the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm. He was sent flying by 1 punch and coughed out blood. Kill! An even more terrifying fist light followed, drowning the second brother of the 2 freaks of Qing River. The second brother of the 2 freaks of Qing River screamed as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist force. He died on the spot. Second brother, the leader of the 2 freaks of Qing River roared. His eyes were red as he unleashed all of his strength and attacked Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The sword Qi in the leader's hand was like a river, gushing towards Lu Ming. The sharp chi spread out and cut open the space. "It's your turn now." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he struck out with his palm. The hell-suppressing heaven art was activated, and his palm was like a heavenly steel. Bang! The river of sword chi collapsed, and the suppressing hell heavenly skill suppressed everything. The two freaks of Qing River screamed in agony as they retreated, blood gushing out of their mouths. How could this be? He roared madly, looking at Lu Ming with eyes full of disbelief and fear. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his battle prowess was not weak, but he was actually not Lu Ming's match and was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so how could there be such a monster? His heart trembled, and next moment, he heard a shriek. On the other side, the Windsword Sect Master was in an even worse state. One of his arms was chopped off by Kong Jin, and his entire body was covered in blood. The strength that Kong Jin displayed was even stronger than when he fought against Six-Fingered Wanderer. All around, everyone was shocked to the extreme. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was extremely shocking. He had completely suppressed the leader of the Clear River Twin Monsters. Even the strength that Kong Jin displayed was even stronger than before, hiding their strength. Previously, they had all hidden their strength. Even Kong Jin had not used his full strength before. In the Crimson Moon Sect's area, Six-Fingered Wanderer's face was a little pale. He originally thought that Kong Jin's battle prowess was stronger than his, but not by much. But now he understood that Kong Jin was just pretending. In the Intentionless Mansion, many of the Intentionless Mansion's experts had serious expressions. "Fatty, send them on their way." Lu Ming sneered and strode forward, striking down with his palm. A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded, as if it was going to suppress and crush the leader of the Clear River Twin Monsters. Pung! The leader of the Clear River Twin Monsters tried his best to resist, but one of his arms was directly shattered. On the other side, the Windsword Sect's elder was even more miserable. A deep wound appeared on his chest, and he was almost split in half by Kong Jin. "Admit defeat. We admit defeat. I admit defeat." The leader of the Clear River Twin Monsters and the elder of the Windsword Sect both roared. "Kill! Kill!" Lu Ming and Kong Jin continued to charge forward. "Why aren't you guys stopping? We've already admitted defeat." The elder of the Windsword Sect roared. "What a joke. Now, there are 8 of you left. More than half of you have to admit defeat for it to be effective. Only 2 of you have admitted defeat." Lu Ming sneered. "You guys, hurry up and admit defeat." The leader of the Clear River Twin Monsters felt the murderous intent from Lu Ming and was about to cry. He roared at the other members of the Windsword Sect. However, the other members of the Windsword Sect were having a hard time. They were enveloped by Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field. Most importantly, it contained a terrifying destructive force. They felt that they would be killed in the next moment. Moreover, as soon as they opened their mouths and shouted a word, the terrifying destructive force would strike at their mouths. It was impossible for them to speak. They were anxious, but they couldn't utter a word. "It seems like they don't want to admit defeat." Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. A terrifying pressure was exerted on the Clear River Twin Monsters. "Cheating, they're cheating. Referee, we admit defeat. We want to admit defeat." On the spectator stand, Yi Ji stood up and roared crazily. "You didn't even participate in the battle. What's the point of admitting defeat?" Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eye and said coldly, "They're about to admit defeat. You guys are the ones who are controlling them. You guys are cheating." Yi Fei's heart was burning with anxiety as he shouted loudly. "According to the rules, you have to admit defeat personally to be considered as admitting defeat." In the sky, the referee said coldly. In his eyes, Lu Ming and the others were interesting. The referee couldn't be bothered with the life and death of the ants from the Windsword Sect. He was only going by the rules. The referee's words made Yi Ji's face turn pale. Poof! On the battle stage, Kong Jin's roar was like thunder. He swung his battle axe, and the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch was split in half. Bam! Lu Ming's palm landed on the chest of the Clear River twin monsters. The terrifying force shattered the heart and organs of the leader of the Clear River twin monsters. The Clear River twin monsters roared with unwillingness in their eyes. This time, they weren't here to die. Yi Ji had paid a heavy price to invite them here. If they knew that they would die, they definitely wouldn't have come. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The leader of the Clear River twin monsters roared with unwillingness and died. Lu Ming moved his hand and put away the storage ring of the Clear River twin monsters. He devoured the essence blood. Then, his body flashed, and the essence blood of the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch and the second leader of the Clear River twin monsters were also devoured. At this moment, the remaining people who were enveloped by Xianxia's sky demon power field were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their bodies trembled, and they broke out in cold sweat. The Clear River twin monsters and the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch were both killed. Was it time to kill them next? Yet, they couldn't admit defeat. All of their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with pleading. Xiaoqing, kill those at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. Leave the rest to Tingting. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. She pressed her hand down, and the destructive cutting force suddenly increased by several times. Poof! Poof! Chapter 775. Only 4 martial artists below the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm were left on the battle ring, looking at Lu Ming's group in horror. Bang! In the spectator seats, in the Wind Sword Sect's area, Yi Fa seemed to be drained of energy as he slumped on the chair. His eyes were filled with despair. Finished. The Wind Sword Sect was finished. The 2 monsters of Clear River that he paid a huge price to invite died in battle, and the Wind Sword Sect's ancestor was killed. The Wind Sword Sect was finished for this competition. They only needed to win 2 more battles to get into the top 6 and at least get 3 spots. But now, there was no hope at all. They were already eliminated early. All their plans and arrangements were for naught. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Wind Sword Sect's ancestor was killed, and 2 other experts in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm were also killed. The Wind Sword Sect's strength plummeted, becoming the weakest among all the forces around the gathering luxury city. In the future, how could the Wind Sword Sect compete with other forces? They were destined to decline. All of this was because of Lu Ming's group. No, all of this was because of Ruan Tingting. Yi Fa looked at Ruan Tingting's figure in the ocean cloud sect's direction. All of this was because of this woman. They wanted to sacrifice Ruan Tingting's happiness and marry her to the 2 monsters of Clear River, which led to all of this. Immediately after, he recalled that when he proposed to marry Ruan Tingting to the 2 monsters of Clear River, Ruan Tingting said that she could ask a few friends to help the Wind Sword Sect participate in the competition. As for her friends, they were undoubtedly Lu Ming and the rest. Unfortunately, he didn't believe it all. Not only did he reject Ruan Tingting, he even offended Lu Ming's group and sent them to the Ocean Cloud Sect. The Ocean Cloud Sect was only a small force, but because of Lu Ming's group joining, it had limitless glory. And all of this should have belonged to the Wind Sword Sect. If Lu Ming's group joined, there would be no need for the 2 monsters of Clear River. In addition, with the Wind Sword Sect's own strength, they would have a high chance of getting first place. Unfortunately, all of this was just an if. Everything was destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Yi Fa's mouth was filled with bitterness. He regretted it, but he knew that everything could not be undone. Yi Qing was also dumbfounded. She had never expected this outcome. The strength of Lu Ming and the others had exceeded her expectations. She knew that she would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Lu Ming and the rest were not on the same level as her. They were not in the same world. As for the Sea Cloud Sect's area, it was the complete opposite of the Wind Sword Sect's. Xiaolong was so excited that he laughed heartily. Tingting, look. Lu Ming and the others killed the 2 freaks of Qing River. Xiao held Ruan Tingting's hand tightly. Ruan Tingting's eyes were filled with gratitude. She knew that Lu Ming and the others were doing this for her sake. Thank you. I will work hard in my cultivation. As for the rest, I will settle it myself. Ruan Tingting whispered. On the side, the Ironbone faction and Crimson Moon sect had fought against the Sea Cloud sect. They rejoiced in their hearts, but they were also afraid. Just now, they had actually looked down on the Sea Cloud sect and Lu Ming's group. They were clearly top-notch geniuses. We admit defeat. Admit defeat. On the battle ring, Xianxia withdrew his Sky Demon power field, and the remaining 4 people shouted crazily. But no one was paying attention to them anymore. Almost all eyes were on Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xianxia. They knew that Xianxia was not to be underestimated. He actually controlled 6 experts by himself, and they couldn't even call out to admit defeat. Then, with a light wave of his hand, he took care of 2 experts in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm. His methods were simply unpredictable and chilling. On the battle ring, the other 6 people from the Sea Cloud sect looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They understood that they were just here to make up the numbers. They had nothing to do with this competition. The Sea Cloud sect wins. The referee announced the result. Lu Ming returned to his seat and continued to refine the essence blood. Just now, the essence blood of the 5 people from the Windsword sect who were killed was all devoured by him. This time, the essence blood was even richer and scarier. 2 in the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm, and 3 in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming refined it with all his strength to improve the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Next, the competition continued. However, the original 9 forces became 8. The Windsword sect was already eliminated, and they were unable to fight anymore. The following competition was much simpler. After witnessing the terror of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin, the other forces directly admitted defeat when they met the Sea Cloud sect. The Intentionless Mansion and the Sea Cloud sect maintained a complete victory. When the ranking battle was about to end, the essence blood in Lu Ming's body was completely refined. However, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline showed no signs of advancing. Lu Ming knew in his heart that it wouldn't be that easy, so he wasn't too disappointed. Not sure if it was a coincidence or intentional, the referee left the battle between the Intentionless Mansion and the Sea Cloud sect to the end. The Intentionless Mansion versus the Sea Cloud sect. When a referee said this, everyone present was energized. The Intentionless Mansion had won all the ranking battles until now without a single battle. No one knew how strong the Intentionless Mansion was. On the surface, the Intentionless Mansion had 2 in the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, and one of them was in the later stage. But they must have asked for external help. The Sea Cloud sect had fought 2 battles and won all the way until now. Who was stronger in the battle between these 2 forces? Everyone was curious. Figures flashed, and both sides stepped onto the battle platform. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin stood at the front, and the other 6 stood behind. They knew that they were only here to make up the numbers. As long as they defended well, it would be fine. They didn't ask for merit, but to not make any mistakes. The 3 of you are so young and have such battle strength. I'm truly impressed. From the Intentionless Mansion, an elegant old man walked out and said with a smile. Lu Ming and the other 2 didn't speak. They just looked at the old man, waiting for him to continue. How about this? Let's treat this battle as a friendly match. How about not killing each other? The elegant old man continued. This elegant old man was the old ancestor of the Intentionless Mansion. Obviously, he was quite wary of Lu Ming and the other 2. Sure, Lu Ming smiled. They had no enmity with the Intentionless Mansion, so there was no need to kill each other. That's great. Get into formation. After the elegant old man finished speaking, the 9 figures of the Intentionless Mansion flashed and formed a large formation. A terrifying aura burst out. 5 elites in the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, and 1 at the peak of the 4th level. As soon as the aura of the 9 people of the Intentionless Mansion burst out, exclamations came from all around. The intentionless mansion was indeed powerful. They actually had 5 elites in the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Compared to them, the other forces were too far behind. The remaining 4 were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. A battle formation set up by the few of them together was extremely terrifying. Who could break it? Interesting, let's team up, Lu Ming said. All right, Xianxia nodded. Uh-huh, let's have a good battle. We haven't had a good battle today. Kong Jin laughed loudly and strode forward. Sky Demon Force Field. Chapter 776. Xianxia was the first to strike. He used the heavenly demon power field to shroud his opponent. A terrifying destructive force suddenly erupted. Clang! Clang! The people from Intentionless Mansion activated their battle matrix. Battle sabers condensed and counteracted the invisible destructive force. At that moment, Lu Ming and Kong Jin's figures flashed and entered the heavenly demon power field. Have a taste of my axe, Mad Demon Battle Axe. Kong Jin stepped onto the battle platform, and it rumbled. With each step, his body swelled a little. The battle axe in his hand was as big as a door. It twisted the air into a ball, and like a violent storm, it blasted towards Intentionless Mansion. The Earth Will and the Shattering Will merged into Kong Jin's Blood Meridian martial technique. The terrifying power that could destroy everything made the people from Intentionless Mansion pale. Boom! Lu Ming used the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill and slashed his palm towards Intentionless Mansion. In comparison, Lu Ming's palm was much more restrained. It looked very ordinary, as if it was just an ordinary palm. However, the people from Intentionless Mansion looked even worse. They could feel that the pressure from Lu Ming's palm was even stronger than Kong Jin's. Block it! The Elegant Elder shouted. The 9 of them activated their battle matrix. Their auras merged, combining the combat power of the 9 of them into one. They each struck out 2 rays of saber light, slashing towards Lu Ming and Kong Jin. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud bangs. Lu Ming and Kong Jin did not move at all. On the other hand, the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion staggered backward. Even their battle formation was almost destroyed. They were enveloped by Xianxia's heavenly demon power field and were suppressed. It was difficult for them to use their full combat power. Again, Lu Ming and Kong Jin stepped forward and blasted out another move. The power of this move was stronger than the previous one. Heavenly Demon Hand. This time, Xianxia also blasted out a move. A beautiful arm pressed towards the people from Intentionless Mansion. Boom! 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 The entire battle platform was shaking. The 9 people from Intentionless Mansion were scattered by the violent power. They retreated one after another. The 4 warriors at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, amazing. Really amazing. We admit defeat. The Elegant Elder took a deep breath and calmed his surging blood. He clasped his hands together, but his eyes were filled with shock. The 9 of them joined forces and set up an array, but they were still no match for the 3 of them. The combat power of these 3 youths was terrifying. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. The Sea Cloud sect wins this battle, the referee announced. Immediately, cheers rang out from the Sea Cloud sect. Many people's faces flushed with excitement. Who? At the scene, the people from the other forces all let out a sigh of relief, as if they were trying to calm their surging emotions. The Sea Cloud clan had actually defeated the Intentionless House. Before the competition, they would never have thought of this. In the beginning, when the people of Sea Cloud clan went on the stage, everyone saw that there were 3 youths at the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm. No one was optimistic about Sea Cloud clan, thinking that they were just going through the motions. Even if a few people thought that Sea Cloud clan might have invited Prodigy, they would never have thought that Sea Cloud clan could defeat Intentionless Mansion. After all, ordinary prodigies couldn't defeat an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm at the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm. The gap was too big. But in the end, Sea Cloud Clan became a dark horse and defeated Intentionless Mansion. There is no doubt that Sea Cloud Clan was #1 this time. According to the results, the top 6 of this competition are out. Sea Cloud Clan, #1, has 8 places. Announced the referee. Cheers came from Sea Cloud Clan. Xiao Long was full of excitement. 4 of the 8 places were given to Lu Ming. There were still 4 places left. Before this, he would never have dared to think about it. The other forces cast envious glances at Sea Cloud Clan, and Xiao Long's Sea Cloud Clan was too lucky to get the help of such a prodigy. Why didn't they have such luck? #2, Intentionless Mansion, 6 places. The referee announced the top 6 one after another. #6, Crimson Moon Clan, #6, has 3 places in 100 Venerables Mountain. All right, this competition is over. In the next 2 days, list out the places to enter 100 Venerables Mountain. After 2 days, someone will go to Sea Cloud Clan to get them. After the referee announced, he looked at Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xianxia, and then stepped away. With the departure of the referee, this competition also came to an end. Sea Cloud Clan became the biggest winner. The 36 forces dispersed. Lu Ming and the others also returned to Sea Cloud Clan. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The top 6 forces of the competition sent people to Sea Cloud Clan to wait for the arrival of the messenger. On this day, a young man in a starry robe arrived at Sea Cloud Clan. Xiao Long and the people of the other 6 forces came out to welcome him. Have you prepared the list of the people who will enter 100 Venerables Mountain? Give it to me. The young man had his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. Xiao Long and the others did not dare to delay and quickly handed over their names. They could tell from the young man's clothes that he was a disciple of the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan was one of the strongest clans on this dragon vein, other than the Wang clan. It was also one of the strongest forces in 9 Dragon City, other than the 6 ancient clans. Compared to small forces like them, it was many times stronger. The young man took the name list and glanced at it. He nodded and waved his hand. 8 tokens flew to Xiao Long and said, "These are the 8 tokens to enter 100 Venerables Mountain. Keep them." Xiao Long happily kept them. Then, the young man handed the corresponding tokens to Intentionless Mansion and the other forces. As long as you're under 30 years old, you can enter 100 Venerables Mountain at any time with the tokens. After saying that, the young man stepped into the air and left. After the young man left, Xiao Long went to Lu Ming and the others' residence and handed the 4 tokens to Lu Ming and the others. "Little brother Lu Ming, when do you plan to enter 100 Venerables Mountain? I'll let Xian and the others go with you?" Xiao Long asked. "Tomorrow," Lu Ming said. Xiao Long nodded and left. After the young man from the Shangguan clan gave out the tokens, he flew toward the dragon vein. There's someone called Lu Ming in the name list this time. Interesting. Could it be the Lu Ming from the Heavenly King leaderboard? The young man muttered. I heard from Uncle Wuxia that cousin Xianxia has an enemy in Tianxian domain. He's also called Lu Ming. I wonder if it's the same person. Should I tell Uncle Wuxia about this? It's better to tell him. If it's the same person, I don't want to be blamed for not telling him about it. With that thought, the young man flew toward the Shangguan clan. The Wang clan occupied the core position of the Dragon Vein. However, the Shangguan clan occupied a superior territory. It was one of the best treasure lands. Many majestic mountains rose from the ground. They were lush and green. The spiritual qi was so dense that it was like a mist drifting in the sky. It was like a fairyland. Many palaces were located on the mountain peaks. 2 figures sat in the courtyard of one of the palaces. Chapter 777. They were Xianxia's uncle and mother. At this moment, the 2 were drinking tea in the courtyard. Second brother, how's the investigation on that little bastard Lu Ming going? Is he still in Tianxian domain? Shangguan Wuling asked. Shangguan Wuchen shook his head and said, I've investigated it. That Lu Ming left the Tianxian domain a long time ago, and I don't know where he went. However, I'm certain that his relationship with Yin Kuangtu isn't that deep. Back then, Yin Kuangtu stayed in the Xianxia domain for 2 days before leaving alone. That little bastard Lu Ming. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been humiliated in public by Yin Kuangtu. Shangguan Wuling's face was twisted. Little sister, let's forget about Yin Kuangtu. He's one of the highest commanders of the Imperial Sky Guard. Even our old ancestor wouldn't dare to offend him. Shangguan Wuchen's face changed slightly. Second brother, I know that, but we can't let Lu Ming go. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. You don't have to worry about this. That lad Lu Ming is quite talented. He definitely won't miss the Battle of Providence. By then, he might come to Nine Dragon City. As long as he comes to Nine Dragon City, won't he be at our mercy? Shangguan Wuchen took a sip of tea, a cold smile on his face. As they were talking, a young man walked in. He was the one who went to the Sea Cloud sect to give out the 100 Supremes Mountain Entrance token. His name was Shangguan Jinhui. Jinhui, why are you here? Aren't you working in the Imperial Sky Guard? Shangguan Wuchen stood up and smiled when he saw the young man. Uncle Wuchen and Aunt Wuling are also here. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with the two of you, so I came back on the way. Shangguan Jinhui said. Oh, what is it? Shangguan Wuchen was curious. I heard that cousin Xingqian has an enemy in Tianxian domain called Lu Ming, right? Shangguan Jinhui said. Jinhui, do you have news about Lu Ming? Shangguan Wuling's eyes lit up. Shangguan Jinhui nodded and said, This time, I went to the periphery of the Dragon Vein to issue a few small forces a token to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain. Lu Ming's name was in the nomination of one of the forces. Therefore, I wanted to tell you about it. Could it be someone with the same name? Shangguan Wuchen asked. I don't know about that. Shangguan Jinhui shook his head. He was only responsible for issuing the tokens and didn't know anything else. As for the situation of the competition, he naturally didn't know anything about it. Second brother, I plan to go and take a look. What if it's that little bastard? Humph, you want to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain? Dream on. Shangguan Wuling's face twisted. I have delivered your message. Farewell. Shangguan Jinhui cupped his fists and turned to leave. All right, then let's go take a look. If it's that little bastard, I'll just cripple him. Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. Early in the morning on the next day, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kong Jin, Ruan Tingting, the 4 young men from the Ocean Cloud sect, and Xiaoxian were surprisingly amongst them. The group of 8 flew towards the Dragon Vein. The entrance to the 100 Supremes Mountain was above the Dragon Vein. The Supremes on the 100 Supremes Mountain referred to Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts, and Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts were also called exalts. Supposedly, not only was the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth extremely dense within the 100 Supremes Mountain, over 100 Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts had left behind their cultivation imprints within the 100 Supremes Mountain. It was even to the extent that some Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts had left behind their inheritances within the 100 Supremes Mountain. In history, some peerless experts were unable to find a suitable successor while they were still alive, so they would leave behind their inheritances through some sort of special method in hopes that a suitable successor would be able to inherit their mantle. So, not only could one utilize the imprints left behind by Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts to comprehend the concepts of the heavens and the earth, it was even to the extent that it was very likely for one to obtain the inheritance of a Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm expert. Some formidable Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm experts even possessed divine-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, and it was unavoidable that others were tempted. Lu Ming's group of 8 flew forward at an extremely swift speed. They were able to see an extremely grand and majestic mountain range lying on the ground from afar. This mountain range was the Dragon Vein, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. It was too large and majestic. What dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth! Lu Ming sighed with admiration. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth above the Dragon Vein was even denser, and it was a few times denser than the luxury gathering city. Moreover, one could comprehend the concepts of the heavens and the earth even more clearly. The environment was too good, and it was impossible for one's cultivation not to improve while cultivating in such an environment. They flew into the dragon vein and flew towards the entrance of the 100 Supremes Mountain. It wasn't long before they arrived at an enormous platform. There was an enormous door of light before the platform, and that was the entrance to the 100 Supremes Mountain. There were experts standing guard before the door of light. "Little bastard, is it really you?" Right when Lu Ming's group descended onto the platform, a sharp cry resounded. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice, and he was stunned. He saw Shangwan Wuchen and Shangwan Wuling. At this moment, Shangwan Wuling was glaring at him with a ferocious expression. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't expect to bump into the Shangwan clan here. "Little bastard, you're really something. You actually managed to get a spot to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain after coming to the 9 Dragons City." Shangwan Wuling strode over. At the same time, Shangwan Wuchen also strode over, and there was a tall young man beside them. They stood in front of Lu Ming's group, blocking Lu Ming's path. "Get out of the way, you're blocking the way." Lu Ming frowned. "Get out of the way? Little bastard, do you know what's in front of you? That's the 100 Supremes Mountain, the sacred cultivation ground of the 9 Dragon City. What about you? Who do you think you are? You're just a kid from a barren mountain in the Tianxin region. What qualifications do you have to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain? Now, hand over your entry token and get lost." Shangwan Wuling said coldly. Back then, Lu Ming had injured Xianxia in front of everyone, causing Yin Kuangtu to slap her in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation to her. Even after such a long time, she still hated Lu Ming to the core. In addition, she didn't dare to offend Yin Kuangtu, so she could only blame everything on Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, who is this crazy woman? She must be sick in the head," Kong Jin said unhappily. "Just a crazy dog. Let's go." Lu Ming shook his head and walked to the side, trying to bypass Shangwan Wuling and the others. "Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you scold me? You're courting death." Shangwan Wuling screamed. Boom! Shangwan Wuchen took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming's group. A powerful aura burst out. Second level of the spiritual sea realm. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense Shangwan Wuchen's cultivation. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Second level spiritual sea realm. He could suppress him with a flip of his hand. "I advise you to get out of the way." Lu Ming looked at Shangwan Wuchen indifferently. "Little bastard, how dare you insult me? Today, none of you can leave." Chapter 778. Shoo! As soon as Shangwan Wuling finished her words, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward and slapped her. "Ha!" A loud slap was heard. Shangwan Wuling screamed as her body flew out and landed dozens of meters away. Her hair was disheveled, and one side of her face was swollen. She looked at Lu Ming in shock, completely stunned. Lu Ming dared to slap her? How dare he slap her? She would never have dreamed of that. "You're just a mad dog. I gave you face, but you didn't take it," Lu Ming said coldly. Ah! At this moment, Shangwan Wuling finally came to her senses. She screamed hysterically, her eyes full of viciousness. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Little bastard, how dare you hit me? I want you dead. I want to skin you alive and pull your tendons." "Ha!" Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another slap landed on the other side of Shangwan Wuling's face. Immediately, her body flew out again and landed on the ground, puking out blood. She was completely stunned. "How dare you? You're looking for death." Shangwan Wuchen roared furiously. He moved his body and slapped Lu Ming with his palm. Pung! Lu Ming took a step forward, and all of Shangwan Wuchen's attacks vanished into thin air. In the next second, he felt his throat tighten. His throat had been gripped by Lu Ming's steel-like claws. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through all of his attacks and defenses with only one attack, and gripped his throat. "Do you still think that I'm the old me?" Lu Ming gripped Shangwan Wuchen's neck and lifted him up high. Shangwan Wuchen's face was red. He could not use the Zhen Yuan in his body at all, as it had been sealed by Lu Ming. His heart was in a state of turmoil. How long had it been? It had not even been a year. Back in Tianxian region, he was a Sea of Souls realm warrior, looking down on Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was like an ant that he could kill easily. But now, he was actually so weak in Lu Ming's hands, unable to resist at all. It was a complete reversal from before. Kid, let go of your hand. Lord Wuchun is a direct descendant of the Shangwan clan. If anything happens to him, you're dead. A young man who had been following behind Lu Ming released a powerful aura that enveloped Lu Ming. Peak of the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. This youth had the cultivation of the peak of the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Really? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. The young man was shocked and shouted, "You're bullying the weak because you're strong. What kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, fight me." All right, you're not allowed to kill or fight at the entrance of the 100 Supremes Mountain. If you have any grudges, leave this place or enter the 100 Supremes Mountain to settle them. Right at that moment, an aged voice sounded from the entrance of the 100 Supremes Mountain. The complexion of the Shangwan clan's young man changed when he heard this voice. Then he restrained his aura. Bang! Lu Ming flung Shangwan Wuchen away. Get out of the way. If you want to find me, I'll be waiting for you at the 100 Supremes Mountain. Lu Ming looked at the young man. Although this young man had the cultivation of the peak of the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm, he didn't give Lu Ming any pressure. Obviously, he wasn't a prodigy. In a superior environment like the Nine Dragon City, some big families like the Shangwan clan, especially the 6 ancient families, definitely had many young men under the age of 30 who had entered the spiritual ocean realm. However, these people weren't prodigies. Their battle power wasn't strong, and their potential was limited. If they really wanted to fight, Lu Ming could suppress them with a flip of his hand. The young man snorted and rushed towards Shangwan Wuchen and the others to check on their injuries. You're so weak, and you want to find trouble? How boring. Kong Jin pursed his lips. They walked toward the entrance. Lu Ming, there are still a few prodigies in the Shangwan clan. You still have to be careful. Xiao reminded him softly. No worries. Lu Ming smiled. He was never afraid of challenges. Only challenges could make him improve faster. The 8 of them showed their tokens and entered the 100 Supremes Mountain without any obstruction. Little bastard, I want him dead. On the platform, Shangwan Wuling screamed. Her face was ferocious like a ghost. Lu Ming dared to slap her. How dare he? Yin Kuang Tu dared to slap her, and Lu Ming dared to do the same? Although Shangwan Wuling's cultivation was low, her status wasn't low. She was the daughter of a powerful elder in the Shangwan clan. Who dared to slap her? How about this? Let's go back first. I'll call a few more experts to enter the 100 Supremes Mountain and kill that Lu Ming. The young man said, Okay, let's go back first. Shangwan Wuchen nodded, and the 3 of them flew back to the Shangwan clan. When they arrived at the Shangwan clan, they bumped into a few people. Mother, uncle, what happened to you? Who did this? You're courting death. One of the young men was Xianxia. He saw Shangwan Wuchen and Shangwan Wuling's injuries at a glance. Shangwan Wuling's face was swollen, and it hadn't gone down yet. Xianxia was filled with killing intent. Xinxin, you're out? It's Lu Ming. It's that little bastard, Lu Ming. He dared to slap me. Shangwan Wuling shouted. Lu Ming? It's him. Xianxia's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. What's going on? A majestic voice sounded. The one who spoke was a tall and mighty old man. His eyes were sharp, and he looked majestic. This old man was Shangwan Wuchen and Shangwan Wuling's father. He was a powerful elder in the Shangwan clan. Father, it's like this. Shangwan Wuchen explained the matter briefly. Lu Ming is courting death. I'll go to the 100 Supremes Mountain and kill him now. Xianxia's killing intent exploded, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Xianxia's cultivation had also broken through to the spiritual sea realm. He wasn't in the first level of the spiritual sea realm, but the second level. Xianxia, you shouldn't fight now. Your bloodline is extraordinary. It's the 7-star scroll. If you can awaken the true 7 stars of the heavenly Dipper realm, it'll definitely be a god-grade bloodline. The most important thing for you now is to go into seclusion and awaken the 3rd bloodline. If you can awaken the god-grade bloodline, you'll be able to enter the ranks of the god-grade supreme talents. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Grandfather, are you going to let Lu Ming go? I can't accept it. Xianxia said. It's nothing compared to awakening the god-grade bloodline. How about this? Jinju, bring a few people and bring Lu Ming's head to me. Xianxia turned around and said to another young man, Elder, don't worry. Lu Ming will die. The young man smiled. Shangguan Wuxia and the others were also delighted. Shangguan Jinjue was a peerless genius of the Shangguan clan. He was ranked 465 on the list of top 1,000 talents. With his help, Lu Ming was doomed. Shangguan Jinjue turned around and left. After Lu Ming and the others stepped through the door, they appeared on another platform. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.